"You're controlling," my wife screamed when I caught her in the bar. I smirked, then showed used condoms in her trash. Now she couldn't stop begging. A week after I moved out of the house during our divorce, I came across a box that was full with used condoms in the trash. I have been married to my wife for a period of 6 years, and we have been a couple for a total of 9 years. Despite the fact that we frequently ride our motorcycles separately, my partner and I are both passionate about motorcycling, and we spend a significant amount of time on our bikes. On the weekends, she enjoys going out to ride horses, and for some time, she formed the habit of not checking in with me, particularly in the late hours of the night. I would assume that any husband whose wife is riding a bicycle at midnight would be concerned, and would have every right to inquire about her whereabouts. It was a very contentious issue between us, and it appeared to be really challenging for her to want to divulge the location where she was staying. She accused me of suffocating her, and of being extremely needy since I needed to know where she was at all times. I have never been very satisfied with the manner in which she begrudgingly complied with the request, as if it were some sort of burden to update me on her whereabouts, and the possibility of her returning home at a later time, even though we worked it out. In therapy, I brought this issue to the attention of our therapist, who even raised her eyebrow in response to the late-night rides that did not include a check-in. Nevertheless, my wife never appeared to recognize that there was an issue, fast ahead to the previous couple of weekends. As it was growing increasingly late, my wife was out on her bike. I asked her whether she was planning on having dinner while she was away by sending her a message. "Yeah, I'm good, thank you, love you," she said in a straightforward manner. I was sort of hoping she would provide me with a little more explanation because it was beginning to get dark outside. After a period of time had gone by, I replied with the words, "Awesome, I'm going to be home for the night. What are you doing right now?" I did not receive a response, so I followed up with the following. "I really don't appreciate it when you go out on a Friday night and don't bother to let me know what you're up to." Perhaps what I did was a bit presumptuous, but she is well aware of the level of frustration that I have in this scenario. We have encountered this problem many times in the past. She became really furious as a result, and eventually we got into an argument through text messages. After that, she handed me a till, and stated her intention to continue riding her bicycle. It was only natural that I continued to send text messages. After a few messages, she reacted with the following statement. "I'm trying to drive my damn bike, and you are blowing up my phone with this. Which is uncalled for. I don't breathe down your neck asking your every move and respect and trust you. Please do the same. It's exhausting." I was certain that she was not riding. I made the decision to drive over to the late-night pub that she liked the best, and enter the establishment, even though I understand that this may have been inappropriate. The bar was the place where she chose to sit. I placed my hand on the exhaust pipe of her bicycle, which was parked outside. The temperature was low. She told me that she had to slam on the brakes to react to my messages, and less than 8 minutes had transpired since that point. It is just not possible for an exhaust can to cool off at such a rapid pace. I am well aware that I may have gone too far in this situation, but I had the strong impression that I had been misled. After I sent her a brief message, letting her know that I was aware of her whereabouts, I headed home not long after that. We had a massive disagreement over this. She promised that she would do a better job of communicating with me from that point forward, after we resolved our differences. However, that is not considered a white lie. It is only a forerunner to a white lie. The next topic on the agenda is the actual problem that I am currently facing. Over the course of the past weekend, she was working at a bar in a neighborhood cafe. She made an effort to check in with me, which was really nice of her. But as the night went on, it started to seem like it had gone sour. She informed me that she intended to go to her office to complete some work, and I haven't heard anything more about her since then. After working out at the gym till late in the evening, I decided to go home, but not before calling her to see how she was doing. After I contacted her for the first time, she did not respond, but she returned my call several minutes later. I was able to make out the voices of other people in the background as we were having a conversation. In addition, the way that she was speaking seemed a little strange. She explained to me that she was expecting a phone call and that she needed to answer it immediately after a minute or so had passed. The significance of that phone call was something that impacted the two of us, which I more or less grasped. The agent representing the seller got in touch with us via phone. Currently, we are in the midst of the process of purchasing a new residence. I had anticipated that I would receive a call back with some news, but I never did. I decided to call her back after an hour had elapsed, in order to find out what information she had gathered regarding our proposal. She chose to react to the message with a text, rather than speaking verbally. "I will call you in a little while." I was able to determine that she was in her car when she phoned me again. She got started by telling me everything that she had learned and describing the length of the conversation that took place. The way in which she also called our lender, in order to verify some figures. I got the impression that there were a few narrative holes, because it didn't really make sense. I asked, "Where were you when I called?" She responded, "Well, I'm driving now. I pulled over to speak with the seller's agent after that." In the event that you pulled over in order to speak with him, then what would explain the fact that I was able to hear people in the background when I called you? I said. She was unable to come up with a response, and I decided to let the matter go. There was a sense of something being amiss. I made sure to let her know that all I wanted was for her to be able to feel as like she has the ability to tell me the truth when I saw her later that night. I had been expecting that she would confess, but that never came to pass. As a result, up until this very day, I have been examining our phone records since I was absolutely unable to forget the happenings that occurred during that evening. By no means or under no circumstances. She had told me a falsehood, which was a complete and utter surprise to me. My phone call to her was the only call that took place after that. She had feigned that someone had called in order to end the phone conversation that she was having with me. She told me that she was spending time with friends, and just wanted to have a good time when I challenged her. She went on to explain that it was easier to simply tell me a lie, so that she would not have to deal with my reaction. I was deeply wounded by this falsehood. Slapdash efforts and apologies are not her strong suit. An expression of regret for the fact that I misled you. The issue I am confronted with is that there is invariably a continuation. She said that she believes it is necessary to tell falsehoods due to the fact that I am insecure. In addition to that, I believe that I ought to place more trust in her. And it feels as though I do not allow her any space to take a breath at all. I should put in the effort to improve myself and develop a stronger sense of self-confidence and trust. It appeared as though she was attempting to excuse her own deception. As if, somehow, I was to blame for the situation. Neither one of us was successfully conveying our points during that chat, which was not very good. The only thing I am aware of is that I am feeling deceived once more. And I am at a loss as to how I can possibly trust her. I am additionally saddened by the fact that she could not readily acknowledge that she was incorrect, and subsequently made the situation revolve around my own fears. Is there any possibility that I am incorrect in this situation? I am completely at a loss as to what I should do. I haven't spoken to you since then, and I could really use your advice right now. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who endured this experience with me. Edit. I would like to provide an update on this for the people who asked it. It has been a few weeks since I published this. We are in the process of finalizing a divorce. Let's get to the point. To be honest, going through this whole range of emotions has been unpleasant. To put it mildly, there is not a single person who I would want to experience this. I was staying at an Airbnb in order to give us some time away from each other, while I was in the process of fielding your much-needed responses. At first, she was really angry. But she soon saw how crucial it was for her to spend some time away from everything. It was I myself who had ample time to contemplate a great number of the comments that were given here. I used all of my free time to write in a journal, in order to work out what I was thinking. After a week of being away from home, we had a conversation in which we shared our innermost thoughts and feelings. We both came to the conclusion independently that we should go our separate ways, which was a complete shock to me. As of right now, I am not convinced that she was unfaithful. Nor do I think that this is a case of substance dependency. These were recommendations that appeared to rise to the surface of this thread. It is possible that I am naive. But at this juncture, it is no longer relevant. Nevertheless, we are dealing with a textbook example of two individuals who are not compatible with one another. Over the course of the years, we have tried with all our might to salvage our marriage. And to be quite honest, the sensation of failure is the most challenging aspect to deal with. There are times when beautiful memories from the early days of our relationship rise to the surface and appear in the form of tears. She and I have experienced this loss in a way that was not the same for each of us. We have mourned at separate moments in time. It is inevitable that there will be some level of doubt and questioning that stems from the question, was it possible for us to make this work? It is hoped that, as the years go by, this uncertainty will become a faint murmur. To summarize, both of us are getting along well at this point in time, and we hope that our friendship will continue in the future. That is a friendship that was not carried over from a prior marriage. but rather one that was rebuilt from the very beginning. I have a feeling that, in certain respects, our relationship is already beginning to improve and heal. I am hoping that this will serve as an indicator of what the future holds. In the near future, I will be finalizing the purchase of my own residence. Although there is a slight undercurrent of worry and the sense of isolation that lies ahead, I believe that the opportunity to rehabilitate myself will soon overshadow those feelings. I am excited about the process of self-discovery and self-improvement, and I anticipate becoming more fond of myself as a person. I too hope that she has the very best. I would want to express my gratitude to all of those individuals whose perspectives and recommendations were crucial in assisting me in navigating through such a challenging period. Remarks to which the original poster has responded. Commentaire en degree 1. Mettez la piste sur le lieu de tournage. At the beginning, she simply provides an honest explanation of what she plans to do, and when she expects to return. She only sends text messages when she diverges from her plan. In this manner, you are able to maintain awareness of her whereabouts at all times, and you are not required to keep contact going, which I understand can be suffocating for her. It appears that the two of you have a problem. Neither of you listens to the other, and both of you are fixated on yourself. It is possible that you and your team will need to search for a solution to both of these problems together, similar to the one that I previously discussed. OP. Thank you so much for your recommendation. In the past, I only suggested that she use the location tracker when she was out late riding. The suggestion was not well received by her, and it never came to fruition. Commentaire 2. D'après vous, à quoi ressemble une communication améliorée? How frequently would you like to receive text messages from her while you are away? Are you searching for solid plans that have already been made prior to her going out? Continuous descriptions of the events, as they unfold. I am simply wondering what the perfect conversation might look like from your perspective in this situation. To be perfectly honest, I would be satisfied with just one genuine and thorough message about what she is doing. For instance, "Hey, sweetheart. I'm going to be spending some time with these individuals. I'll be home around midnight. If anything changes, I'll let you know." It never appears to be this straightforward. In many cases, there is a period of stillness after there have been fragments of plans. She becomes upset when I check up on her. I have the feeling that it is being perceived as if I am being cheap with my time, but in truth, I am simply attempting to piece together the bits of information after I have spent a weekend away with my wife, so that we can connect and spend time together. Only recently did we embark on an extended stay in a different state, and I have the feeling that we established a strong bond. This particular situation occurred on the weekend that immediately followed my bringing that up. I wanted to know from her whether or not the man she had a connection with on our trip was a person she thought it was necessary to lie to. Has the wife of OP exhibited similar behavior since the two of them tied the knot? At the beginning of our marriage, it was not like this. We were once extremely entwined, and made up a fantastic team. The fact that she has become independent and successful has recently become a source of conflict. Although I understand how important it is to allow her to grow and become more independent, this has resulted in me feeling more isolated, and as like I do not have a companion by my side. OP provides a more in-depth explanation of the nature of his connection with his wife. In general, I would not describe our relationship as robust. Over the course of the years, the degree of intimacy and closeness that we have shared has diminished. Approximately 1 to 2 years have passed since the avoidance began. The frequency of the late-night rides, and the absence of contact regarding her location, have been roughly the same. There was a period of time in the past when I became aware of the fact that she was communicating with another man through text messages and having lengthy chats with him. The fact that he was residing in a different state did not matter, according to her, because they were only friends. I was unaware that these discussions had been taking on for a period of several months. I still feel a little bit of resentment, and it has left me emotionally shattered. I have to admit that I made the comparison of it to an emotional affair, a statement that she refused to accept. I am not content with the degree of closeness we have, because I do not feel that we have been connecting on a deep level recently. I am not in a position to comment on her behalf. The same issues frequently serve as the basis for our significant disagreements. In order to begin a discussion, I am typically the one who brings up my worries. Nevertheless, this is often met with the response that I am excessively unsatisfied, and am unable to simply leave things as they are. Even if she is behind the wheel of a vehicle, Her late-night drives are the source of a significant portion of the issue. I would be willing to find out if any of this material provides you with additional understanding. Update. Everyone. Greetings. As a 6-year-old man, I would want to provide a final report on my tale, which is my unsuccessful marriage. In any case, both of us mutually agreed to go our separate ways. Therefore, I acknowledge that it was a sensible decision for the two of us, and I am now more confident than ever before in moving forward and finding my inner calm, given the experiences that I have just had. To put it simply, I have always been the one bringing in a constant paycheck. Her industry, which is 34F, relies on the seasons. Even though I wanted to just get out of there, I was aware that I couldn't just abandon her in order for her to figure out how to survive by herself. At first, the idea that she had put out was that we should live separately, yet remain under one roof until the following May. Had this been the case, she would have possessed both the security and the self-assurance necessary to continue through the hectic months of summer. Hell no, was my immediate response. I found the notion to be completely outlandish. To begin with, there is not a single possibility that would not exacerbate the already poisonous nature of our relationship even more. Secondly, I was very aware that it was absolutely necessary for me to detach myself in order to allow myself to recover and to reconstruct my life, which had essentially been destroyed. I made the decision to purchase my own home, but I also proposed to continue providing financial support to her until she was able to accumulate the money that she needed in order to begin her new life. For the week or so that I was finally closing in on the deal and beginning to settle down, we had maintained a cordial relationship. In fact, I would go as far as to say that we were becoming friends. The fact that I was so ecstatic about buying a new couch was not an exaggeration. My new home was utterly empty. In addition, it is only when you find yourself in a situation in which you are forced to make do with a wooden bar stool and a threadbare rug that you begin to realize how much you truly value having a pleasant place to sit after a hard day spent working. We had been demonstrating small gestures of goodwill to one another, but after a few days, we ceased communicating with one another. I suppose that this is something that we should anticipate. I was starting to rediscover a sense of love for myself, a feeling I had not felt in years, while I was taking in the peacefulness of my new house and appreciating it. To be truthful, I felt relieved that I didn't have to have a conversation with her. One of the things I wanted to make sure was handled correctly was the leak in the water heater at her residence. When I vacated the premises of my former home, I became aware of something. I am still the owner of that property. I contacted a plumbing company to take care of the issue as I have a hectic work schedule. I'll admit that I'm heartbroken every time I step foot inside that residence, and I was avoiding it just as much as I could. Unfortunately, the plumbers called off the appointment on 2 separate occasions, which was starting to make me frustrated. I decided that I would simply take care of it. I made sure to inform her that I was going to stop by, and she did not have any issues with it. I have a fair amount of experience as a plumber, and I was aware that the job would not take long. I determined that there was a pinhole leak when I got at the location. I got rid of the excess fluid in the lines, removed the piece that was broken, and quickly put together the fix. Here it is. In the garage, there was a garbage can that belonged to her, and I, of course, required a place to dispose of the remains of my plumbing project. What can I make out when I lift the cover off of it? A complete box that is filled with condoms that have been used. I was completely taken aback. I felt my heart drop into my stomach. I had not spent more than a week away from that residence, still married under the law. And here I am, repairing her home and providing the financial assistance she required in order to continue on with her life. I had a feeling, deep down inside, that being a part of this was something I did not want to continue doing. This wretchedness had to be something that I was free of. I sent her a text message with a picture of the water heater, which was in perfect condition. Please don't hesitate to give me a text message letting me know that you're keeping an eye on it for the next day or so. Eventually, she texted back her gratitude. I instructed her to give me a call at some point tomorrow so that we could talk. I was experiencing palpitations for several hours. This was the most horrific experience of all time, even though I had gone through some really ridiculous low points over the course of the last month or so. I did not feel prepared to have a conversation with her. I required sustenance. I felt completely drained of energy. To be honest, she was the one who made the call. She is quite worried about texts that say things like, "Call me." I was aware of this to some extent, but I really needed the night to get some sleep and put myself back together. There was a sound coming from the phone. It was ringing. I told myself, I guess we are going to do this. I began the conversation by letting her know that the water heater is ready to go, but she might want to have a professional take a look at it within the year. The following section of this discussion will be going forward with some difficulty. I did not explicitly inform her that I was aware that she was already seeing someone new. The only thing I witnessed was my own ruination, as I turned it into my own business or even considered doing so. I told her that I was going to stop participating in all of the accounts that we share, and that she would have to find out how to deal with the situation on her own. All I said was, "I know you've moved on, and I know how you've chosen to do so." She was really angry. "That is a fact. Can you remind me of the word that you taught me during my first post?" Darvo is a manipulative tactic that involves making someone feel sorry for you. Indeed, an abundance of that. Accusations, name-calling, and an overwhelming amount of gaslighting were all involved. She even went as far as to degrade my character by telling me that she believed I was proud to be someone who was honorable and respectable. Absolutely. She continually alluded to the fact that she believed that we had come to an agreement, in which we were permitted to have our requirements satisfied. While I did not explicitly say it, I genuinely believe that she had a skewed understanding of what constitutes a true requirement. What do you think about the idea of financial security? What do you think of landing softly with your spouse, with whom you have been married for 9 years and with whom you assert that you desire to continue your friendship? Therefore, what is the reason that I am writing this? For a couple of different reasons. First of all, the conclusion of my story is this. There is no way that I will ever feel this way about this again. From this point on, it will only continue to recover and expand. Secondly, a large number of individuals on Reddit think that she was cheating, based on my most recent article. I did not have any grounds to think this, but after the speed with which she jumped on some guy immediately after I moved out, it is possible that the rest of you were not far off the mark. Third, and I suppose this is more of an opportunity to let out some steam. Just a few hours ago, I also had to euthanize my cat because she had cancer. What a day, oh my God. Regardless, I am overjoyed to leave that poisonous situation behind me. I am strongly inclined to sever all connections, and I really desire to have faith that this is the correct decision. However, I am left to ponder whether or not she was obligated to make an effort to delay her desires until we separated our finances. I am quite interested in learning what other people have to say about this. I am hoping to gain knowledge and experience from every piece of feedback I receive. It goes without saying that I will not be making any more posts in the near future. I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for your insight, as I have continued to work on my story. Remarks to which the original poster has responded. Commentaire in degree 1. Une boîte entière de préservatifs ayant déjà servi. I was completely taken aback. I felt my heart drop into my stomach. I had not spent more than a week away from that residence. Still married under the law. It is difficult to understand how you feel at this moment. But if she is so eager to move on from you physically, then it is time for you to move on from this emotionally as well. That also includes emotionally severing ties with her, and isolating her from everything else financially. Additionally, it would suggest that she likely had something previously arranged prior to the divorce, perhaps even before it was a possibility. That is an incredibly fast turnaround time, although this is only a hypothesis. Determine where the house is located. Investigate the details of the separation. When discussing these matters, just speak with her, as far as possible without incurring any charges for you. Have your attorney handle the divorce proceedings. Move past this. Everything that has been mentioned. I have spent a significant amount of time being gaslighted, and I get the impression that I am finally able to recognize it for what it is. I would really like to inquire as to whether or not this was someone that she has been in a relationship with or if it was simply a one-time occurrence. Just thinking about the question is enough to cause more pain, and if she were the one answering it, the response would not be reliable. Regardless, second round of remarks. Goodness gracious. The most important lesson to be learned from this situation is to avoid letting others continuously trample all over you, and to recognize when it is necessary to speak out. It appears that you have finally figured out how to do it after years of passively accepting it. OP. My dude. I have been the one who has been in the wrong the entire time. And I have always been raised to feel that I should be the one apologizing. I am in this position, and I didn't expect it. But now I find myself a victim of an abusive relationship. The sense of certainty that I experienced at the moment that I informed her that I had finally begun to assert myself. There were no words that she could use to express what she was feeling. I discovered the foundation that will support the person I will become when I have crossed over this. Have the original posters been successful in their endeavors to locate evidence that would substantiate the allegations of their spouse's infidelity? I have put in a lot of effort to try to locate evidence, but I was never able to do so. I eventually came to the conclusion that I was grabbing at straws, because I became concerned about the situation. It is possible that I will never be aware of it, and continuing to search for answers would be like poison at this juncture. The individual who posted the initial question regarding the division of property in the context of a divorce, OP. We reached an agreement to relinquish our ownership claims over our respective properties. There is a significant amount of equity that has been accumulated in the house that she will be maintaining. I will be in a better position than I am in at present if our assets are split in a 60/40 ratio. On the package of condoms, the original poster provides clarification. Alright. Let me take a moment to get this straight in my head. There was an abundance of semantics associated with the box, which I had not anticipated. It is without a doubt an essential aspect that needs to be made known to the public. It was a box that had been crumpled and folded in half, with a used condom that had been tied off hanging out of it. I made no effort to investigate in order to determine how many condoms had been used. It's possible that the phrase box full of was an overgeneralization. To be perfectly honest, I am not certain about that. My Harvard lawyer boyfriend purposely sabotaged my dad's case. After he laughed about my dad's suffering, I exposed him and ended his career forever. Harvard lawyer boyfriend purposefully lost dad's case since filling is hard. I abruptly ended his career. I thought my boyfriend Dylan was the finest thing for my family. A Harvard-educated employment lawyer worked at a top firm. Dylan instantly offered to represent my dad after he was wrongly fired from his 19-year career. Don't worry about fees, he said. We're practically family. My dad was sacked 3 weeks before his pension. His manager said, "We found someone younger and cheaper." Age discrimination. Dylan called it a slam dunk. We'll get him full back pay. Pension. Damages. Everything. His confidence calmed my family. Dylan completed paperwork, scheduled depositions, and collected evidence. He'd tell my dad about developments over supper. He looked strong and said, "They're going to settle for sure." My dad trusted him. Why not? Dylan, a top lawyer charging $450 an hour, was dating his daughter. 7 months into the case, strange things happened. Dylan frequently missed deadlines, by a day or two, but enough for the court to notice. He overlooked important paperwork. He arrived at meetings unprepared. "Just been swamped at work," he said. But I knew his schedule. His schedule was light. The deposition tragedy followed. Dylan never prepared my dad. Just showed there and said, "Just tell the truth. You'll be fine." My dad bungled every question, made terrible comments out of context. Dylan didn't protest. Not redirected. Sitting. Taking notes. The opposing lawyer, a recent graduate, looked bewildered by Dylan's silence. Dad returned devastated. "I think I messed up," he said. Dylan told him everything was all right. Depositions always feel worse than they are. The settlement conference was even worse. The company offered $12,000, an insulting amount. Dylan advised my dad to think. Saying bird in the hand, Dylan discouraged my dad against fighting because trials are risky. Juries are unpredictable. The judge seems to favor them. Maybe we should take what we can get. My mom asked me that night. Dylan attacked me when I said, "Something's wrong. Dylan's not fighting for us. I'm doing my best. Your dad's case isn't as strong as we thought, yet I saw the proof." They considered replacing him with someone younger in emails. The reviews were great till he turned 60. Perfect case. The October trial was scheduled. Dylan was unprepared. His introduction lasted 3 minutes. He forgot to record half the evidence. He allowed opposing lawyers to abuse my dad during testimony. Jurors appeared bewildered. Judge looked irritated. We lost. Full defense verdict. My dad got nothing. He lost his pension, back wages, everything. Dylan's reply seemed odd. These things happen. At least it's over now. His expression seemed almost relieved. Dylan was drunk at his flat later that night. He discussed the case. Honestly, this is probably for the best. Your dad would have been around all the time if he'd won. Wanting to golf, asking for advice, and showing up for dinner. Now he'll have to focus on finding work. I felt sick. Won't have time to bother us. What are you saying? Dylan laughed. Come on. You know how annoying father-in-laws are. Always in your business. At least now he'll be too broke and depressed to hassle much. I froze. Did you throw the case? Dylan smugged. Throw is a strong word. I left and went to Dylan's legal firm. To his paralegal buddy Tess, who'd always been chatty with me. Tess. I need to know something. How many employment discrimination cases has Dylan won? She checked. My dad was one of his 3 losses. Please show me the other loss. She shouldn't have shown me, but did. He also lost his ex-girlfriend's mother's 3-year divorce. The pattern was visible. Dylan boasted to his poker group 2 weeks later, drunk again, about how he'd found the perfect way to avoid in-laws. Offer legal help, then lose. They're too ashamed to come around much after that. His friend Nate was appalled. Nate was engaged to my cousin. He phoned me immediately. You need to know what Dylan just said. He taped the entire exchange on his phone for his poker night show. He kept the recording but never published the program. Dylan's whole confession, laughing about how my dad cried after the verdict, joking that he'd never have to spend holidays with my family, and detailing his methodology for appearing stupid and avoiding malpractice lawsuits. I gave Dylan's firm, the State Bar Association, and my dad's former company the tape. Dylan tried calling me hundreds of times. After the 100th call, I blocked his number and sat on my apartment floor with my phone. Again, I cranked Nate's recording until Dylan's laugh filled the room. My hands shook when he recalled my dad crying after the verdict, but not from despair. I felt icy and biting wrath instead of shock. Like I could see things clearly for the first time in months. I called Nate again and requested the whole recording and anything more from that poker night. He called back in 25 minutes to say he'd send everything immediately. An hour later, my email arrived with a 25-minute audio file and 6 text message photographs. The poker group heard Dylan brag about his strategy for avoiding potential in-laws. One text indicated he devised the strategy because his ex-girlfriend's mom kept calling for legal guidance. Another called my dad the perfect test case because the evidence was so strong nobody would suspect intentional failure. I organized everything into a timeline in a new laptop document. I verified Dylan's 37 victories and 3 losses using Tess's case record. I wrote down every missed deadline, forgotten document, and trial moment when Dylan sat there as the other lawyer demolished my dad's testimony. Poker night confessions were time-stamped in a different folder. Dylan's text portion had dates demonstrating he'd planned this strategy for years. Another folder held my dad's case records, and I reviewed every correspondence and performance assessment that demonstrated his case was solid. I had all the evidence of Dylan's planned sabotage by sunrise. After showering and changing, I went to Dylan's legal company. When I arrived at 8 a.m., the receptionist smiled and asked how she could help. I requested an emergency meeting with the managing partner because I had evidence of professional misconduct by one of their lawyers. Her smile vanished, and she answered the phone. She tried to schedule me next week, but I stated this was urgent and unethical. After putting me on hold, she stated someone would see me soon. We were in a conference room 30 minutes later with Isabel Carter, Dylan's senior partner and department head. First, I gave her a folder with copies of everything, and asked her to listen to the tape. After inserting her headphones, her face hardened with each minute. She stopped filming and removed the headphones when Dylan revealed his strategic incompetence system and joked at my dad being too broke and depressed to bother us. I answered okay to her request copies of everything I brought. She spent the next hour asking extensive questions about my dad's situation, the time frame, and when I first sensed anything was wrong. She asked me to give a formal statement, and I answered yes right then. She brought in another attorney to take notes while I recounted Dylan's volunteerism, trial, and drunken confession. Isabel said attorney misbehavior was treated seriously. And this recording warranted an immediate investigation. Her team would investigate every case Dylan had handled, including the previous defeat involving his ex-girlfriend's mother. She pledged to suspend Dylan, pending an internal inquiry, and notify the State Bar Association. I left the law firm 4 hours later with Isabel's card and cell number, in case I remembered anything else. The State Bar Association offices across town were my next stop. A formal ethics complaint form and copies of my evidence were sent. The intake attorney was a young man who looked bored until he reviewed my materials. On hearing parts of the recording, his countenance altered, and he said this was one of the clearest incidents of misbehavior he'd witnessed. Someone will call to organize a detailed interview, he said. After driving home, I slumped on my couch, exhausted after staying up all night. My phone rang that afternoon with an unfamiliar number. He identified himself as Aaron Hayes, my complaint's ethical attorney. After reviewing my proof, he requested a lengthy interview immediately. He said willfully destroying a client's case was one of the worst attorney breaches and might lead to disbarment. His office hosted a meeting 4 days later. Aaron laid out my evidence bundle on a conference table when I arrived. We discussed Dylan's sabotage for 4 hours, from missed deadlines to unprepared depositions to the trial where he neglected to enter half the evidence. Aaron focused on the connection between my dad's case and the ex-girlfriend's mother's divorce. I was asked if there were any unidentified victims. It seemed feasible given Dylan's pride in his method, but I didn't know. Aaron took comprehensive notes and filmed our chat with my consent. He questioned about my relationship with Dylan, how my family trusted him, and when I discovered he'd thrown the case on purpose. After the interview, my throat was scratchy from talking, and my hands hurt from gripping my chair arms so tightly. Aaron led me to his office door and shook my hand. He told me the Bar Association would begin a months-long probe. He seemed serious as he said they'd interview witnesses, evaluate Dylan's cases, and determine his wrongdoing pattern. He said my proof was so obvious and powerful that they should immediately suspend Dylan's license. He questioned if I was ready for media coverage that could result. I said I didn't care who knew as long as Dylan was punished. Aaron nodded, promising to contact him shortly about future measures. Since I left Dylan at his apartment, my parents had been phoning me continuously, so I drove straight to their place. I had 18 mom missed calls and 12 dad missed calls. They came out before I got out of my car as I pulled into their driveway. My father looked bad. He'd always stood upright and smiled, but now his shoulders were bowed and his face was gray. He appeared to have aged 10 years since the trial. Crying made my mom's eyes red and puffy. She embraced me so hard I couldn't breathe. Along with my dad, we held hands in the driveway. My mom kept claiming she was worried about me. I told them to go inside since I had much to discuss. This was the kitchen table, where Dylan and I had many supper. I felt sick thinking about him sitting in that chair caring for my dad. I told them everything from the start. I recounted how Dylan confessed to intentionally throwing the case. Tess helped me uncover his case record and see his ex-girlfriend's mother's divorce pattern. I told them Nate recorded Dylan bragging about his system at poker night. My mom cried again when I told her I told Dylan's law firm and the State Bar Association. Dad sat staring at his hands on the table. He wondered if Dylan did it on purpose. I presented my phone as proof. The recording Nate sent me was played. Dylan laughed and joked with his poker mates across the speaker. I watched my dad's face as Dylan described how he'd found the perfect solution to avoid future in-laws. Dylan's voice stated my dad was too broke and depressed to bother us, and his face fell apart. His mouth opened to speak, but nothing came out. A tear fell from his cheek. Dylan chuckled at my dad crying after the verdict as the recording played. My dad choked and covered his face with his hands. Mom left the table because she couldn't stand it. I heard her crying through the bathroom door as she went in. Although there was more, I stopped recording. My dad sat with his hands over his face for a while. When my mom returned, her eyes were redder, but she seemed angry, instead of sad. She sat next to my dad and hugged him. She informed me she knew something was wrong throughout the case. She thought Dylan hadn't defended us like a professional lawyer, but she never expected this. She'd never imagined such intentional cruelty. Finally, my dad looked up and inquired what happened. I told Dylan that his law company was investigating and would likely dismiss him. I told him Aaron at the Bar Association was trying to suspend Dylan's law license. My dad remained quiet for ages. He stared at the table without speaking. He then said he trusted Dylan entirely. He felt foolish for believing Dylan was trying. I grasped his hand across the table. I told him it wasn't his fault. Dylan intentionally abused his confidence, which tarnished him, not Dad. My dad squeezed my hand but looked broken. I received a call from lawyer Victoria Fields the following afternoon. She stated my mom got her number from a lawyer acquaintance. Victoria said lawyers gossiped about my dad's case. Dylan's confession and actions circulated quickly. Like Dylan, Victoria focused on employment law. She offered to analyze my dad's entire issue for free to see if we could sue the corporation again now that Dylan had destroyed everything. I promised to deliver all paperwork to her workplace. I spent that evening compiling all my dad's case documents, including letters demonstrating age discrimination, performance assessments that were excellent until he hit 60, and trial transcripts revealing Dylan's poor performance. I included Nate's recording and all my Dylan pattern evidence. The next morning, I visited Victoria's downtown office. She resembled my high school principal with silver hair and keen eyes. She spent 2 hours going through every page while I sat across from her desk. She kept noting and shaking her head. Finally, she looked at me and said res judicata prevented us from retrying the case. She suggested we sue Dylan for legal malpractice. She also suggested we may reconsider settlement talks with my dad's former firm now that we knew their win was fraudulent. How long would that take? She answered, it depends on several circumstances. Victoria said she'd contact James Turner, the company's lawyer against my dad. She wanted to watch his reaction to learning Dylan's true actions. Victoria returned my call 4 days later. After she stated she had proof that my dad's lawyer had tossed the case, James agreed to meet with her. She seemed excited about the meeting. It was midday when Tess texted me. It says Dylan was suspended and forced to tidy his office this morning. She stated security took him out and he looked wrecked. I received a snapshot she took from across the parking lot of Dylan lugging a box to his car. I could see his failure from afar. I felt frigid satisfaction looking at that photo. Dylan's career collapsed 4 days after I presented my evidence. It wasn't enough yet. My mom panicked and contacted me that night. Dylan got their address and came to the house, she added. He kept phoning and knocking on the door, requesting to talk to my dad. Mom contacted the cops immediately. Dylan departed before the police arrived and sat in his car outside their house. He was sitting outside staring at their front door, my mom recalled. My dad called Dylan through the window and threatened to file for a restraining order if he didn't leave. Dylan drove away after 2 hours. Mom sounded terrified and upset. She inquired if Dylan would return. I advised her to contact the police and document everything if he returned. Aaron called to update me the next morning. He claimed, the clear evidence accelerated the Bar Association. They requested Dylan's law license be suspended immediately for client sabotage. The hearing was next week. Aaron wanted me to testify during the hearing. I agreed immediately. I wanted to confront Dylan about what he did to my family. Aaron promised to send me the meeting time and location. He warned me Dylan's lawyer would try to discredit me, but the tape made it impossible. I thanked him and hung up, feeling things were finally improving. Next day, I called Victoria to ask about reputable private investigators. She handed me Victor Silva's number, proclaiming him thorough and discreet. I showed Victor everything I had on Dylan at a coffee shop that afternoon. Victor was 50 or older, had gray hair, and listened calmly, making me feel like he understood. He took notes as I outlined Dylan's pattern in the 2 incidents, and said he'd find Dylan's ex-girlfriend to discuss. I gave him her name because Tess informed me, and Victor said he'd start right away. 4 days later, Victor contacted to say he discovered her in another state. He convinced her to talk after explaining why he was phoning. Victor recorded their talk in person with her permission. He played the recording when he returned to meet me, and her voice confirmed my suspicions. She said Dylan took her mother's divorce case 3 years ago, and seemed excited. But suddenly he missed court appearances and forgot to file essential documentation. He advised her mother to accept the husband's settlement, even though it was well below her rights. Dylan claimed he was doing his best, that the case was harder than planned, but his ex-girlfriend believed something was wrong. Dylan appeared calm after losing. She split up with him months later for unrelated reasons, but she always wondered if he'd thrown the case on purpose. She understood everything after hearing about my dad's case. She told Victor she'd been guilty for years, and thought she should have reported her concerns, but she had no proof, and thought others would assume she was a bitter ex. She wanted to help if Dylan would stop doing this to others. Victor helped her draft a lengthy statement about her mother's case. She detailed Dylan's incompetence, and how he discouraged her mother from fighting. She said Dylan seemed almost thrilled when the case ended badly, and made comments about her mother being demanding and tough. Victor meticulously chronicled the 5-page declaration. The Bar Association and Dylan's law business received copies and his interview recording. Aaron called me the same day he received it, and said it was huge since it showed a trend across numerous cases. Dylan's ex-girlfriend's confession gave them 2 victims describing essentially identical behavior. Victor created a professional report with timeframes and evidence comparisons. Only in cases involving potential family links did Dylan's victory rate decrease to 0. It was impossible to ignore or dismiss the pattern as coincidence. Pamela booked her James Turner meeting while Victor finished his inquiry. He agreed to meet at his downtown office after she presented new evidence in my dad's case. Pamela called me after the meeting to say James's reaction was perfect. She played him poker night snippets, where Dylan admitted throwing the case and detailed his in-law exclusion mechanism. Pam reported James's face was absolutely white. He stopped the recording and requested a replay. After a minute of silence, He said he needed to confer with his client about the ethical issues. Pamela stated James appeared astonished and upset. He told her he didn't know Dylan was sabotaging his client, and would have reported it. James said winning a lawsuit because the other attorney purposefully lost weakened the legal system. He stated his client would want to know immediately since a bogus procedure could ruin their reputation. Olivia Chase from my dad's former company's HR called Pamela 4 days later. Olivia claimed James's revelations worried the company's legal team. They wanted to talk to Pamela about solutions before the scandal. Olivia stressed the company's ignorance of Dylan's sabotage, and their concern for their accidental role in a bogus court procedure. Pamela told me this was a positive indicator because it suggested the corporation was worried about their brand and might settle generously to solve issue quietly. She met with Olivia the following week to discuss their resolution. The emergency bar hearing was at 9 Thursday morning. My mom and I drove to the hearing and waited outside. Dad was worried and adjusted his tie. Mom held his hand and said everything would be fine. Aaron arrived with his evidence-filled briefcase and gave us an update. He suggested Dylan's attorney would try to downplay the poker night tape, but Victor's pattern made it difficult. Dylan was at a table with his counsel when they summoned us into the hearing room. Dylan looked awful. Wrinkled suit, black bags beneath eyes. When we entered, he looked at me, but I ignored him. The 60-year-old hearing officer had sharp eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. Aaron began his case with the poker night recording. Dylan's attorney objected and claimed the recording was out of context and Dylan was drunk. But Aaron played the complete 25 minutes, and there was no way to misread Dylan. He explained his system in full when sober. He chuckled at my dad crying after the verdict. He boasted about his ability to sabotage cases without detection. The recording made the hearing officer's face harder. After it ended, she asked Dylan's attorney to explain what they'd heard. Dylan's attorney requested testimony, and the hearing officer consented. Dylan quickly claimed he'd been intoxicated and embellishing to impress his poker mates on the stand. He denied throwing any cases, and blamed his performance in my dad's case on overwork and stress. Aaron then detailed every trial incompetence. Dylan forgot to record critical evidence. Why? Dylan stuttered, calling it an oversight. Why didn't he prepare my dad for deposition? Dylan suggested my dad speak naturally. He missed many deadlines. Why? Dylan stated he had too many cases. Aaron showed Dylan's schedule to prove he'd prepared much in advance. He produced emails where Dylan deliberately hindered my dad from negotiating a higher deal. His ex-girlfriend said her mother behaved similarly. Dylan couldn't explain anything convincingly. His answers became weaker and defensive. Dylan swore he hadn't damaged my dad's case, but his voice quivered when the hearing officer inquired. Hearing officer took brief recess to assess evidence. She returned and ordered the emergency suspension immediately. Dylan could not practice law during the complete investigation. Dylan's lawyers contended that this would ruin his career and reputation. The hearing officer looked at Dylan and said he damaged his career by sabotaging a client's case for selfish gain. She said the information provided today demonstrated a worrying trend of intentionally injuring trustworthy customers. The poker night recording, ex-girlfriend's testimony, and dad's incompetence all devastating. It was clear that public safety required emergency action. She scheduled the complete disbarment hearing for 8 weeks, and ordered Dylan to tell all his clients that he could no longer represent them. Dylan's face fell. His attorney wanted to add more, but the hearing officer cut him off and stated the ruling was final. Dylan stood up and grabbed his papers with shaky hands. He peered across the room at me to capture my eye, but I ignored him. He ignored my dad's agony like nothing. Mom wrapped her arm across my shoulders, and Dad squeezed my hand. Dylan was motionless at his table as we left the hearing room. Aaron told us in the hallway that this was a huge success, and that emergency suspensions were rarely issued without strong evidence. He said the complete inquiry would continue, but today's hearing showed the direction. Finally, my dad smiled after months. The story broke in legal news within 4 days. The headlines included a Harvard-trained lawyer, suspended for allegedly sabotaging in-law proceedings. Articles cited poker night recording and trend across numerous incidents. Dylan's law firm stated they were undertaking a comprehensive internal inquiry and took attorney misconduct seriously. They said they suspended Dylan immediately after learning of the claims, and were collaborating with the Bar Association. All Dylan's cases were being reviewed to find other victims, the statement stated. My phone started getting texts from strangers, wondering if Dylan Williamson was my ex-boyfriend. I didn't reply to most, but I texted Nate to thank him again for capturing that poker night and sending it to me. He replied back that he'd done the right thing and hoped my dad was okay. Tess wrote that the whole company was shocked and couldn't believe Dylan had done anything so horrible. She added numerous partners were unhappy, since this controversy tarnished the firm's credibility. A week after the controversy broke, Victoria called to say she'd met with James Turner and Olivia Chase from my dad's former employer to discuss settlement alternatives. She said the corporation was apprehensive about being linked to a case where they won because the other lawyer tossed it knowingly. After the Tuesday morning meeting at Victoria's workplace, she said James seemed uncomfortable the whole time. Olivia kept checking her phone like her employer was sending texts every few minutes. Victoria began by playing bits of the poker night recording where Dylan confesses to sabotaging the case. Dylan laughing about my dad, crying after the decision made James crimson. Olivia dropped her head into her hands. James informed Victoria he was shocked. Dylan did poorly at trial, given the overwhelming case evidence. He waited for Dylan to object, divert, or enter the important documents, but Dylan did nothing. James speculated that Dylan was suffering a personal crisis throughout the trial. He would have reported Dylan sabotaging his client if he knew it, since it tarnishes the legal system. Olivia said the corporation worried about the public discovering they won a discrimination case because the victim's counsel purposefully lost. She stated their legal team reviewed everything, and thought my dad's original case was solid and should have won. To prevent unfavorable press, the corporation sought to settle quickly and quietly. Victoria detailed my dad's demands: full pension, 4 years of back pay, and emotional suffering compensation. After 25 minutes, James and Olivia agreed to everything, after calling their employer. Victoria called me after the meeting to say the firm promised to restore my dad's entire pension benefits if he'd never been sacked, 4 years of back pay at his final wage, and emotional distress compensation. She showed me all the numbers and said this was better than what my dad would have won if the trial had gone well. The settlement was more generous because the corporation was keen to resolve issue before reporters asked questions. To tell my folks, I drove straight home. Dad was in the garage, fixing an old lawnmower because he couldn't afford a new one or pay someone to replace it. I invited him inside because Victoria had case news. After seeing me, my mom switched off the stove while making lunch. I explained Victoria's settlement offer and its details. My dad gazed at me like he didn't comprehend for a while. Then he cried. His body shook with sobbing. My mom cried and hugged him. Dad kept repeating he couldn't believe it, after months of thinking he'd lost everything. He stated Dylan's actions made him sure he'd have to sell the house and work until he died. He tried to gather himself at the kitchen table while I sat with him. He said he had nightmares about losing the house every night. He dreamed of informing my mom they had to move into a little apartment, and he couldn't retire. The settlement allowed him to retire with enough money to keep the house. His only goal was to retire with dignity after 19 years of employment. My mom poured coffee, and we waited over an hour, while Dad analyzed everything. I was repeatedly asked if the firm agreed to everything. I showed him Victoria's settlement terms email. He read 3 times. Isabel directly called my cell phone days later. Dylan's law firm fired him for cause after their investigation, she said. She said Dylan wouldn't get severance or benefits. The firm uncovered willful client sabotage and professional misconduct. Isabel told me they were reviewing every Dylan case to identify more victims. She was furious when she said Dylan had ruined the firm's reputation. Dylan ruined their trust-based company, she alleged. The firm was taking this so seriously, they engaged independent investigators to analyze Dylan's whole career. In 2 weeks, investigators identified 2 additional suspicious Dylan performances. Both cases featured clients with family ties to Dylan's girlfriends. Dylan defended a woman's uncle in a contract dispute 4 years ago. Dylan hardly prepared and the uncle lost everything. Another case included a girlfriend's stepfather's business dispute from 2 years ago. Same missed deadlines, forgotten documents, and poor performance. Isabel said the business was contacting previous clients for assistance and submitting everything to the Bar Association. Even though it happened years ago, she wanted to make amends. After Victoria reviewed everything with my dad again, he accepted the settlement offer. The company processed everything quickly to complete before anyone found out. My dad received full back salary and emotional damages within 2 weeks. His pension benefits were restored in the business system, like he was never sacked. He could start collecting his pension immediately, since he was already past the age. I accompanied Dad to the bank for the check deposit. He kept staring at the deposit slip, expecting it to vanish. After the bank manager praised him, Dad smiled for the first time in months. That night, My parents took me to a fancy restaurant they never would have gone to due to money concerns. Dad requested a premium steak and wine from the waitress. I saw Clara, a therapist, to process everything. My normal doctor prescribed it after I told her I was having difficulty sleeping, and kept replaying Dylan's confession in my thoughts. Clara's office was quiet near downtown. She had soft chairs and tissues on every table. Clara requested the full tale in our first session. I spent almost an hour discussing Dylan, my dad's case, the sabotage, and everything that followed. Clara took notes without interrupting. Her conclusion that Dylan's treachery was severe made sense, and I was struggling to process it. Dylan was good at manipulating and concealing his genuine motives, she said. Clara explained, trusting someone you love doesn't make you weak or stupid. Dylan acted trustworthy to mask his true intentions. Clara helped me separate my Dylan rage from my relationship feelings over the next few sessions. I kept telling myself I was stupid for overlooking the signs. Clara noted that Dylan's system relied on appearing normal while committing crimes. She felt Dylan's character was the issue, not trust or love. Clara provided me techniques to distinguish good connections from manipulation. I learned about future red flags. She helped me understand that Dylan's treachery taught me to follow my senses when something feels wrong. Victor called a few weeks later, to report his findings. He stretched his report across a downtown coffee shop table when I met him. Numbers were damning. Dylan had a 96% victory record overall, but that dropped to 0 when the client had a family linked to his date. Victor had found 4 occurrences of this pattern. Victor found my dad's case, the ex-girlfriend's mother's divorce, and 2 others through court records and interviews. Dylan demonstrated the same suspected incompetence, missing deadlines, unprepared court appearances, and failure to enter essential evidence in each case. Victor even unearthed emails where Dylan discussed one case with a colleague, proving he grasped the winning strategy but failed to use it at trial. The 50-page report included illustrations, timelines, and statistical comparisons. Victor said this was his clearest evidence of willful misbehavior in 20 years as an investigator. The following day, I submitted Aaron at the Bar Association the full report. Aaron called me 4 days later, energized. The bar's thorough inquiry confirmed Victor's independent analysis. Dylan intentionally ruined several clients' cases for selfish gain. The proof was overwhelming. Aaron explained that they questioned witnesses, reviewed court transcripts, and examined Dylan's case history. Every evidence showed willful malfeasance, not incompetence. The Bar Association recommended permanent disbarment without reinstatement. Aaron said this was the harshest penalty for attorneys who abuse client confidence. Dylan's frequent infractions and premeditation made rehabilitation impossible, he added. The formal disbarment hearing was early December. The Bar Association wrote to invite me to give an impact statement at Dylan's hearing. His identified victims were all invited. I wrote and rewrote my statement at my kitchen table for hours. I focused on Dylan's betrayal of my parents and family, not my relationship with him. Dad's 19 years of loyalty and complete trust in Dylan were described. Dylan used that trust to damage Dad's finances and peace of mind. I wrote about Dad's insomnia and Mom's house loss fears. I described the anguish of watching my father cry after the verdict, unaware that his lawyer had rigged the outcome. I kept my tone neutral and let the events speak for themselves. The statement was 3 single-spaced pages. Bar Association offices hosted the hearing in a sophisticated conference room. I arrived early with my folks in Victoria. Dylan was at a table with his elderly attorney, who was shuffling papers and appearing uncomfortable. The panel had 3 attorneys and 2 public members behind a raised podium. This was no ordinary courtroom. It was formal and serious. The panel chair started the hearing and described it. Impact statements were read by each victim. Dylan and his counsel would testify before the panel deliberated. First I went. I held my declaration with shaky hands. The voice remained steady. I read all I wrote about Dad trusting Dylan, and how it was used against him. I stated Dylan's case wasn't lost due to incompetence. For his personal benefit, he devastated my dad's finances and peace of mind. I mentioned how Dad had to select groceries or utilities some weeks. I described his post-trial melancholy and worry. After finishing, the panel chair thanked me, and I sat down. Hand squeezed by Dad. Next, Dylan's ex-girlfriend testified via video call from out of state. She recalled how Dylan stopped her mother from negotiating a fair divorce settlement. Dylan kept pushing her to accept little amounts, even though her mother deserved large assets after 30 years of marriage. He arrived in mediation unprepared, and failed to prove her husband's concealed income. The ex-girlfriend cracked when she revealed how her mother lived in a small apartment while her ex-husband maintained the property and retirement money. She spent years blaming herself for choosing a lousy lawyer for her parents. She realized Dylan did it intentionally after discovering the pattern. Victor identified other victims who submitted written comments that the panel chair read. Each described suspicious incompetence in family matters. Panel debated for 48 minutes. While we sat silently, I watched the wall clock tick forward. Dylan regarded the table. Dylan didn't respond to his attorney's whispers. The chair communicated the panel's judgment immediately upon return. Permanent disbarment without reinstatement. When the chair explained their reasoning, the room was quiet. Dylan's actions betrayed the attorney-client relationship. Personal gain motivated his sabotage of many clients. The pattern demonstrated frequent infractions and premeditation. The legal profession would not allow such behavior. The chair said rehabilitation couldn't be judged when an attorney intentionally damages clients as part of a system. Dylan lost his law license instantly. Dylan's face during the disbarment was watched. He appeared destroyed. All the arrogance and smugness from his apartment that night was gone. His counsel stood forward to argue for suspension over disbarment. He said Dylan was sorry and deserved redemption. Panel chair interrupted him. Deliberate sabotage made rehabilitation impossible to judge, she added. Dylan consistently misled trusting clients. The verdict was final. Dylan's attorney took his documents and departed through a side door. I felt only chilly satisfaction seeing him go. Victoria sued Dylan for malpractice the following week on Dad's behalf. His sabotage caused emotional and financial suffering. Thus the lawsuit sought damages. Victoria said this was unrelated to the company deal. That settlement addressed wrongful firing. This case targeted Dylan's professional carelessness and intentional wrongdoing. She said malpractice lawsuits take years. But Dylan's disbarment and strong evidence may advance it quickly. Father signed all documents at Victoria's office. He looked exhausted yet determined. Mom informed Victoria it wasn't about money anymore. It meant ensuring Dylan faced all consequences. Within 2 weeks, Dylan's malpractice insurer contacted Victoria. They examined all disbarment hearing and Victor's investigation material. Their attorney assured Victoria they wouldn't fight the accusation. Dylan's intentional wrongdoing violated his policy, but they wanted to settle swiftly to prevent litigation. They proposed a settlement that covered Dad's original and new legal bills. The settlement also compensated Dad for his emotional anguish. Victoria increased the final sum by $22,000. Dad took the deal. Within a month, the insurance company processed everything. My parents took a 2-week vacation to a seaside resort they'd always desired with settlement money. The weather was cold and gray at home when they went in early January. Dad emailed me images every day of him relaxing on the beach, tan, and having gourmet dinners and sunset walks. Dad was finally sleeping through the night without trial nightmares, Mom texted. He grinned more in one vacation week than in the previous year, she claimed. They returned, rejuvenated and joyful, discussing a spring trip. Dad said the vacation felt like the first time in ages since he could enjoy life without worry. I started apartment hunting 4 days, following their return. Dylan picked me up for dates, and stayed over at my old house too much. Every corner brought back his words or actions. I discovered a 1-bedroom across town at a park I'd never visited with him. Big windows and wooden floors graced the older structure. The day I saw the lease, I signed. Moving day was tiring yet fun. I spent 4 days unpacking boxes and organizing furniture, after hiring movers for big goods. Dylan informed me about his Harvard classes on the old couch, so I bought a new one. I chose drapes, kitchenware, and wall art. Everything was mine, not his. The place felt like home after a week. I could walk in without thinking about him every 5 minutes. Tess called me one afternoon while I hung pictures. She said, Dylan's firm changed drastically after the release. They now need 2 attorney review for cases involving firm lawyers' relatives. Senior partners checked case files for poor representation in quarterly performance assessments. Tess said the management partners took serious action because of my willingness to come forward. She said most people would have kept silent to avoid trouble, but speaking up definitely saved Dylan from undermining further cases. The company wanted me to know they were serious about fixing Dylan's long-standing issues. A letter arrived at my parents' place 4 weeks following disbarment. Mom sent it to my new address. I didn't identify the return label's name from a 2-hour away city. Victor found a handwritten note from a woman claiming to be another victim. She said that Dylan represented her in an employment case 5 years ago while dating her daughter. The case should have been easy, but Dylan barely defended her and she lost. She thought her case was poor or bad luck for years. Her burden was lightened when she discovered Dylan's pattern. She thanked me for exposing him and said she was helping Victoria file a malpractice lawsuit. The letter showed me how many people Dylan damaged and how many blamed themselves, not him. With his full pension restored, Dad retired in March. He bought golf equipment and gardening supplies in his first week of retirement. He joined the public courses senior league and grew tomatoes and peppers in the backyard. Mom emailed me images of him drinking coffee on the terrace every morning, looking peaceful and tan. His call came on a Sunday afternoon when I was grocery shopping. He said he was happier after everything. Years of working with low-valued individuals had progressively killed his spirit. He could now enjoy his days without worrying about performance assessments and office politics. He had a lighter voice than ever. A work acquaintance introduced me to my first date in April. Clara helped me distinguish healthy relationships from Dylan's manipulation. During our session before the date, she reminded me that Dylan's betrayal taught me to follow my instincts when something feels wrong. The date was normal, although the guy was polite. We went out twice more before agreeing we weren't compatible. I had several dates in the following months. Some performed better. Clara made me realize I was watching for red signs and how people treated me. I didn't rush or ignore warning indications like before. Gavin contacted early May. Some legal ethics professors asked the Bar Association to incorporate Dylan's case in their seminars. Disbarment became a cautionary tale in the legal world about practitioners betraying client trust. Gavin informed me they were creating training materials using Dylan's case to demonstrate significant wrongdoing and its consequences. He said, "My case was used in legal circles to demonstrate why ethics regulations are so tight." In June, I met Nate at a coffee shop near my new apartment. He was meeting someone for his podcast and we talked for 25 minutes. He told me the poker group cut Dylan off after everything came out. Nobody wanted to be linked with him. Nate was pleased he filmed that night because staying silent would have made him part of Dylan's nastiness. He nearly deleted the recording since it felt like betraying a buddy. He knew Dylan had misled everyone who trusted him, and that friendship didn't mean shielding someone from their fate. Nate appeared glad to hear my dad was retired and doing well. This strengthened my relationship with my parents. Family dinners every couple of weeks let us relax without the tension of the preceding year. One night while washing dishes, Mom told me she was proud of how I handled everything. She claimed many would have collapsed or been angry. I used it to get Dad justice. We discovered we could suffer awful betrayals and overcome them. Dad started asking my opinion more and treating me like an adult, not his kid. Everything became more adult and respectable. Dylan sought closure through a mutual acquaintance in July. The acquaintance called to relay the message, and I declined to talk to Dylan. The next session with Clara taught me that closure comes from within, not from talking to betrayed people. Dylan wanted closure to feel better, not to heal me, she said. I owed him nothing. He didn't need to approve my recuperation. Learning to break up and move on without his explanation or apology was crucial to recovery. It felt good to decline. The boss called me into her office in August. I thought I'd done something wrong, but she told me I was promoted to senior analyst with a big raise. Since last year, my work had improved, she said. I was more assertive in meetings and better at making decisions under pressure. Dylan's complete experience improved job performance. I gained confidence in my judgment and stood up for what was right. Those skills carried over into my working life. The promotion felt like confirmation that I'd evolved from everything that happened instead of letting it break me down. Dad called me in September to say he was considering what to do with settlement money. He planned to start a small fund for wrongly sacked workers, without counsel. He told Victoria about how many wrongly fired workers never sue because legal bills are too high. Victoria's firm decided to join with him to screen cases and identify situations where they could genuinely make a difference. Dad paid $60,000 into the fund, and Victoria's firm promised to handle cases at lower rates for persons the fund selected. They allowed workers to apply with termination facts and evidence. Dad assessed applications himself and helped decide which situations had the strongest merit. The first individual they helped was a woman in her 50s, who got fired immediately before her benefits kicked in. Within 3 months, Victoria settled her case. Dad rang me after that first triumph, sounding joyful than in years. He found purpose in helping others avoid what he went through. Over the next few months, the fund aided 6 additional persons. The Bar Association sent a big packet to my apartment 2 weeks later. Dylan's final report detailed every sabotage found. The 40-page report included my dad's case and Dylan's 3 cases. When clients were related to women he dated, his victory percentage dropped to 0. All victims testified, and poker night remarks were used. The report concluded with policy suggestions to avoid similar scenarios. Attorneys' family relationships should be properly monitored by law companies. The Bar Association should require more conflict disclosure from attorneys. Clients should understand their second opinion rights. Aaron's handwritten comment on the main page thanked me for coming forward, and that my courage had led to major reforms. Reading the report was weird. Documenting everything in official terms made it more real. Dylan's acts were immortalized. Future lawyers' ethics classes would examine this case. The report was in my desk drawer, and I glanced at it when I needed to recall that speaking up mattered. Aaron invited me to a legal ethics conference in November to discuss professional misconduct in my dad's case. I almost didn't go since hearing strangers discuss what happened was unsettling. During our week-long session, Clara encouraged me. She suggested hearing legal experts analyze the matter to help me understand my actions. Nearly 200 lawyers and law students attended the downtown hotel meeting. Law professor presented Dylan's case in the ethics panel. While I sat in the back, her timeline showed how Dylan's sabotage went unnoticed for years. She advised clients and colleagues on danger indicators. A number of lawyers questioned how to avoid similar problems in their firms. One young lawyer proposed new case review methods. Another explored improving client complaint channels. Listening to them use my dad's pain as a lesson opportunity was uncomfortable at first, but I recognized it was right. Dylan injured others, and was now protecting prospective clients. A different justice than his disbarment. I left that conference feeling like I'd contributed to the legal profession, even though I wasn't a lawyer. Nate called me with the recording a year after that poker night, changing my life. I managed a small staff after another promotion. Dad worked on the money and played golf 3 times a week after retiring. Mom had resumed art classes, and seemed more calm than in decades. Family dinners every 2 weeks were easy and comforting. We stopped talking about Dylan unless someone mentioned the fund or a case it helped with. Later that night in Dylan's place, my rage had subsided. I wasn't angry or bitter. I was content knowing Dylan would never practice law again, and couldn't injure anyone like Dad. Justice wasn't always speedy or faultless, but when you gathered proof and didn't retract, it worked. I learned to trust my instincts when something felt wrong. I learned that doing the right thing was worth the pain. Most significantly, I learned that betrayal doesn't have to break you if you use your suffering to go forward. Life was great now. My new boyfriend respected my family. Dad was content and wealthy. Our family overcame a tragic event, and grew stronger. Every time Dad's name appeared on a settlement check for a fund client, I was glad I'd exposed Dylan's lies. Dylan didn't get away with injuring others. That knowing gave me more serenity than his apologies. My husband cheated on me by pushing me to have a child despite our mutual vow to remain child-free. Then, I kicked him out and took back all his assets. I've been married to my spouse, David, for 7 years. It all began when I was a 30-year-old personal assistant dealing with my father's passing. Anyone who has experienced the loss of a parent knows how lonely and empty it can make you feel. I was in a very difficult emotional situation. Then David appeared, an endearing elderly man who seemed to know just what to say to make me feel better. We did have a corny tale at first, and perhaps that's why I fell deeply in love with him. He was safe, dependable, and affectionate, everything I was searching for at the time. He always treated me like a real gentleman when we went on these incredible outings. My mother adored him from the beginning. Because we are from different ethnic backgrounds, there was some initial awkwardness when I met his parents, but they have since warmed up to me. I immediately clicked with his sister Chloe, and we grew very close. We frequently go shopping or have lunch together, and we converse frequently. I feel like Chloe is the sister I've always wanted but never had. She and I share everything, and there are moments when I am so thankful that my spouse brought her into my life. When David chose to pop the question on his own, we were still in the middle of our romantic phase. He invited all of our loved ones to a surprise engagement party, which totally took me off guard. I said yes without much doubt. I still clearly remember our family's beaming grins as they continued to extol the virtues of David and me being a match made in heaven. Admittedly, I also firmly believed that for a very long period, our honeymoon was spent in Mexico for 2 weeks, and our wedding went off without a hitch. We didn't really face reality till we got back home. He was quite fussy about his possessions, and didn't want me to add my own touch to anything in his living room or bedroom. So moving into his apartment became pretty difficult. In an attempt to reach a compromise, I proposed that I gradually introduce my style across the house to give him time to get used to it. But then he complained about how big my wardrobe was, saying that no one in their right mind needed that many clothing. Like any other woman, I'm not a fashion influencer, but I did have a wardrobe that I didn't want to part with. Because he didn't want me to occupy half of his wardrobe, he urged that I reduce my wardrobe as much as possible. I acknowledged that I didn't want him to feel confined in his own place, and acknowledged his worries. I made the decision to store my clothes in the guest room rather than in our bedroom. He then had a problem with the magnets on my refrigerator. I always wanted to travel when I was younger, so when I eventually found a job, I made it a point to save money and take as many trips as I could. As a small custom, I would gather fridge magnets from every new place I traveled to and proudly put them on my fridge as keepsakes of my travels. But David always thought they were cheap and gaudy. He was adamant about not letting any of my magnets on our refrigerator. I reluctantly agreed to let it go after we got into some hot disputes about it, but he ultimately persuaded us not to start our marriage on a rough note. I spent a lot of time with my family and friends throughout the first 4 years of my marriage. David, however, was more of a homebody, particularly because he worked long hours and frequently felt exhausted. I didn't mind going out by myself because I liked to mingle and go out with my pals. David would occasionally advise me to stay at home, but we still managed to have 2 date nights a week, which I loved. I liked hanging out with him most evenings, but sometimes I also enjoyed going out with other people. In a similar vein, I never objected to him having his own hobbies, such as spending Sundays with his golf friends. However, I became aware of a change in David's behavior during the 5th year of our marriage. We were quite explicit when we got married that we didn't want kids, but all of a sudden, David began telling me that he wanted to have a child and that he would adore having a child with me. This caught me off guard and reminded me that we both decided not to have children. David, however, dismissed it, stating that he preferred to see me with a growing tummy. I was rather uneasy with what he said. He would repeatedly insist on not wearing a condom, which increased my anxiety that he was attempting to coerce me into being pregnant. He had been claiming up until last year that he appreciated the fact that we didn't have any more duties from having kids. So I had a number of chats with him to try to figure out why he wanted to become a parent so quickly. David persisted in his belief that our marriage would be ideal once I became pregnant and could quit my job. I was afraid at the prospect of losing my job. I know many of you may disagree, but after scheduling a visit with my physician, I made the decision to begin using birth control pills. Fortunately, it was successful, and I never became pregnant. David, meantime, kept acting in an unpredictable manner. Every time I wanted to spend time with my friends, he even began asking me who I was hanging out with and where we were going. I've always been shy about what I wear, so I was surprised when he would make comments about my attire. Even if I was wearing a regular shirt and jacket, he would advise me to cover up more because he was worried about what other guys could think of me. I dismissed it at first, but he became increasingly combative and insisted that I always change before leaving the house. It caused me to feel uneasy and uncertain about our connection. After a few weeks, I became aware that my closet was lacking some of my favorite items. I flipped the home upside down in an attempt to find them at first because I believed I was going insane. David said he had no idea when I questioned him about it. But I found my things crammed into an empty shoebox while searching through the garage. I confronted him about it because I was so angry. He initially denied knowing anything about it, but I told him that since there were only the 2 of us in the house, he couldn't evade accountability. After a lengthy fight, he finally acknowledged that he had concealed my clothing so that I couldn't wear it when I went out with my friends. I was horrified and enraged. He went on to defend it by saying that he was merely attempting to keep me from seeming foolish because boys sometimes called girls who dressed like that easy or lacking in character. I lost my cool and screamed at him, telling him that he had lost his mind and that he had no authority to decide what I could or could not wear. I told him that since I had been married to him for 5 years and had never betrayed him, he shouldn't be so concerned about what other guys thought. I made it apparent that no sane person would treat their partner in such a domineering way. He eventually apologized, and since this was the first strange thing he had ever done to me, I decided to let it go since I assumed he might be going through a phase or something. But it continued to worsen. I started to realize that my phone was strangely losing messages from friends and relatives. For example, if I spoke with my mother and scheduled a meeting, I wouldn't be able to find any evidence of our conversations a few days later. It left me really perplexed. I initially believed there might be a bug on my phone, so I updated it to address any possible problems. Then I received a call from one of my friends asking if I was available for a little party she was hosting at her house with her close pals. She promised to send me the invitation to the party shortly. I never got them on my phone, though. I told her that I never got a message from her after our talk when she called later to ask why I hadn't responded. She didn't show me that she had sent me the invitation, which I never got, until I went to her party the next weekend. Everything was so weird and eerie. I made the decision to get a new phone for myself after I started to believe it was hacked. I didn't want to sell my old phone just in case I could fix it later because I am an emotional hoarder. I had been discussing these weird happenings with my husband David throughout this period, and he appeared to be as perplexed as I was. But I didn't remember to tell him about it the day I got my new phone. I was so thirsty when I woke up that night, so I went to grab some water. I was shocked to see my husband squatting on the couch with both phones in his hands as soon as I walked into the living room. My eyes took a moment to adjust, but then I saw that he was looking through my phone. "What the hell are you doing?" I shouted him loudly, unable to control my disbelief and frustration. He startled, obviously taken aback by my unexpected arrival. He began to babble about how I was obviously cheating because I had purchased a new phone without consulting him. As I stood there in disbelief, trying to make sense of what was happening in the middle of the night, he went on a tirade about how he should never have trusted me. I politely told him that he was already aware of the problems I was having with my old phone and that I had recently purchased a new phone, which I hadn't even set up yet, so he could have waited for me to bring it up. When I questioned him again the following day about why he was holding both of my phones in the middle of the night, he sheepishly attempted to explain that he was only checking to see if there were any problems with my phone. I saw that he had opened my chats on the old phone when I grabbed my phone from him. I had an epiphany like a flash of lightning. I came to the conclusion that David was the one removing my messages, which is why I was not getting invitations from my loved ones. He continued to insist that he couldn't sleep and had gone outside to watch TV when he happened to find my new phone next to my bedside table and started looking through it inquisitively. According to him, he was also looking through my old phone to see if there were any bugs I might have overlooked. I asked him directly if he had been erasing my messages from the phone while giving him a blank stare. David became upset upon hearing this and angrily disputed everything, telling me that it was ridiculous to even ask him. He was adamant that he would never act in such a manner. But even though he denied it, I couldn't get rid of the uneasy sensation that something wasn't quite right. He had no defense when I pointed out that he was obviously reading my texts in the middle of the night. I couldn't understand why in the world he would harm me in that way. I informed him that I couldn't see my friends or family because he was deleting my texts. I couldn't understand why he would so subtly undermine my relationships with my loved ones, and it seemed like a betrayal on many levels. I was no longer even able to look him in the eyes. I chose to follow my instincts since I was so appalled. I informed him that I needed some distance since he had gone too far this time. With the intention of moving in with my mother for a bit, I started packing my luggage. Finally acknowledging that he had been erasing my texts in order to spend more time with me, he begged me to stay. I previously spent a lot of time with him, so I couldn't understand how he could defend such a privacy invasion. When I told my mother about it later, she acknowledged that what he had done was unusual. But she also said that even though his acts were incorrect, I was lucky to have a husband who still loved me so much after all these years. She may have said that, but I still felt uneasy and betrayed. My spouse was always messaging me and calling me like a crazy person. He sent me messages ranging from an apology to accusations that I was unfaithful to him. I kept my phone off for the following few days and attempted to divert my attention by assisting my mom around the house. I'm not sure why, but I knew there was a problem with David, but I was unsure of how to address it. It seemed as though I was too naive to acknowledge the reality to myself. Fortunately, Chloe arrived to console me. Knowing what her brother had been doing to me upset her just as much as it did me. Now, since Chloe and her brother are related by blood, I know many of you would assume that she would naturally stand by him. However, Chloe is a girl's girl. Since I had never done anything to warrant David's suspicion, she reassured me that my feelings were entirely normal and that no spouse should wake up in the middle of the night to check on his wife's phone and act in such a manner. She acknowledged that something was wrong and said she would speak with him to find out more. After speaking with her, I did feel a lot better, and I hoped she could help David understand. After speaking with Chloe, I did turn on my phone since I felt much better. But David sent me a ton of irate texts. In some of his texts, he even threatened to divorce me and leave me penniless, just like my father had done. He sounded like a completely different person. This was very out of character for him, and I couldn't figure out what I had done to anger him. There were no fresh messages that day, too, so I assumed that perhaps he had realized his error and was feeling sorry. I was hoping that one day he would give me a call so we could work things out. But 3 days later, Chloe called to inform me that she had some news that I might not be happy about. She was irate when she arrived and showed me photos she had shot outside David's house on her phone. A young blonde woman was seen entering our house in the photos. When Chloe revealed that David had been unfaithful to me, I was unable to comprehend what it meant. My breath seemed to have been forced out of my lungs, as Chloe went on to tell me that she had been observing this girl entering and leaving David's house for the last 2 days and that she thought her brother was having an Affair? I simply shook my head. I felt like throwing up and my entire body was trembling. I shrugged Chloe off her attempt to embrace me and hurried into my bathroom. I could feel a dull throb in my brain, and the world around me was whirling. I couldn't stop thinking that this couldn't be true and that there might be a more straightforward explanation. Chloe had a troubled look on her face when I emerged from the restroom. My mother gave me a furious look after learning about my husband's actions from Chloe. The more I tried to explain to them why a young woman like that was going to meet my husband while he and I were fighting, the more I could see my mom and Chloe staring at me with a pitiful expression that nearly made me sick. I tried to laugh it off and tell them that it was probably a housekeeper or one of David's co-workers. I continued to stare at the floor even after my mother gently forced me to sit down. Chloe informed me how, despite the proof, she too wished to think her brother wasn't cheating. I shook my head when she inquired if David had gotten in touch with me in the previous 3 days. She remained silent, and I started crying uncontrollably after that. The immense anguish you experience upon learning that your marriage is over is beyond words. I will admit that Mom and Chloe were sitting on the floor with me, each providing me with their own form of consolation. My mother apologized for believing that my cowardly husband would ever change and promised to assist me in finding a divorce attorney once I began to feel a little better. Chloe concurred and informed me that she would look into this mystery woman further, which would be useful to me throughout my divorce from my husband. All I did was nod. They left me to climb into my bed and act as though everything was just a big, bad nightmare because all I wanted to do was go to sleep. But I woke up with a dull hurt in my chest, just like everyone else who had been cheated on, and it dawned on me gradually that the person I loved had cheated on me. I zoomed in as much as I could to see how young the woman appeared in the photos that Chloe had provided me of her entering our house. It infuriated me even more that my pitiful spouse had chosen to hook up with a stranger rather than speak to me like a rational person. My husband was in for a major surprise if he believed that he could do anything he wanted and that I would simply return to him. I intended to file for divorce and seize all of his possessions. I did speak with my mother, and we began looking up local divorce attorneys so we could schedule consultations. When I found a divorce attorney, Chloe would call me anytime she could to see how I was doing. My lawyer told me right away that in order to get the most out of my divorce, we needed to employ a private investigator to collect as much evidence as possible. As long as David learned his lesson and never messed with me again, I didn't care that hiring a PI was expensive. David only sent me 2 messages throughout this period, both of which asked if I was prepared to apologize. I wanted to say a lot of things, but I knew that doing so would alert him to the divorce, and I wanted to witness his reaction when I gave him the divorce papers. The text simply made me more irate. David continued to think that his reaction about my phones was totally okay, thus he never once bothered to visit my mom's house. In the meantime, my lawyer told me that the PI was getting a lot of solid evidence, and that David and this young woman appeared to be in a serious relationship because they were seeing each other almost daily. This gave us the impression that she wasn't just a passing acquaintance and that they might have been having an affair for a while. After hours of internet research, Chloe also discovered that the young woman, who was only 23 years old, was named Sophie. The most startling aspect was that this woman had a criminal record and was wanted in another state due to her childhood involvement in auto theft while working for a gang. It was really unsettling to discover that my spouse had been having an affair with a possible criminal. Sophie must have lied to everyone about her past because she was a stripper at the time. After speaking with Chloe, we both decided that David needed to know the truth about this critical issue. We made the decision to meet in secret with my in-laws so that I could tell them all that had been happening without David finding out. David's parents were initially taken aback by this, as they were unaware that we were experiencing marital issues. They informed me that David had been deceiving them for weeks by claiming that everything was good at home. We had more proof of what the PI had discovered after Chloe also showed them images of Sophie. The fact that their own kid could conduct something so heinous infuriated David's parents. David's mother gave me a hug and told me that they were completely outraged that their son had chosen to have an affair with a criminal stripper and that they had my back. We all devised a scheme to apprehend him so that I could give him the divorce papers and his parents could intervene. His parents took the initiative and called David right away to demand that he have a large celebration for me, his wife, this year so that we could all enjoy it together. My birthday was coming up in a few days. In an attempt to avoid telling his parents what was really going on in our marriage, David tried to sneak out by casually saying, "I probably wouldn't like a big celebration." However, his father doubled down, claiming that he had already spoken to me and that I had told him that I would absolutely love it. When his father brought this up, David appeared surprised, but he ultimately gave in to their pressure to throw me a birthday celebration. He never once mentioned that he was seeing another lady or that I wasn't even living with him at this point. David contacted me later, or at least he left me a number of missed calls because I didn't answer. After that, He messaged me to say that he would love to host a birthday party for me and that, for the benefit of his parents, he hoped I would attend and let the past be forgotten. Pretending that this wasn't the original intention, I responded by telling him that I would gladly go and that it was really considerate of him to do this. In case David rejected his affair, I prepared my divorce documents and my PI's photos for the day of my birthday. David simply smiled dryly at my mother and me when we arrived at his house, not bothering to give me a hug. When we arrived, the man had done nothing at all to adorn the house for my birthday celebration that evening. With gray balloons strewn about the living room and the space looking incredibly filthy, it appeared to be a frat place. When I entered the kitchen, I noticed a stack of unwashed dishes. The fact that David had brought pizza for takeout that night nearly made me laugh. David assisted his parents in settling in when they arrived. We all pretended to be unaware of the situation, waiting for the ideal moment to approach David. Chloe came with presents for me when she got there, and we all sat down to dine while chit-chatting. Everyone congratulated me on turning 35 as we sliced my birthday cake. At this point, David hurried to answer the doorbell. Then, to everyone's surprise, he entered while holding Sophie's hand. Sophie was wearing the sparkling, tiny dress and high heels. David disregarded me entirely and approached his parents, introducing Sophie and stating that this would be the ideal time to make an announcement he had been meaning to make for a while. David then started talking loudly about how no one knew that he had been unhappy in his marriage to me because I had mistreated him emotionally, ignored his feelings, gaslighted and manipulated him, and was never a nice wife to him. He went on to describe how he had recently discovered that I had cheated on him by catching me using a different phone, and how I had left him after he confronted me about it. For dramatic effect, he stopped and went on to add that he could not have made it through the final months of our failing marriage if it weren't for Sophie. He described how, after meeting her 6 months prior, he became aware of how poorly I had been treating him. He went on to say that he and Sophie had been spending more time together ever since I left, and that he had lately discovered that she was even 2 months pregnant. I was not prepared to discover this new information, so my eyes widened in disbelief. Chloe's mouth was agape with disbelief, too, when I turned to face her. David went on to claim that I had failed as a woman by not being a good wife to him during our marriage. But he was fortunate enough to meet Sophie, and he hoped her parents would welcome her. My mother finally gave in to her unwanted thoughts, even though it was obvious that she had been fighting to contain her wrath up until this point. Screaming that David was a piece of trash, she sprang from her chair and flung a full glass of Sprite in his face. Sophie was frightened, and David appeared shocked. Then, Chloe yelled at David, telling him that we all knew he had been having an affair with this woman and that his game was over. She went on to tell him all she had learned about Sophie, including the fact that she was sought for auto theft in another state. You have no idea how pleasant it was to see my hubby start to worry and lose all color. At that moment, I realized that this was my ideal opportunity to serve him with divorce papers. I handed him the papers after removing them from my coat and moving across the table. Now that he had come clean about having an affair, I declared triumphantly that I was done with him and that I was going to take all he possessed. As his parents and Chloe continued to yell at him, my mother and I excused ourselves. I had no intention of staying there any longer since I was tired of him and his theatrics. My mother continued telling me how proud she was to have raised a strong woman like me during the automobile ride. David kept phoning and messaging me, pleading with me to talk, so I'm not sure what Chloe and her parents said to him, but it must have been something negative. When I woke up this morning, I saw nearly 70 messages from David pleading with me to go back to him and promising that he will change. He claims that if I truly loved him, I wouldn't give up so easy and that he is prepared to attend couple counseling. Normally, I wouldn't have hesitated, but if you had asked me last year if I would ever get a divorce from David, I would have said no. But now that things have changed, I am certain that I am headed in the correct direction. My heart still feels bad for him even though my head understands what's right, especially after receiving his heartbreaking messages about how he can't live without me and how he's always wanted to age with me. Reddit Aita exposed my husband's secret life to his family and ultimately led to his divorce because I can't trust my love. Update 1. Whoa, I didn't think so many people would be so critical when I uploaded this. I've had hundreds of direct messages criticizing me for ever considering forgiving this terrible man. I understand, folks. I will not return to David. Now, please stop being so cruel to me. I'll admit that I got carried away when I posted this because I was feeling a little bad. But now that I'm free of all that guilt, I won't ever be influenced by my husband's foolish remarks. Furthermore, my lawyer has encouraged me to keep all lines of communication open until the divorce is official, so I am unable to stop him as some have suggested. I agree with many of you who have pointed out to me that David is still lying and that he must have had an affair with Sophie or another woman in the past, which is why he has become so possessive and controlling in our relationship. I simply want this chapter of my life to be over, so I have no interest in learning the truth, whether it is real or not. Update 2. My last update was a couple months ago. For those who are curious, I did get tested for sexually transmitted diseases, and I am delighted to say that I am clean. At least I have escaped a crisis. My divorce is still dragging on at this point. It is quite annoying that David's attorney continues coming up with ways to delay it, but my attorney and I are determined not to give up. Although I paid for all of the house improvements during the 3 years I was married to David, his attorney does not want me to make any claims against him. In order to provide him a man cave, I painted and organized his basement. We'll make sure I get my share because I was the one who brought in food every week and paid for half of his auto loan. The parents of David and Chloe have stayed in contact with me. When we met last month, Chloe happily informed me that she was engaged. She has already invited me to her wedding, which will take place in the upcoming months. She has stated that she wants me to be there to support her on her special day, but I'm not sure if I should go because I don't want to meet David. Additionally, Chloe told me that David and Sophie are no longer together. Sophie apparently told him that there was no assurance that she was even carrying his child after that major incident on my birthday, since she had actually been having affairs with several men. After that, she left with another man. God knows where, maybe afraid we would report her to the police. Since then, David has been distraught and has been blaming me, but his parents reminded him that it was all his fault and gave him another earful. To be honest, I don't give a damn about his sentiments or his breakup. Hopefully, I will have better news in my next report. In order to move on from all of this, I intend to speak with David's parents in the hopes that they will be able to assist me in finding a method to get David to divorce me as quickly as possible. Update 3. Alright, folks, I succeeded. I'm no longer married. The fact that I am at last free is unbelievable. The judge simply had enough of David and his attorney's efforts to prolong extending our case. David ultimately consented to grant me all of my requests. As it happens, David's parents spoke with him once again and threatened to withhold their inheritance from him if he didn't ultimately file for divorce from me and put an end to these endless arguments. I'm ecstatic, and tonight I'm going to finally go out with my pals and have the time of my life. We're all going to have a great time because I've invited Chloe as well. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who has followed along and sent me encouraging direct messages along this journey. If this story resonates with you, stick around and listen closely. Don't forget to like and share your own experiences in the comments. I spent $1,450 on VIP tickets for my girlfriend's birthday, but she went with her ex. I took back everything and left a note, check your bank balance. Before we continue with the video, viewers, if you would like to see more stories like this, please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Thank you. Supporting her didn't bother me. When you love someone, you do that, don't you? You lay the groundwork for them to pursue their goals. Or at least that's what I told myself each time I made the minimal payments on her college loans as she discovered her artistic voice, as well as the rent, utilities, and grocery bill. I am 30 years old. I work for a mid-sized manufacturing company in supply chain management and logistics. The labor isn't sexy. My days are spent tracking shipping containers, pouring at spreadsheets, and fighting fires between wholesalers in Shenzhen and warehouses in Ohio. It involves a lot of stress and long hours, but the compensation is good enough for me to save a respectable amount each month and buy a great 2-bedroom apartment in the city. The 27-year-old Lena Carter painted in her spare time after working 18 hours a week at a small coffee shop. I respected it, you see. I really did. I wanted her to be successful. I believed that I was becoming her pillar of support. However, the money wasn't the issue. Miles Reed was the issue. Lena Carter's college best buddy was Miles Reed. As far as I could tell, his main discipline was sleeping on my couch and eating the meals I paid for. He was 29 years old and identified himself as a multidisciplinary creative. The dynamic remained constant. Around 6:45 p.m., I would return home, worn out, my tie untied, and eager for some peace and quiet. Additionally, Lena Carter would be preparing dinner with ingredients I had purchased the day before, while Miles Reed would be barefoot, with his feet up on my coffee table, sketching in a notebook. Miles Reed would say, "Hey, corporate drone returns," with a smile that suggested he had just cracked the world's greatest joke. He exuded a certain haughtiness that only comes with never having had to make mortgage payments. "How did the rat race go? Have you won?" I would say, "Hello, Miles Reed," attempting to avoid sounding harsh. Lena Carter would typically give me a distracted cheek kiss since she was too preoccupied laughing at something Miles Reed had just said. 3 weeks prior to her birthday, the event that truly established the tone occurred. On the way home, I indulged in some delicious ribeyes since I wanted to treat myself on a Tuesday. I cooked them to perfection. Naturally, Miles Reed stayed for supper. He simply picked up a dish without asking. Miles Reed began one of his talks while we were eating. With a fork full of my steak, he gestured. "I just don't know how you do it, man. Exchanging your life's hours for a wage. It's really transactional. Like, every time you check in, don't you feel like your soul is a tiny bit weaker?" Keeping my eyes on the platter, I chopped a piece of pork. "It covers the cost of the steak you're eating, Miles Reed, and the condo you're sitting in." Lena Carter let go of her fork. In the abrupt calm, the clatter was loud. "Don't be impolite, OP," she yelled. I was quite perplexed when I looked up. "I'm being impolite." While he was eating my food, he attacked every decision I had made in my life. "You are not being insulted by him." Lena Carter gave me that look and sighed. "The person who said I was being awkward and challenging. He is merely discussing systems and society. You take things very personally. You're so defensive all the time." Miles Reed leaned back and took a sip of the wine I had been saving for a special occasion. "It's a philosophical observation, bro," he continued. "All I'm saying is that I value independence more than comfort." "I couldn't be in that kind of cage, could I?" I remarked, setting down my fork. "When someone else is paying for your comfort, it's simple to put freedom first." Lena Carter got to her feet. "All right, that's sufficient. Go to the bedroom if you're going to be upset because you had a difficult day. Avoid taking your frustrations out on Miles Reed. Due to the rejection of his gallery submission, he has had a really difficult week." I gave her all of my attention. She was standing up for the man who was making fun of me in my own house. However, I was worn out. I was exhausted. I knew that if we got into a disagreement, I would have to apologize for not being supportive, and I didn't have the energy for that. "All right," I replied. I got up and went to the bedroom, leaving my half-eaten steak there. After 10 minutes or so, I could hear them laughing. That's when I ought to have stopped. Now I am aware of that. However, I was engrossed with the sunk cost fallacy. We had spent nearly 4 years together. I cherished her. I kept hoping she would realize how much I did for us when she finally got her chance and grew up a bit. I assumed I would have to wait it out. I so chose to throw a lavish birthday party for her rather than ending our relationship. The Midnight Echo was a band that captivated Lena Carter. They were an indie synth-pop band that had just gained a lot of popularity. They were performing at the largest arena in our city on a single night. It was impossible to obtain tickets. $1,000 a pop was what scalpers were demanding. I asked a coworker who was a vendor and had a connection at the arena for a favor. I coordinated it for a week. For 2 VIP floor seats, front section, early entrance, and everything else, I spent a total of $1,450. I wanted to make a point, even if it was a ridiculous sum of money. Even though I was merely a corporate drone, I wanted to let her know that I was paying attention and that I cared about the things she valued. I can still clearly recall the day I received the digital confirmation. A wave of real joy swept over me. This was going to be the turning point. A night she will never forget. Just the two of us. There would be no Miles Reed. We'd remember it. Since the actual tickets were QR codes on my phone, I printed out a fake one and placed it on a card. I held off on giving it to her until 4 days prior to the concert and her birthday. I arrived home early. For once, Miles Reed wasn't present. In the living room, Lena Carter was painting. I slid the envelope across the coffee table and replied, "Hey." She opened it and said, "Happy early birthday." Her eyes widened. She covered her mouth with paint-stained palms as she gasped. "No way," she said. "The Echo." I smiled and added, "I pulled some strings." "Oh, these are sold out everywhere. 4 seats." I finally got the confirmation I had been craving and felt the warmth in my chest. "I am aware of your deep affection for them." She leaped up and gave me a hug, saying, "I wanted us to have a special night." For the first time in months, I felt true adoration. This is incredible. Thank you very much, God. It was all right for an hour or so. She was sending her friends texts and sharing a photo of the fake ticket on Instagram, making sure to omit the barcode and only include the band name. I prepared dinner, we shared a meal. It had the same vibe as before. Her phone then buzzed at approximately 8:45 p.m. It was a text message. Her smile wavered as she glanced at the television. After typing a brief response, she bit her lip. She glanced at me before turning back to the phone. "What's going on?" As I loaded the dishwasher, I inquired. She whispered, "It's Miles Reed." My stomach constricted. "All right, what is his desire?" She said, "He noticed my post, She avoided eye contact. Her gaze was fixed on her hands. Simple. Oh, he loves this band too. He's really upset. You are aware of that. We used to frequently listen to their debut EP in his dorm room. We kind of like it. Holding a dish, I hesitated. That's unfortunate for him, but I was unable to obtain 3 tickets. I hardly received 2. She said. I know. Her eyes were wet as she raised her gaze to me. But since the gallery rejection, he's been in such a bad place. He has been discussing the idea that nothing matters. I'm quite concerned about him. I said, attempting to sound even. Lena Carter. I purchased these tickets for us for your birthday. I know, she said again. Leaning against the counter across from me, she got up and entered the kitchen. Her arms were crossed. But consider it. Although you enjoy them, you don't connect with the lyrics the way we do. You will simply nod your head while standing there. This could save Miles Reed's life. In actuality. I carefully put the platter down. Suddenly, the kitchen air felt extremely thin. Even though I knew where this was headed, my brain would not accept it. It was too nasty. Too ridiculous. Lena Carter, what are you saying? She inhaled deeply as though she were the one who had to make a difficult decision. She said, I think I should take Miles Reed. Now he is more deserving. The words lingered between us, poisonous and weighty. I kept my eyes on her, waiting for the punchline, for her to laugh and tell me that she was kidding and that she wouldn't really take her boyfriend out on a date with another man. She didn't laugh though. She simply gave me that defiant, chin-tilted expression that she usually had when she sought to intimidate her way into being correct but knew she was wrong. Let me clarify. My voice was dangerously quiet as I spoke. I spent $1,450. I requested favors. I organized a romantic evening for us. Do you wish to accompany Miles Reed? It's not a date. Oh, P. You're so insecure, God. She rolled her eyes and moaned. It has to do with the music. This band have a mystical significance for both Miles Reed and me. The only reason you like them is that they're catchy. It's not the same. When Miles Reed is depressed, he needs this. How about me? I inquired. Am I only the wallet in this equation, or do I have any significance? Her expression stiffened. Didn't you purchase those for my birthday? In a sense, they belong to me. Isn't it my right to decide with whom I celebrate my birthday? You would want me to have the greatest experience if you truly loved me. Being there with someone who genuinely understands it is the best experience. That was the time. There was no loud explosion. Like a breaker tripping in a fuse box, there was a soft click. The optimism that she would ultimately mature, the love and the patience. Everything simply stopped working. I realized I didn't know this woman when I saw her standing in the kitchen I had paid for, dressed in clothing I had purchased, and preparing to take another man to a concert I had sponsored. Or rather, I saw her at last. She was a successful artist. She saw me as a tool and was a narcissist. I inhaled deeply. I didn't shout. I didn't turn things around. All right, I replied. Startled by the abrupt surrender, she blinked. I turned back to the dishwasher and replied. Okay, if that's what you want. Consider Miles Reed. Take him if he really needs it. She sighed with relief and came running to give me a back hug. She didn't detect my flinch. Thank you. You are the greatest, my dearest. You're so understanding, really. This would make most guys such jerks. I looked at the soapy water and responded, yeah. I'm not like most men. The following 4 days were a logistics masterclass. I was not asleep. Caffeine and icy adrenaline powered my operations. I took a sick day the following morning while Lena Carter worked her coffee shop shift. About 4 miles distant, closer to my workplace and farther from the arts neighborhood she adored, I went to a posh apartment building. I had cash on hand and decent credit. I agreed to a 1-bedroom lease that went into effect right away. I didn't care if it was more expensive than our existing location. I then gave our present landlord a ring. It's OP, Robert Hayes. I understand that our lease is currently month to month, but I must end it right away. Son, you must provide 30 days. Hayes complained. I am aware. I'm giving up the keys on Sunday, but I'll pay the entire rent for the next month as a penalty. There won't be anyone there. Hayes was content to accept double rent for a vacant apartment. I'm good with it. By Sunday night the keys will be in the Dropbox. The trap was that. I was officially giving up possession, but I continued to make payments until the end of the month. She wouldn't simply be tossed when she returned. In a vacant apartment, she would be intruding. I began cleaning on Thursday and Friday nights. I'm planning a massive fundraising event. As I put my devices, books, and winter clothing into boxes, I informed Lena Carter. Make room for the upcoming year, don't you? She hardly looked up from her phone since she was so preoccupied. She was too preoccupied with messaging Miles Reed on the concert's costume arrangement. That's fantastic, sweetie. Could you please take those boxes out of the hallway? The Fune is being blocked by them. Yes, I replied. Tomorrow night, when you're at the concert, I'll transfer them out so your house is tidy when you get home. She remarked. You're sweet. I removed the little, pricey items first, mindlessly. My grandfather's watch, my gaming PC, and the binder containing our birth certificates and passports. During my lunch breaks, I loaded them into my car's trunk and drove them to the new location. I had reduced everything in my life to the furniture by Saturday afternoon, the day before the concert. At 6 p.m., Miles Reed came. He appeared absurd. I wish I was kidding, but he was dressed in narrow jeans, a vintage vest, and a fedora. He entered my place as if it were his own. All set to rock. "L," he yelled. Then he noticed me seated on the sofa. He grinned. "Hey Opie, I appreciate the tick, dude. You're a true one. It's really admirable of you to step aside. The intensity of a live performance like this is too much for some people to bear." I said, "Enjoy it, Miles Reed," without getting up. "Make sure it's worthwhile." From the bedroom, Lena Carter emerged. She was gorgeous. She was dressed in a dress I had purchased for our anniversary the previous year. It took her 2 hours to do her hair in that elaborate fashion, something she hadn't done for a date with me in 6 months. "How do I look?" She twirled and asked. Miles Reed was the person she was asking. Not me. Miles Reed offered her his arm and remarked, "Perfection. We must leave, sweetie. Remember that we have entrance to the VIP lounge?" "Yes," she said, reaching for her handbag. "I want to hit the free buffet before the opener." She stopped at the door and turned back to face me. She appeared guilty for a brief moment. "Are you certain that this is okay to you? Maybe I can get you a t-shirt or something." I said, "I'm sure. Enjoy your evening, that's what I mean. Lena Carter, goodbye." "Goodbye." She blew a kiss at me. The door closed with a click. As their footsteps faded down the corridor, I heard them. I waited until I heard the front door of the building slam. After that, I went to the window and observed them getting into Miles Reed's dilapidated Honda Civic. I took out my phone and dialed as soon as they turned the corner. "You can all come up." Around the block the moving crew was parked. 4 people who relocate. For the rush service, I had paid more. "All of it?" Glancing around the living area, the foreman questioned. I answered. "Everything that isn't hers." It was effective and vicious. My couch. Mine was the 70-inch 4K TV. My dining table. Mine was the pricey espresso machine she used each morning. I own the mattress and the bed frame. I left her belongings, including an easel, paint boxes, clothing, a beanbag chair she had brought from her parents' place, and a pile of old magazines. The flat reverberated in less than 3 hours. It had an emptiness and dusty smell. I completed one last sweep. After inspecting the restroom, I grabbed the toilet paper, shower curtain, and towels. I went through the kitchen and grabbed the food from the refrigerator, the pots, the plates, and the silverware. I even took the router. The flat was dead. Not just deserted. It was a drywall box with an easel in the living room and a stack of her clothes in the center of the bedroom floor. I removed the key to the house from my ring. I wrote the note on a piece of paper I found, the reverse of an old utility bill. Writing a novel was not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to satisfy her by providing an explanation. "He can have the tickets, Lena Carter. How about you? The lease has ended. On Monday morning the landlord arrives. You have 24 hours to gather your belongings." Up. I placed the key and the note on the kitchen counter. In the entire apartment, it was the only remaining surface. After locking the door and leaving, I placed my keys in the landlord's Dropbox account downstairs. I ordered a pizza, blocked her number, got in my car, and drove to my new apartment. Miles Reed was then blocked by me. I blocked her sister after that. I then blocked her parents. I waited for the impending explosion while eating a piece of pepperoni pizza and relaxing on my couch in my new, quiet living room. That night, it didn't happen. I was aware that the event concluded. Around 10:45 p.m., afterward, they would most likely celebrate their spiritual bond by going out for drinks. It would take her till 12:30 or 1:30 a.m. to get home. I had a restful night's sleep. 3 days later, Jason Miller told me what had happened. Jason Miller was a nice man, a gym buddy, and a neighbor in our former building. I knew he would be my eyes and ears, but I hadn't told him I was going because I didn't want to run the danger of leaks. We had coffee close to my workplace. Jason Miller appeared to be traumatized. Jason Miller leaned over the table and said, "Dude. What on earth took place? I believed you were no longer alive." I sipped my dark coffee and remarked, "I moved." "Man, you didn't just move. You disappeared. It resembled the rapture." Jason Miller gave a headshake. "I'm asleep at 2:30 a.m. on a Saturday night. All of a sudden, I hear your unit, Lena Carter, screaming like someone who has committed murder. Yes. She was pounding on the walls. I stepped out into the hallway. She is holding a piece of paper while standing there in this elegant dress with mascara streaming down her cheeks. The door is ajar. It's vacant when I glance inside. Simply empty." I gave a nod. "Proceed." "She freaked out when she saw me. She was yelling that you had been robbed. She wanted to dial 911. I had to inform her. Lena Carter, thieves leave the paintbrushes and do not remove the shower curtain." She then displayed the note to me. Jason Miller stopped and gave me a respectful but scared look. It was chili. Ice chili, OP. She handed her boyfriend my birthday gift. "I just gave her the remainder of the package," I said. Jason Miller responded, "Well, it gets worse. Or, depending on your point of view, better. She made an effort to remain there. However, you turned off the electricity, correct? Early on Monday morning, I moved the service to my new address. I attested to it. She is sitting in the dark then. Hayes arrives for the inspection early on Monday morning. He loses it and threatens to call the sheriff if she doesn't go right away since she is trespassing. When she tries to phone you while sobbing, the notice "number not in service" appears. Where had she disappeared to? I inquired. I was a little guilty, but then I thought about Miles Reed's smile. Man, thanks for the tick. The guilt vanished. According to Jason Miller, she called Miles Reed. He smiled. I assisted her in moving her boxes to his vehicle. Miles Reed is a Civic Coupe driver, dude. The easel needed to be strapped to the roof. The entire time, she was in tears. Miles Reed appeared to be furious. Where was the TV, he kept asking. I chuckled. It was a brief, dry sound. The TV was what he desired. You left the furnishings, he thought. He appeared to want to drive away and leave the girl there when he learned he was only receiving her and her luggage without the subsidies. They are worthy of one another. Yeah, about that, I replied, and Jason Miller grimaced. Yesterday, she stopped by my house in search of you. She appears tough. She asked me where you went, Opie. No, but she won't stop, I replied. This is merely a fight, in her opinion. She is unaware that the eviction is permanent. She'll work it out, I remarked. But Jason Miller was correct. She continued. She searched for me for 4 months. When you chop off a dead limb, the phantom agony is the first thing you notice. When you reach for it, it's gone. However, after the pain subsides, you become aware of something else. The remainder of your body receives the energy again. I waited for the sadness to set in for the first month. I waited for her to be missed. I longed to miss her scent and the way she would cuddle up with me on Sunday mornings. But there was never any sadness. Rather, the math arrived. 5 weeks or so following the move, I recall sitting down with my banking app. I believed there was a malfunction when I glanced at my checking account. The figure was excessively high. It dawned on me then that I had neglected to pay Lena Carter's $550 monthly food. Her art supplies cost $180 a month, and I hadn't paid for them. She took long showers, but I hadn't paid the additional utilities. When she didn't feel like cooking, she ordered takeaway, but I hadn't paid for it. Miles Reed drank craft beer by the 6-pack, and I most definitely hadn't paid for it. Just by being unmarried, I was saving close to $1,800 a month. I spent that cash. Because we were on a tight budget, I used to buy clothes from the clearance rack. But now I have a new wardrobe with true fits. I joined a posh gym that had a chilly plunge and sauna. I began staying late at work because I no longer dreaded going home, not because I had to. Miles Reed was not on my couch. No passive-aggressive remarks about my soul-sucking job were made. My supervisor took note. At a performance review she said, "You seem lighter, OP. More concentrated." I received a 12% rise from her. I heard through the grapevine that Lena Carter was experiencing the reverse. After nearly 2 months, Emily Foster, a mutual acquaintance who had initially called me out for leaving Lena Carter, got in touch. She requested to have drinks together. Curiosity is a powerful drug, yet I nearly said no. Emily Foster appeared worn out. A double vodka tonic was what she ordered. She remarked, avoiding eye contact, "You were right." "Concerning what?" "The whole thing, Miles Reed." Emily Foster let out a sigh. "OP, it's a complete mess over there. You must be aware. She is unhappy." I took my drink and sipped it. She achieved her goal. The man who knows her soul is with her. She is dating an unemployed man. Emily Foster made the correction. Along with 3 other men, Miles Reed resides in a warehouse loft. It has 1 bathroom and no air conditioning. Lena Carter moved in since her earnings from the coffee shop were insufficient to qualify her for an apartment. She is dozing off on a floor mattress. I responded dryly, "That sounds very bohemian." Emily Foster said, "It sounds like hell." There will be no employment for Miles Reed. He claims that at the moment, his creative process is too brittle. In order to feed him, Lena Carter is taking on double shifts. She's worn out. She appears to be 10 years older. Why does she not go? Emily Foster stated, "She's too proud. She is also embarrassed." The other day, she told me that while she was at work, Miles Reed used her credit card to purchase ancient vinyl albums. He gave it his all. She sobbed for several hours. Emily Foster gave me a beseeching look. "OP, she misses you. She never stops talking about you. She is aware of her error." Emily Foster, I cut her off if you simply unblocked her. I'm going if you're here to negotiate a peace agreement. All I'm saying is that she's in pain. He was her choice. I said as I placed money for my drink on the table. He deserved the tickets more, she told me. He deserves the happiness, she assured me. He has it now, and she has him. I no longer have that issue. I left. I didn't feel justified. I was simply relieved. It was proof that I still had a partner. I had gotten away from a parasite. 4 months to the day after the concert, she ambushed me. Downtown, I worked in a glass-walled building. In the lobby, where I typically got my mid-morning espresso, there was a coffee card. I was standing there in my freshly fitted charcoal suit, checking my phone for emails. I felt strong and good. The voice sounded faint and unsteady, yet it seemed recognizable. I pivoted. I took a moment to take in the picture. There stood Lena Carter, but she appeared to be a fading duplicate of the girl I knew in the past. Her normally colorful hair was pushed back into an untidy frizzy bun. She was dressed in a sweater that I knew had seen better days and faded jeans. She had a bone-deep, exhausted appearance. Her hands were shaking a little and she was carrying a cardboard coffee cup. I said, "Lena Carter." I spoke quietly. Professional, as if I were introducing myself to a long-lost dealer. "Why are you in this place?" she said. "I had to see you." She looked at the suit, and then at me. The general atmosphere of health, the watch. I caught a glimpse of pain on her face. "You look great." "I'm fine," I replied. "But I'm busy. In 10 minutes, I have a meeting." "Please, just 5 minutes." She moved in closer. "I'm aware that I'm blocked. We can't conclude nearly 4 years like this without even having a conversation, even if I know you're upset." "In the kitchen," I added, "we had a conversation. Do you recall?" I was perplexed, she shouted, her voice rising, "because you told me Miles Reed deserved it more." A few individuals in the lobby took a quick look. Desperate, she lowered her voice. "He tricked me, Miles Reed. He got into my head, Opie. I felt like I owed him because of him. It was only when it was too late that I realized what I was doing." "When the rent check bounced, you realized it," I added. She winced. "It has nothing to do with money. It concerns us. Miles Reed is a monster. He cheated on me, OP, with a barista who was 20 years old. I asked him to help with finances and he said that I was ruining his vibe. I was ejected by him. I will remain on Emily Foster's sofa." Tears filled her eyes as she gazed at me. The same large eyes that used to force me to open my wallet, fold and apologize. "I apologize," she muttered. "I was wrong. An enormous error. But you are loved by me. I've loved you forever. Miles Reed was merely a dream. You are genuine. Could we just grab coffee? Can we begin again?" I gave her a look. I gave her a serious look. I reflected about the evening I purchased the tickets. I reflected on carrying her for over 4 years. I considered the disrespect. No, I replied. The word lingered. Absolute and uncomplicated. She choked out. No. As simple as that. You will waste nearly 4 years due to a single error. Lena Carter, that wasn't an error. I stated it was a decision. I moved closer to avoid having to yell at her, not to scare her. You were puzzled, which is why you didn't select Miles Reed. You didn't respect me, which is why you choose him. You believed that I would be there forever. You believed that I was a secure contingency that you could put on hold while you went out and had fun with the other guy. That is untrue. It's accurate. I didn't understand the music, you said. He deserved it more, you told me. I looked at my watch. You were correct on one point though. You were deserved by him. You two were a match made in heaven. Both of you desired a life that you were unwilling to strive for. I have nothing. OP wailed, her tears now overflowing. I don't have an apartment. I'm broke. My life is missed. You are missed. The apartment is something you miss. I corrected her. The security was overlooked. The man who made things right was someone you missed. My cuff was adjusted. I am no longer that guy. The instant you left that door with him, that guy passed away. Please. OP. She grabbed hold of my arm. I moved away from her grasp. I had to leave for work. Good luck, Lena Carter, I said. I turned around and headed for the elevators, saying, I hope you find what you're looking for, but it's not me. Her voice cracked as she yelled, OP. He abandoned me. He abandoned me for nothing. I continued. I didn't turn around. With a little beep that sounded like a victory bell, I swiped my badge at the turnstile. Pressing the button for the 28th floor, I entered the elevator. I saw her one final time, little and defeated, standing in the lobby as the door slid shut. I returned to my desk, sat down, and began my spreadsheet after realizing that the ATM was closed, the safety net was gone, and the dull corporate drone had just flown out of her reach forever. The figures appeared flawless. I never imagined that I would be updating this. However, last week's events felt like the concluding period at the end of a lengthy sentence. Life has been peaceful. 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 I was given a corner office and a travel budget after being promoted to senior logistics manager. In the past 5 months, I have visited Berlin and Tokyo. I'm taking my time and dating informally. I've learned not to pay attention to warning signs. Since the lobby incident, I had not heard a word about Miles Reed or Lena Carter. I thought they had vanished into the city's background noise. Then I received a notification from LinkedIn. Your profile has been seen by Lena Carter, last name. My curiosity overcame me. I selected her profile. It was depressing. She had indicated that she was available for employment. According to her employment history, she departed the specialty coffee store 4 months prior. It just stated freelance artist, under the present position, but my former neighbor turned spy Jason Miller was the real kicker. On Sunday, I met Jason Miller at the supermarket. He seems thrilled to see me. He virtually vibrated when he said, Dude. You won't believe who was taken into custody. I assumed it was Miles Reed. Jason Miller confirmed that it was Miles Reed. It was widely shared on the local Facebook community. It seems that he moved in another girl after kicking Lena Carter out. The same motif. He was using her automobile to borrow money. This girl has a sibling who works as a police officer. Jason Miller chuckled. Miles Reed attempted to pawn her laptop for studio time by stealing it. He was caught by his brother. He is investigating charges of possession and theft. The best part, though, comes after. Lena Carter was summoned to testify. Why? He refused to return some of her belongings because he still possessed them. The paints and the easel. When the police searched his loft, they discovered a cache of pilfered goods. To identify her old canvases, Lena Carter had to go to the precinct. Jason Miller showed me a photo that had been taken outside the courthouse. I saw her, though it was hazy. She was smoking a cigarette and staring at the ground while standing by herself on the sidewalk. She appeared to be defeated. There was no sign of Miles Reed, who was probably in custody or interacting with a public lawyer. It was an odd sensation. I was not joyful. I was not depressed. I simply felt validated. She gave up all for an artist who was nothing more than a small-time thief. A narcissist seeking a victim was the deep soul she believed I lacked. I made a steak dinner at home, ate it peacefully, and erased the screenshot that Jason Miller had emailed me. I didn't require it. In order to formally close this account, I wanted to write one final note. My birthday was yesterday. For over 6 months, I've been dating a woman named Rachel Monroe. She works as an architect. She has her own life, money and friends, and she's witty and astute. I don't have to help her. All she wants is for me to be present. She gave me a little envelope while we were having supper. There were 2 tickets inside. She said, "I know you like that band, the Midnight Echo. They are touring as a reunion." I was able to secure 4 seats. I froze. I looked intently at the tickets. I could practically taste the irony. "Is there a problem?" With a worried expression, Rachel Monroe inquired. "We don't have to go if you don't want to. I just came to these on your playlist on Spotify." I gave her a look. Credit was not what she sought. I wasn't being tested by her. She had no intention of giving her best buddy the ticket. All she wanted to do was be kind to me. "No," I replied, grinning. "It's ideal. I would adore going." "Excellent," she smiled. "You might have to sing for us both, though, because I don't know all the lyrics." I said, "I think I can manage it." Last night we attended the concert. It was amazing. The excitement was electric, the lights were dazzling, and the music was deafening. I glanced at the audience during a slow song halfway through the set. Thousands of people raised their hands and screamed. I briefly questioned whether Lena Carter was present. If she was watching the stage and reflecting back on the front row experience she threw away, she could have managed to gather together enough cash for a nosebleed ticket. Rachel Monroe then took hold of my hand and squeezed it. She yelled over the commotion, "This song is awesome." I gave her hand a squeeze in return. "Yes," I said. "It truly is." I stopped searching for Lena Carter. Whether she was present or not didn't matter to me. I came to see that the karma had nothing to do with her ending up with a thief, being broke, or being miserable. My happiness, truly, genuinely, sustainably happy, was the true karma. Both the tickets and the girl were given away by me. I received my life back in exchange. The best deal I've ever made. In this story, how would you have responded? Let's get started. Pay close attention as I explain it to you, and then leave your comments below. Despite sacrificing everything, my girlfriend couldn't stop comparing me to her ex. "You lost me," I said, and watched her fall from her choices. How are you, viewers? Before we move on to the video, I would want to make a request of you. If you are interested in viewing other information similar to this, please make sure that you subscribe to the channel and hit the like button. I am grateful to you. Good morning, everyone. Getting stuff off my chest is something that I feel the urge to do. A single arrogant word unraveled everything, but it also liberated me in ways that I had not expected being possible. It has been an incredible journey, and when I reflect back on it, it is almost unreal how it unraveled everything. If you have ever been likened to an ex, or if you have ever felt as though you needed a backup plan, this may resonate with you, despite the fact that it is quite lengthy. It was only natural that the names were altered. Sophia is the name we will use to refer to her, and Ryan is the name of her ex-boyfriend. Our relationship had lasted for a little more than 4 years at that point. During the period when we were both working entry-level jobs in the same city, I had the opportunity to meet Sophia at a barbecue that was held by a person that we both knew. She was full of life and humor, and her laugh was so infectious that it could make a room brighter. She had a giggle that could fill a room with laughter. When I was younger, I was the kind of guy that was dependable, steady, and always planned the future. I was under the notion that this was the aspect of myself that she acknowledged and appreciated the most. I have been totally dedicated from the very beginning of this endeavor. I never wavered in my commitment to her through any circumstance. She had been working at a marketing agency for around 7 months when she was terminated from her position there. The reason for her termination was budget cuts. She was profoundly impacted as a result of it. She would cry in the middle of the night because she was struggling with self-doubt. I covered the rent by working additional shifts at my engineering job while she was hunting for work. During that period, she was seeking for work. During the course of the hours, I not only supported her in editing her resume but also made meals for her, sat with her and listened to her vent. When she finally received the opportunity to take a better position in a different city that was 3 hours away, I did not hesitate to give her permission to proceed with the move. Not only did I make a request for a transfer from my company, but we also moved together. In addition to packaging up our apartment, I also made the request. In spite of the fact that it was difficult for me to part ways with my close-knit circle of friends, I came to the conclusion that it would be beneficial for us in the long term. My goal is to convince myself that we are building a future that will come in the future. This brings back memories of those early days or times. When she got back to her house, she was feeling disheartened because she had to go through a challenging interview. When I surprised her with them, I had her favorite takeaway and a bubble bath ready for her when she emerged from the bathroom. It was times like those that gave the impression that the benefits of the sacrifices were well worth it. The words "You're my rock" were muttered by her as she slipped into my arms. In order to be there for her when she required my assistance, I avoided all of the bachelor parties that were being hosted by my pals. Because it would have resulted in less time spent together during her transition, I made the decision to postpone the pursuit of a certificate that could have been advantageous to my job. This decision was made because they would have led in less time spent together. My commitment and enthusiasm were unwavering. In spite of the fact that I was putting money aside for a ring and that I intended to propose to her over a quiet weekend getaway, I began to notice that my finances were beginning to show signs of weakness. In the beginning, Sophia had a habit of bringing up Ryan, her ex-boyfriend, in a manner that was not particularly serious. Whenever we were watching television together, she would make reference to this particular thought. She would say things like, "Ryan used to take me on all kinds of impromptu road trips." The tone was one of sentimentality. My first reaction would be to disregard it, presuming that it was nothing more than daydreaming. All the way back when she was in college, Ryan was the most fascinating guy she had ever met. Constantly on the lookout for new experiences, whether it is tattoos or riding a motorcycle. However, the reason they broke up was because he was tough to deal with and cheated on her once or twice. She portrayed him as a larger-than-life figure, but the reason they broke up was because of these things. Not only did the parallels become more pointed throughout the course of time, but they also became more pointed during discussions. The beginning was done in a covert manner. In light of the fact that we were having difficulties making ends meet after the relocation, she would do nothing but roll her eyes if I suggested that we make a budget for food. There was never a time in Ryan's life when he was concerned about money. Simply put, he was a creature of the present moment. Alternately, when I had planned a romantic evening out with you, but instead of going to a club, you were so predictable, I was disappointed. In the event that Ryan had given me concert tickets, I would have been taken aback by the gesture. Despite the fact that I was conscious of the agony, I was able to swallow it. She felt apprehensive. I would make an effort to defend it. There have been difficulties at work. I made some further efforts. Despite the fact that we splurged on presents and made arrangements for a surprise weekend break to a cabin, it never seemed as though these things were sufficient. Subsequent to that, there was a disconnection between the feelings. When she got home after work events, she would be glued to her phone and chuckle at the texts she received. She would do this after staying late at work gatherings. The event consisted of little more than old friends getting together, and Ryan sent me sneak peeks and texts during the event. Should I inquire of her, she would react with a tone that was characterized by disdain. She published a foggy tale on social media when she was younger. It was a meme about how she was missing out on the spark with someone who understood her. She talked about how she was losing out on the spark. Several of my close friends wrote me a note wondering about how we are doing. I made an effort to confront her in a sensitive manner, but she responded by saying, "You're being paranoid." There is no bearing on it. Due to the fact that I did not like to give the impression of being dominant, I withdrew. In retrospect, I am able to see that I was subjected to manipulation. While she was playing with the idea of Ryan, she kept me around as a safe bet. I was her constant companion. When I would discover her searching through his profiles and liking old pictures, it was late in the evening. It was difficult for her to concentrate when she was engaging in sexual activity. There was also an occasion when she murmured the incorrect name, stating that it was an accident. She did this for a specific reason. Due to the fact that I was such an idiot, I decided to forgive myself. Despite this, it was a factor that led to the ongoing feeling of being lacking in comparison to other people. Despite the fact that I was pouring everything I had into us, she was treating me as if I were being substituted for something else. It was on a Thursday evening that the point of no return was reached. I had a tough day at work before I went home since I had to cope with a project deadline that forced me to put in extra hours. I had to work until I was exhausted. I started making dinner as soon as I got home in the hopes of enjoying a quiet evening. I was hoping to have a tranquil evening. As she entered the room, she slammed the door shut with a loud bang. It was at that moment that she yelled, "Why didn't you text me back earlier?" I'd been in meetings, but apparently that wasn't good enough. The situation quickly escalated over nothing, despite the fact that I hadn't done anything wrong. The failure to remember to pick up the dry cleaning or any other minor inconveniences that may have occurred. "You are always so engrossed in your safe little routine," she exclaimed to herself before continuing on with her day. I was able to keep my cool and say, "Ryan would have dropped everything for me." I then asked Sophia, "Sophia, is it possible for us to talk about this without bringing him up?" She reacted with laughing. This laugh, which is both haughty and cruel. It appeared as though she had been keeping that information to herself for a considerable amount of time, as seen by the frigid look in her eyes. I felt like I was being punched in the stomach when I heard this. Why? You're not competing with him. You already lost. I was seen by her in this manner because of the sacrifices I had made and the loyalty I had demonstrated. A person who came in last place in a AT, made-up tournament. I did not yell back, nor did I beg or dispute with them. My response was silence. During the time that the words hung in the air, I saw that something within me started to click incorrectly. I climbed to my feet, went to the bedroom, and started packing a suitcase immediately as I arrived there. The manner in which I approached it was very thorough, as if I were getting ready for a trip for work. I packed my toiletries, shirts, and pants in my suitcase. The smugness that she had been feeling was replaced by a sense of perplexity when she arrived within 2 minutes. I asked, "What are you doing?" As I unzipped the duffel bag halfway, so allowing the winner to take possession of you. "What are you doing?" The wrinkles appeared on her face. The tears started to fall out of nowhere. I finished packing and grabbed my keys before saying, "Wait, no, I didn't mean it like that. It was just an argument, come on. Don't be so dramatic." The sound of her weeping reverberated behind me as I went out of the room and said, "Goodbye, Sophia." The night before, I slept on the couches of 2 friends in the ancient city, and then I crashed at a hotel. A fresh start, her phone number, and her social media accounts have been blocked. A great deal of confusion prevailed during the first few days of the conflict. Why had I stayed for such a significant amount of time? With regard to me, the injustice made a demonstration. On the other hand, despite the fact that I had sacrificed a great deal, I did not make any attempt to get in touch with them. On the other hand, I focused my attention on myself, went to the gym, reconnected with old acquaintances, and started working on the certification that I had put off for so long. After the constant comparisons were removed, life started to feel like it was less of a burden. Over the course of a few weeks, months went by. The information was provided to me without any prompting from our shared friends. At a time that was almost immediately subsequent to that, Sophia had re-established contact with Ryan. Online, photographs were uploaded that showed them on dates, appearing to be happy. However, it disintegrated in a relatively short amount of time. It was the same unstable person, Ryan, who was responsible. Jealous rages disappeared without a trace after a period of several days. It even claims that they were involved in a physical altercation at one point. After having an affair with his own ex-girlfriend, he then proceeded to ghost her after the affair was over. Friends were the ones who were able to see through her bullshit and help her lose. After learning that they had been guarding me behind the scenes, I was taken aback by the information. The situation with her employment was not favorable. As a consequence of her failure to meet specified deadlines in the midst of the drama, she was demoted. Following that, the project was put into motion. A text message came in first, and it was from a new number. She chose to disregard the person who called her and said, "Hey, can we talk? I miss you." The call came from her sister. His arms were hanging up as he said, "You are acting like a child. She needs you." It was at the place of employment that I had previously held that she eventually made her presence. I will be forever grateful that I was able to transfer back. Increasing the severity of her desperation, she revealed her true character to the entire world. But we'll discuss that at a later time. At this very moment, I am doing perfectly fine. There is a new city, a new career, and a new aura. So much so that I am dating someone who acknowledges and appreciates the authentic version of myself, Sophia. It does not matter to her at all. That drive seemed to go on for an indefinite amount of time after we left the apartment. Over the course of the time that I was holding the steering wheel, my thoughts were continually wandering back to the words that she had made. It was difficult to make out the city lights through the glass. It wasn't only the arrogance in her voice that made her sound like she was saying, "You're not competing with him. You already lost." Not only was it the casual cruelty, but it was also as if she had been mentally calculating points the whole time. Having been a devoted friend, I had gone to great lengths to make sure that she was happy with everything. I was dismissed like if I were some audition that had been unsuccessful, and this was the thank you that I received. On that particular night, I stayed in a motel that was really inexpensive. It was the kind of motel that had walls that were extremely thin and fluorescents that buzzed. I was sitting on the side of the bed and staring at the wall of the room. My bag was at my feet. I was staring at the wall. An overwhelming amount of confusion was rushing through my head. Why did I choose to ignore the warnings that were given to me? The late hours that she would spend on her phone, the way that she would draw away from me when I wanted to embrace her, and the gradual erosion of my confidence that was created by those statements about Ryan are all things that stand out to me. A month prior, We were having dinner with her coworkers, and she was laughing so hard at a story about her crazy college days with him that she couldn't contain her laughter. She was laughing so hard that she couldn't stop laughing. I managed to grin and grab her hand under the table, despite the fact that I could feel eyes looking at me with pity. I was able to do this at the same time. The expression "love can cause blindness" has been used. It turns out that you may also use it as a doormat because to its versatility. The following morning, I called my boss and pushed through the relocation so that I could go back to my prior workplace in the old city. I was able to do this since I had pushed through the move. I was in the process of looking for a new place to live when I decided to crash on the couch that belonged to my friend Ben, hindered Sophia in every way that could be imagined. Neither social media nor texting will be allowed, and there will be no loopholes. Due to the fact that the separation was so clean, it was comparable to removing a bandage. The hush that prevailed at first appeared to be quite oppressive. As soon as I opened my eyes, I would look forward to her welcome and wish me a pleasant morning. When that happened, go back to how the days turned into a chaotic mess of rituals. As a result, I neglected my work, going to the gym, and going out with friends to buy beers. A smack on the back was something that Ben did to me at one point in time. Dude, you dodged a bullet. It would have been painful even if it were true. Due to the fact that I did not take any effort to rectify the unfairness that was taking on. There are no posts on the internet that are filled with rage. In the case of mutuals, there is no venting. Quite simply, you processed it on your own independently. If someone felt you were a fool, there is no reason for you to ask them. For my part, I also kept a journal. Although it sounds cheesy, I found that to be of great assistance. For instance, today I realized that her excitement was nothing but chaos, is an example of an entry. I have started the certification course because I believe that I am worthy of having peace of mind. It just took me a few short weeks to achieve my goal. In addition to receiving a raise in salary, I have been given a promotion here at the company, have renewed the passions and hobbies that you had in the past. I was able to hike on trails that I hadn't been on in years until now. Having no distractions when reading books is a desirable experience. It was as if life had become more steady when the emotional whiplash was no longer present. That's a positive thing. Karma started to work its way through the system after a period of approximately 2 months had passed. No effort was made on my part to locate it. As a result of informal check-ins, friends who went to the same school shared their perspectives. After taking a short break from their relationship, Sophia had promptly renewed her relationship with Ryan. The romance did not last for very long, despite the fact that she uploaded a picture of them in a pub with the caption, "Rediscovering old flames." Smug as ever. It turned out that Ryan was the same person she had left behind many years before. Unpredictable, having a temper that went out of control for no apparent cause. According to his friends, he felt envious anytime she engaged in conversation with male co-workers, and they accused her of cheating on him. Things had reached a very terrible level one evening. He caused her phone to break when they were in the middle of a heated disagreement, and then he rushed out of the room. Her greatest efforts were not enough to prevent the news from spreading quickly about it. Ryan ghosted her after a couple of months had passed, which corresponded with the appearance of his own ex-girlfriend in the picture. To put it simply, this was the final straw. After everything was said and done, she was left with a broken ego in an apartment that was only half full. On top of that, it was a blow to her job. There were meetings that were skipped, and attention was diverted away from performance reports. Have been demoted to a position that is less senior. The stress that is intensifying over time. In the past, she had been shielded by friends, but those friends started to withdraw their support. We saw how she treated you. The truth came out. Isolation set in. Family tried to rally, but even they admitted that she had messed up. It was ironic, said one of the people who shared their experience with me. It was quite ironic. She pursued more effectively, yet she ended up with fewer. I didn't take pride in it, rather, I wrote it down as the universe rebalancing the scales. As I sat with it, the bewilderment began to dissipate. The mornings went more smoothly. Without second-guessing myself, I would make coffee and plan out my day, remembering our most recent enjoyable weekend. As we watched the sun go down, I had packed a picnic for us, and she rested her head on my shoulder. "This is nice," she'd said. But even at that precise time, a text message from him was waiting for her on her phone. Previously, I had chosen to disregard the pit that was present in my stomach. However, now that pit had vanished, and clarity had taken its place. She had lost me. Not me. I was the one who had lost. It wasn't until the 4th and 5th month had passed that the attempts started. At first, they were not overt, but as time went on, they got increasingly desperate. Despite my ability to maintain my distance, it was clear that she was acting hypocritically. It all started with a text message from an unknown number that read, "Hey, it's Sophia. I was building." At the time, she was coming apart and I was putting things together. "Would you be able to talk to me if I asked? I yearn for us here." When I read it, I couldn't help but feel a tinge of displeasure in the back of my mind. It was erased without any response from me. After a week had passed, I received another message that read, "Please, I know I hurt you. But let's fix this." I chose to disregard it. Following then, there was an upsurge in the number of calls. It was her sister's number that called my phone one evening, and it was her sister. I answered the phone saying, "Daniel, it's Olivia." I did this because I was under the impression that it was an important matter. As you can see, Sophia is a total and utter failure. There is no way around having a talk with her. Whenever she is upset, she is crying. "Olivia, this is no longer my problem anymore," I stated with a firm tone of voice. "I take full responsibility for this." She claims that she did not intend to say those things about Ryan. However, you are acting in such a chilly manner. An error was committed by her. Families argue, but they are able to forgive. For the sake of old times, come on over here. The old times are ended. Another attempt to get in touch with Daniel was attempted by Sophia after a few days had elapsed previously. My mistake was that she got a voicemail that read, "Daniel, please pick up." This time, she got a message that said that this Ryan was a total coincidence. His behavior is abusive, became unstable. It is now clear to me what it was that I was doing with you. Please give me a call back, if you like. I am unable to keep going without you. Need, not want, not love, need. It twisted the knife a bit, but I erased it. The desperation escalated. She unlocked herself somehow or used a friend's phone for extra texts. "Why are you ignoring me?" she replied, and then she arrived. I had just moved into my new flat, which was a plain one-bedroom apartment with a view of the park. When the doorbell rang on a Saturday afternoon, I looked through the peephole and saw Sophia, who was unkempt and had red eyes. I opened the door slightly and asked, "What are you doing here?" Sophia was gazing through the peephole. "Thank God, Daniel, for your blessings. I beg you to let me in." Her voice was shaking, yet there was a note of desperation in it. "We need to talk," she continued. "No, we don't." Her voice was wavering. "Ryan treated me like junk and dumped me like I was garbage. Come on. I traveled all the way by car. He used me exactly as you had warned him to use me. Please accept my sincere apologies." All right. I discovered that I was both perplexed and misled. When it comes to me, you have always been very compassionate, kind and consistent in their actions. You mentioned that I was unsuccessful, so let's begin again, I remarked as I leaned on the frame. Recall what happened during the argument? In no way are you in competition with him. It is too late for you. Indeed, Sophia, your words. The argument that you used to justify keeping me as backup while you hunted him was twisted, and tears filled my eyes. I grew infuriated and yelled things like, "It wasn't real. Please don't throw us away." Us was thrown away the moment you said it. Goodbye. I closed the door softly and locked it. I heard her pounding for a minute, and then I heard her sobs beginning to fade down the hall. At that point, anger began to take hold. The texts became hostile. "You are a callous person. How are you able to accomplish this? You are going to come to regret it when I am gone for good." Sophia's family then said, "Young man, this is unacceptable. We expect better," Sophia's mother said. I blocked the lot. It was terrible. Their toxicity was seeping through, but it strengthened my determination. It was evident that power was being reversed. She begged from the lowest point possible, while I stood firm from a higher position. The toxicity from her relatives did not stop there. It was laced with guilt trips like I owed them for the years I'd invested. "Sophia struggling because of you," he wrote. I archived it without responding. Her attempts morphed from pleading to outright manipulation. I received an email from her father a couple of weeks after she showed up at my door. The email was a lengthy rambling thing about manning up and not abandoning family. To say that it was unpleasant would be an understatement. While I was out for a run one evening, a mutual friend named Olivia called me. "Daniel. Hey, Sophia asked me to reach out to you. She is really sorry. She says she was going through things and took it out on you." I slowed down to a walk and caught my breath. "Olivia, I appreciate you, but no. Wait, hear me out. She admits that the Ryan thing was stupid. He is no longer with us. Total mess. She's alone, depressed. Her family's worried she'll do something drastic. Just talk to her." Drastic. Classic emotional blackmail. That's on her, not me. I've moved on. Olivia's tone shifted. Toxic edge creeping in. Wow. Cold. I thought you were better than this. She's your ex for a reason. But blocking everyone? That's low. Olivia hung up on her and blocked her as well. It was painful to lose that connection. We had been friends before Sophia, but loyalty has its limits. Sophia's final push came via voicemail a day later, with her voice being raw and angry. Fine, ignore me. On the other hand, Daniel, you are a coward who is hiding behind silence. I'm sure you're having a great time, me pleading with you as you pretend to be a victim of the situation. Ryan was, at the very least, enthusiastic about the situation. There is nothing about you. Call me, or don't call me at all. The only time I listened to her was once, and then I deleted it from my memory. She justified her treachery by saying, you already lost. Those who knew her best were exposed. During the course of that altercation, she had exhibited a level of arrogance that eventually turned into wrath. Her actions were merely hypocritical. She did not experience any feelings of sorrow. Now, I am the one who is the loser since I walked away from the situation. Power reversal has been finished. There was no hope for her. I did not care whatsoever. On the inside, I was nowhere near the bewildered individual who had drove away earlier that evening. Therapy was helpful in unpacking it. Yes, I did begin sessions with the purpose of deconstructing the manipulation. In the quiet moments that followed the split, I was sitting in my new apartment, looking through job advertisements, and I came to the realization that I had sacrificed my professional development for her. I was now heading projects, traveling for conferences, dating in a casual manner, and I met Olivia at a networking event. All of these things were happening because of the promotion. Not only was she intelligent and lovely, but there was also no drama between us. While we were out on walks together, we became friends. Things had gotten better. The final nail in the coffin was delivered during the birthday party of our mutual buddy Ben, which took place 6 months after the separation. Because he was aware of the past, he extended an invitation to me, but he promised me that Sophia would not be present. At a rooftop bar, there was a small gathering. The city skyline sparkled, and the music was low. Olivia was there with me, and I was wearing a button-down shirt that was quite sharp. When I saw her, we were mixing with other people. Across the room, Sophia is seen holding a drink in her hand and seems worn out with her hair untidy and her eyes clouded. Either they crashed or they were invited at the very last minute. We looked at each other. She made a beeline for it. Daniel, she responded with a voice that was shaking but with a hint of edge. Didn't expect you here. I gave Olivia a polite nod and put my arm around her for company. First, she looked at Olivia, and then she looked back at Sophia. Sophia. The level of her desperation reached its highest point, and her words fell like a cascade as she asked, "Can we talk privately? Please, I've been a wreck." No need. He was a person who was violent. Shouting and bruising were reported in the area. Following his use of me for his own financial benefit, he then left. My advancement was taken away from me. Friends disappeared without a trace. Because of my mistake, my family is upset with me. On the other hand, you were absolutely correct. Now I can see it. I had a haughty attitude. What a terrible thing. Have another go at it. Despite the fact that you admitted your shortcomings, you continued to rely on me as if I were a safety net. Olivia gently gripped my palm, but I maintained my composure and mirrored her argument. Do you remember the discussion that followed? You are in no way challenging him in terms of competition. For you, it is already too late. Your strange reason for pursuing him while also maintaining my presence in the situation. The fact that I left gives the impression that I was successful. She responded. I didn't mean it. As tears started to form in her eyes. I should have known better. I was confused and misled by the fact that he had approached me first. I built a life without the comparisons, the gaslighting. I'd established a life without the comparisons. Would you be able to, Daniel? I'm sorry, but no. Olivia, the view, I remarked as I nodded toward the party. Your relevance ended that night. It is my peace and my future. A flush of wrath came across her face as she added, so that's it. Sophia is a person who believes that the facts are the facts. Showcase your upgrade while I go through the pain. I shrugged my shoulders in a casual manner and said, enjoy the party. I then turned away and dragged Olivia to the bar. Sophia waited for a small period of time before leaving early with her head sunk forward. I stated this while I was going through the pain. Mutuals muttered, her demise on display, my growth evident. That night reinforced it. No lingering anxiety. She was inconsequential to my happiness. I've blocked the past, embraced the moment. Olivia and I preparing a trip. No ex-shadows. Karma's poetry. She wanted better, Got worse. Me. Totally upgraded. Ever been in a crazy situation like this? As I tell you the story, drop your thoughts in the comments. We'd love to hear your take. At Thanksgiving, I showed the families a video of my husband and my best friend forever sleeping together. The adulterous couple sobbed and tried to beg for forgiveness. While dating Daniel, I thought my best friend Ava was single for 3 years. Daniel played video games and Ava complained about dating apps at wine nights. When she asked about ghosters, I promised her amazing people. We had her at every birthday, holiday dinner, and couple celebration. Daniel rarely spoke to her, tolerating her like my annoying friend. Daniel always talked around others, so that should have been the first sign. Found it accidentally when I got home early from work. Hidden my 5-hour flight change from Daniel to surprise him with his favorite takeout. My apartment had bedroom voices when I entered. Ava's nervous laugh, not just voices. Daniel said she outdid me in my sundress. In the hallway, my 2-year-old best friend and 3-year-old boyfriend said I was boring in bed and needed to find each other. Be careful, Ava said I was suspicious of her dating life. Daniel thought I was stupid beyond comprehension. This went on without my consent for 9 months. Ava cried on my shoulder about being single for 9 months on the way home to my boyfriend. Daniel faked working late for 9 months while meeting her at her apartment. For 9 months, they played footsie under my dinner table and ate. So I thought at my sister's house instead of confronting them. She wanted to slash tires, but I proposed alternatives. After her mom left with her trainer, Ava's dad, Victor, was 53 and divorced for 4 years. Owner of a construction company, he attracted someone's dad and was lonely after divorce. We always met at Ava's family events and he called me his daughter. Perfect. The coffee shop near Victor's office was our first meeting. Total coincidence. Definitely unplanned. After Ava mentioned his routine, we talked about construction and I mentioned needing help with my apartment renovations that didn't exist. Victor offered to find his daughter's best friends forever. He came over while Daniel worked and I bent over to point out imaginary issues in yoga pants. Victor texted about more repairs. My needs persisted. Door, sink, and light work. I fed Victor lunch to say thanks. Fresh soup, sandwiches, and cookies. Victor hadn't cooked at home since divorce. Since Daniel never noticed, I said it was nice cooking for someone who appreciated it. Victor talked longer about his business, divorce, and Ava never visiting. Week 4, after he fixed my perfectly working garbage disposal, I suggested dinner. Since I fed him lunch for weeks, Victor demanded steakhouse payment. We chatted over wine until the restaurant closed. Victor took me to my door and said any man would be lucky to have me. I kissed his cheek and thanked him. New relationship began the following week. Victor took me to nice restaurants while Daniel was with Ava instead of working late. We attended boring concerts, museums, etc., Daniel said. Kind Victor gave me flowers and small gifts weekly. His kindness contrasted Daniel's ease. Dan and Ava sloppy, forgot their deception. Dan resembled Ava's perfume. Ava mentioned her solo films by mistake. They were cunning and cruel. 3 months after meeting Victor, I hosted Thanksgiving. Daniel's parents, Ava, and Victor, the surprise guest. Ava dropped her wine glass when Victor entered. She stammered, asking why her dad was there. So I took Victor's hand and smiled at everyone. Invited Victor out. Her face went pale and bloodless. No sound came from her mouth opening and closing. Daniel was confused, eyebrows raised. Why is Ava's dad my date? Squeezing Victor's hand brought more smiles. Warm Victor's hand squeezed mine. He had no idea what was coming. Victor and I have been dating for 3 months, I told everyone. Clear, calm voice. Ava fell onto the couch after her legs gave out. Her hands shook too much to hold. The wine from her broken glass stained my carpet dark red. My mother gasped. In his chair, Daniel's father leaned forward. Victor, who held my hand, was confused by everyone's shock. Daniel's look changed. Slow motion shown. Being confused, he opened his eyes. He knew. He knew I knew. His words flowed. He disapproved of my view. He clarified. He suggested a private chat. Ava looked at her father in fear. Her tears were huge. Parent froze in love seat. Daniel's parents stared at each other and their son, confused. The turkey cooled on the table. Nothing moved to eat. Let go of Victor's hand and straightened. Daniel and Ava have been cheating for 9 months, I told everyone. I spoke steadily. I said, I have proof. I heard everything they said about me when I got home early from work. Ava wept. Big ugly sobs shook her. She begged not. She suggested discussing later. Please don't do this in front of everyone, she said, but I stopped caring. I hated being called stupid. Victor tensed her hand. He faced me. He looked confused and dog-bruised. I was asked why I approached him. The man spoke softly. We saw his exact understanding moment. His daughter betrayed me, so maybe I used him to get back at her. Daniel's mom rose. Her chair scraped floors. She demanded proof. Her voice raged. Daniel quickly declined, claiming insanity and misunderstanding. To prove his lies, Ava cried too much. Her shoulders shook and hands covered her face. The front door opened and my sister entered. She always arrived late. Seen her room scan. Daniel looks guilty as Ava cries on the couch, face hurt by Victor. My parents' shock. She joined me. She crossed her arms and glared at Daniel. Victor released my hand. Losing warmth hurts. He faced Ava. He asked her directly if she slept with my boyfriend. His voice shook. I'd never heard Victor sound like that. Betrayed, hurt, disappointed. Ava avoided him. She covered her face with hands. Answered enough. Victor looked broken. The huge construction company owner looked deflated. After approaching Ava, he stopped, hand side. I spoke again. I told everyone what I heard that day. Daniel said my sundress made me look worse than Ava. People called me boring in bed. Ava said I was suspicious and to be careful. How Daniel called me dumb to understand. Dad grew red. Softly, Mom cried. Parents glared at Daniel. Dad stood and pointed at Daniel. He said it was unacceptable. Mother wanted to slap Daniel. Dan defended himself. He found me boring. He said I was distant. He claims I ignored him. He requested assistance. Sister interrupted him mid-sentence. She wondered if boredom made him lie to me for 9 months. Loud and angry, she spoke. She asked him to mock me with my best friend when bored. Victor rose quickly. Due to his speed, everyone watched. He entered kitchen. A gasp was heard. After jumping off the couch, Ava followed Dad. Still crying. Dad, please. Victor faced the sink with his back to everyone. He had tight shoulders. Ava reached for him, but he ran. Her explanation. Not her goal. In love, she said. She never intended harm. The Victor faced his daughter. His shame surfaced. He gasped at ashamed. She betrayed her family. He claimed I gave her only good times for 12 years. The pain in his voice twisted my stomach. He suffered greatly from my abuse, I realized. His good character shouldn't have been used for revenge. Her chair tipped back when Daniel's mother stood quickly. While pointing at Daniel, she spoke sharply. She suggested packing and leaving the apartment. She denied teaching him cruelty. Daniel's father nodded and declared this unacceptable. Daniel gazed at his mother. She stopped him. Disappointed and ashamed, she said. Daniel watched Ava on the couch. Not looking around, Ava stared at her hands. Still crying, she froze when Daniel approached. She didn't answer his call. Victor panted in the kitchen. His father grabbed Daniel's arm. His order was to pack bags immediately. Dan gestured, we should all calm down. My dad stood up and told Daniel to obey his parents. Everyone standing made the room feel small. My mom hugged. Hugs and praise greeted me. For defending myself, she called me brave. Her comments were rude. Feeling empty, like I gained but lost. Sister crossed arms with me. She watched Daniel. From the kitchen, Victor returned. His face looked old and tired. He stopped and stared at me from several feet away. His eye pain tightened my chest. The quiet question asked if our time together was real. Breaking it real. Silence. Ava briefly stopped crying. I searched for words. I told him revenge began. It happened, I admit. I realized I liked him. He mattered to me. Victor shook his head slowly. Watching the floor. He requested time to think. Our reliability was important to him. Turning, he approached the door. Ava leapt from the sofa. She called. She said, Dad, please wait. Victor continued, ignoring her. Opening the door and leaving. It ended definitively. Ava regarded the closed door. She challenged me. Sadness became anger in seconds. She shouted I broke her father-daughter bond. Loud and raw, she spoke. My abuse of him was wrong, she said. Heat rose in my chest. I shouted she ruined our 12-year friendship. I laughed at my stupidity for saying she slept with my boyfriend. I claimed she lied at my table. Ava opened her mouth but said nothing. My sis approached. Daniel approached. He suggested a private chat. We could fix this, he said. Sister rushed. She separated Daniel and me. She expelled him. She expelled him from my apartment. Mom grabbed Daniel's other arm. She ordered him to pack. Invited to stay tonight. Daddy entered the bedroom. Drawers opened and bags filled. Mom looked at Daniel. Sorry, she said. She had no idea her son could. I thought she'd cry. Mom held me. The focus was Ava. She seemed lost and confused. Daniel brought a bag. Dad had another bag. Daniel tried to get my attention but failed. He was expelled by parents. I ignored his whispered name. The doors closed. Ava looked at me again. Her face was red and damp. She began speaking. Shaking her head, she left. The apartment was quiet with just me, my parents, and my sister. Weak legs. I joined Ava on the couch. Dark wine carpet stain. My mother sat beside me. A father stood by the kitchen. Door locked by sister. I was hit by everything. Revenge hurt. A hollow feeling. Crying began. Not pretty crying. I shook from ugly crying. In the other seat was my sister. Her arm held me. I worried about Victor. He was vital to me. I regretted hurting him. Mom rubbed my back. Sis hugged me. I cried until my eyes and throat hurt. Thanksgiving food cooled on the counter. Nobody ate. I woke up in bed the next morning. My phone was on the nightstand. Got it. Ava missed 17 calls. Scrolled through. Her calls were midnight, 2, and 4. Victor texted once. It simply said speak when ready. My stomach sank reading it. Up into the kitchen. The apartment smelled like stuffing and turkey. Food ran out. No one saved it. I felt uneasy seeing it. Unfinished dinner. I keep my containers in the fridge. My hands shook. 4 days. Ava often calls. I remained silent. Sister helped me clean. If Victor rang me, I showed her text. I should meet him, she said. She claimed I owed him. Call came in while we were talking. Sophia from work. I replied. Sophia asked if I was okay. She reported hearing. I asked how she knew. She said our friends were covered. Information spread. Ava or Daniel must be telling people to shame me, probably their version. Sophia requested my visit. I hung up after thanking her. Replied Victor via text. I offered to talk if he was. His reply was swift. He suggested coffee. Compromise was chosen. I watched the door from a corner table early. Victor arrived on time. He looked bad. The circles under his eyes were dark. His hair was combed wrong. He was restless since Thanksgiving. He sat opposite me. Ordered coffee. No one drank it. Victor claimed Ava frequently called. He said she apologized and explained. He ignored her. He spoke hollowly. Missing words. Victor leaned in to watch. Why I chose him for revenge was asked. The query persisted. Truthful but possible. Being truthful. I scheduled our first meeting. I called apartment repairs fake. Wearing yoga pants was intentional. I made him lunch to keep him coming back. Victor listened. Jaw tightened. His hands held coffee. He processed everything under my watch, every dinner, concert, kiss I gave him. He saw things differently, recognizing manipulation, calculation, and revenge. I didn't mean harm. Plans first meeting, fixes fake. I stopped thinking about revenge between his third visit and our 12th dinner. I stopped counting his business stories and laughs. Victor examined his coffee. When did I notice it changed? Tell him it was the concert where he sang every song poorly and didn't care. He appeared happy. I wanted his look. Mouth cramped. He said Ava visited 2 nights after Thanksgiving. Crying hindered her speech. She said she loved Daniel and didn't mean to hurt. Listening to his daughter apologize made Victor sick. He said loving someone doesn't justify cruelty. He said betraying your best friend for 9 months while crying on her shoulder isn't love. Ava says Daniel and she understood each other. Victor said he told her to take responsibility for hurting me daily for 9 months. Ava hasn't called since leaving home. Do we have chance? I asked Victor. Any way to start over without revenge and lies? Victor regarded me. He doubted. He doubted reality and strategy when thinking about us. Time was needed to decide on trust. My chest tightened at hearing that. I worried about losing him because of how it started. After leaving the coffee shop, I felt worse. 4 days later, my phone rang. Unknown number. Something prompted me. Jack, Daniel's best friend, spoke. I recognized him from parties. Jack requested conversation. He denied knowing about the affair. He lied about working late or helping Jack move Daniel's furniture. After Thanksgiving, Jack said Daniel told him everything. Daniel claimed his temporary apartment was messy. Showering less, drinking more, and dwelling on it. Jack felt guilty for unknowingly aiding Daniel's infidelity. I told Jack it wasn't his fault. Jack said Daniel kept calling him stupid for wasting 3 years on a careless person. I didn't pity Daniel. I checked email after hanging up. New Emily note. Long paragraphs. Started reading. The affair started, she said. She and Daniel attended my birthday party last year. How they chatted in the kitchen while I opened gifts. Unappreciated, Daniel said. She felt invisible. After that night, texting continued. Before finishing, I deleted the email. Nothing changed with her excuses. 9 months of deception. They mocked me for 9 months. She played my couch friend for 9 months. That weekend, my sister helped me pack Daniel's stuff. His clothes stayed in the closet. Sink toothbrush. His books filled half the shelf. Removed everything. Sister found a shoebox in his drawer. This contained dozens of hotel receipts from various hotels and dates over the past 9 months. Sister dug. A strange phone was found. Cheap burner phone. She started. Messages from Emily to Daniel. Many hundreds. Arrange meetings. Sharing detection, avoiding advice. Making fun of my words. Sister looked at me. She suggested proof of their elaborate lies would exonerate Victor. She was right. I wasn't abandoned. A secret life emerged. Late at night, my phone buzzed. Text from Victor. Always considering us, he said. He wanted open dialogue without Thanksgiving. He suggested talking and walking in a neutral park. Sure, I agreed. Next day's time was chosen. I watched ducks swim early in the park as I walked around the pond. Victor arrived on time. Started walking. First, we were silent. Victor concluded with a thought for me. He missed our daily chats and laughs. His presence made me feel valued and seen. Daniel never asked about my job, food preferences, or happiness. Victor did everything without my consent. Victor stopped walking. I said they are real. He said those feelings sound real. Maybe they started fake, but they became real somewhere along the way. Victor trod. He said Ava called yesterday. I was manipulative, she said. Seduced her father for revenge, he said. Said I was awful. Victor requested my testimony. He wanted my real identity. I inhaled. I described myself before Daniel and Emily entered my bedroom. I claimed to remember birthdays, make soup for sick friends, and believe their love. Described the woman I pursued. Someone who wanted to hurt her attackers. His loneliness hurt. Bending over in yoga pants was intentional. It was me twice. Victor listened. Being divorced made him feel worthless. His wife left him for a younger, more exciting man. He said my interest eased his pain. He focused on me. We met as hurt people, unwell and seeking pain relief. We walked and chatted. 3 hours. Sunset. Victor considered the situation difficult but possible. Desired to strive. 2 people building from messes, not revenge or strategy. Victor wanted but needed to slow. Trust needed fixing. I said slow was fine. Slow was better than none. We silently returned to his truck. Victor let me in and drove me home without the radio. Faced my apartment door. He wanted time to decide if we got revenge or pretty dates. I nodded. Stuffy throat. He left after touching my cheek. I entered and sat on Daniel's gaming couch. The apartment felt empty. I worried about Victor after Daniel left. Ringing phone. A text from my sister asking how it went. Victor wanted space, I told her. She thought it was smart despite failing. Sure, I agreed. A slow 4 days followed. Work felt odd. Normal tasks seemed pointless. I kept checking my phone. Victor free messages. Many Daniel-related blocked numbers. They were deleted blindly. Friday night door knock. Firmly repeated. Looking through the hole. Daniel shifted. Wrinkled shirt, messy hair. He knocked again. The chain remained on when I opened the door. He stank of whiskey. He had red eyes. Admitting fault, he spoke quickly. Big mistake. That man loved me always. A fling with Emily. Trying to fix everything at home. Watched him. This 3-year boyfriend called me boring and stupid to my best friend and lied for 9 months. Door opening attempt. The chain held. No, I said. Said please. He was homeless after losing his job, apartment and everything. Not my problem. He called me mean. One laugh. Actually laughed. Cruel mocked me in bed. Cruel was 9 months of lies. Cruel made me cook dinner while he played footsie with Ava under my table. Daniel wept. He cried. Sorry, he said. I'm sorry. His error was terrible. I said his error lasted 9 months. Not a typo, a choice. He pleaded louder. I'm calling Jack. His response came on the second ring. I told him get Daniel. He arrived drunk at my door. Jack promised to arrive. 10 minutes max. Daniel heard me. He shouted he didn't need Jack. He only needed my forgiveness. Locked door. Daniel kept knocking, saying he changed through the door. He changed. Recognized loss. I listened to him ramble on the couch. Jack knocked 15 minutes later. A gentler knock. The door opens. Jack looked embarrassed. Daniel slumped against the wall. Jack grabbed Daniel's arm. Daniel tried to fire him. Jack persisted. He apologized again, looking at me. He discovered the affair at Thanksgiving. I didn't know Daniel lied about work. I told him it wasn't his fault. Jack nods. More was added. Said Daniel was fired 4 weeks prior. Too many sick calls. He saw Emily always. Company fired him for excessive absences. I felt cold. Good. True effects followed. Jack dragged Daniel up. Daniel looked at me. His face was messy. Snort, sob. He claimed love. Closed door. Mom invited me to family dinner the next morning. Yes, I said. Got there 6. Dad embraced me at the door. My favorite pot roast is Mom's. At the table, we discussed work, my sister's new job, and their neighbor's annoying dog. Mom inquired about Victor. She spoke softly. She said they worried. Worried about injury. I praised Victor and dropped my fork. Excellent man. In revenge, I caught him. He deserved less. Hemply. Give him space was my goal. Let him decide. Dad asked Victor to pick me. I accepted more than expected. Mom grabbed my hand across the table and said, messy is good. Sometimes we have to dig through the mess to find the truth. I nodded. Father liked Victor at Thanksgiving. He said Victor prioritized me before the explosion. I stopped crying. Mom endorsed my choice. Victor, what happened? My happiness was their goal. Genuinely pleased. A convenient person rejected. Just finished dinner. Did dishes. Got home lighter and less alone. A social media message arrived Monday morning. Uncle Miles, Ava. From family parties, I remembered him. Tall guy. Never joked well. He heard. Tell me Ava's behavior didn't represent their family. She was better raised. He said Victor was devastated and struggling. She was beginning to understand her actions. Realizing its weight. Studying message. Unsure how to respond. Miles liked me always. Thought I helped Ava. Supported her. He regretted her discard. Simple thanks were typed. Sent. Put my phone away. Letter folded into envelope. It was in my nightstand drawer with old receipts and a random phone charger. It was crucial to demonstrate responsibility. My sister brought Chinese takeout that night. Eating on the couch while watching reality. If Ava told me. Notified her of the letter. Dropping her chopsticks. She asked me to speak. No, I said. She nods. Said I owed Ava nothing. Not forgiven, acknowledged, or answered. She said some people think forgiveness is necessary to move on, which is false. Allowing people to process their actions is sometimes best. I asked if I was bad. I was insane. Definitely not. Said Ava betrayed 12 years of friendship and mocked my stupidity. Said that deserves real consequences, not just a nice letter to boost her self-esteem. Finished eating. She talked about nothing important until midnight. Normal stuff, her new job, our parents, the loud neighbor. Not thinking about betrayal and revenge made me feel normal again. After 4 days, Victor texted for coffee. I stared at the message for 10 minutes before responding. Thursday afternoon at the coffee shop where we met, we agreed. I saw the irony. I had my usual order and window seat when I arrived early. Victor arrived on time. He looked fresher than at the park, less shoulder stress. With coffee, he sat across from me. We chatted briefly. Nothing real. Traffic, weather. Victor put his cup down. He discussed everything with Ava. My stomach twisted, but I stayed calm. He said her apology was profound, troubled by her actions. I nodded rather than say she should struggle and deserve guilt. Victor said they had difficult conversations about the affair, me, and her decisions. Talking about it made him look older and tired beyond sleep deprivation. Victor said Ava confessed in conversation. Said the affair made her feel powerful, desired, and like she won a secret competition. She never considered the real harm. I was never emotional. Saw me as a barrier to her goals. This strained Victor's voice. Looking out the window, he said she disappointed him. Without knowing it, he raised a cruel person. My chest snapped. For Victor, not Ava. He loves his daughter but hates her actions. He said their relationship would change forever. As his daughter, he forgave her but lost trust. Maybe forever. Easy closeness was gone. Touching his hand across the table. He regarded me. He had wet eyes. Hand goes away. This was too personal. He had decided what he wanted from us. Victor inhaled deeply. It dominated his thoughts for weeks. Important to him was I. Genuinely cared. He worried our foundation couldn't support anything real. Strategy, deception, retribution. So he doubted our trust. I worried our start would taint everything. I recommend moving on. But he was right. He was intentionally seduced. All moves calculated. Used loneliness against him. Preserving feelings. I caught them later. Victor didn't want me gone. Though our foundation was broken, we kept working. He needed time. We should check our health. I nodded. Stuffy throat. Victor suggested friendship. No romance, no pressure, just slowly rebuilding trust and getting to know each other without secrets or revenge. Sure, I agreed. Saying we were meant to be together, suggested honesty over calculated seduction. Victor grins. He'd like. We finished our coffee and agreed to meet next week. Same time, place. I was hugged off. Felt different. We were less charged and more careful, afraid to break something fragile. Slow month next. Every Thursday, Victor and I had coffee. Every topic was covered. Therapy, wound healing, and his company. Conversations grew genuine. We were deciding if we liked each other when I wasn't performing and he wasn't seduced. I told him about my childhood, parents, and sister, which I hadn't shared on dates, to impress him. Vic divorced. It was discussed. Not the surface he mentioned. He felt worthless and unlovable after his ex-wife left. That emphasized my focus. Why he fell fast. We were vulnerable and met at the wrong time. Maybe right time, wrong way. Not sure. I enjoyed hanging out with Victor on Thursdays. It was lighter and easier, like we could rebuild from the wreck. Mutual friend called Tuesday. Someone who knew Daniel and me for years. Someone told her to call Daniel. He requested a meeting, apology, and explanation. My jaw tightened. Rejected her. Convince me. Sorry, Daniel struggled. Stop her. Moving forward without Daniel's apology. It wasn't my job to console him. He should improve for himself, not me. She concurred after quieting. I felt lighter after setting limits. Dan's excuses didn't stop me healing. To hear from him was up to me. Not now. Jack texted me days later to chat. Daniel wanted me to know he was in therapy, reflecting on his cruelty during the affair. I was fooled and used. Jack said Daniel finally took responsibility. I read the message twice and wrote that I appreciated him telling me but never wanted to reconcile or be friends with Daniel. Jack quickly replied that he understood and wanted me to know Daniel was changing. I put my phone down. Part of me liked Daniel getting help. Some didn't care. His healing differed from mine. I didn't need to forgive or acknowledge his growth to move on. Like taking his power. Emily wrote another page. Moving to another city, she said. Must restart. Let everyone heal comfortably. She wrote that she hoped I would forgive her but understood. She said she was leaving without reason. Letter initially felt odd. Allowing consequences, not comforting. It was in my nightstand drawer with another. Maybe I'll trash them both. Maybe I'd keep them forever. Support for change despite broken relationships. Thursday returned. Victor and I had coffee. He seemed preoccupied. Shook his drink without drinking. Was everything okay? Victor said Ava was moving to Portland. She worked there. Needed event separation. The suggestion was partial. Her space would heal all, he said. Let them rebuild without her actions slowing them. Victor looked sad but relieved, like he needed space. She betrayed someone he cared about, so avoid her. Asking his opinion. Shrugging, Victor called her dad. He'd always love her. He needed space like her. Many reminders, too much pain. Perhaps time and distance will unite them. Their romance ended. They wanted something new and honest. It could be smaller and safer than what they lost. Mom called Wednesday afternoon. She suggested Victor and I have a weekend dinner with the four of us. No drama, she wanted to know him better. When asked, Victor agreed immediately. His eagerness suggested he wanted my parents to see him as more than my revenge plan's victim. We stayed with my parents Saturday night. Victor gave my parents wine and flowers. His gesture tightened my chest because he wanted to impress. Mom hugged him like family at the door. Dad took him to the living room to discuss construction after shaking his hand. I assisted my mother in the kitchen while Victor and my father discussed renovations and building codes. My mom smiled softly at the living room. Victor seemed kind, genuine, and would treat me well, she whispered. He made me feel valued like Daniel never did, I told her. She squeezed my hand and said she was glad the pain was worthwhile. Dinner went well. Victor told construction company and job site stories. Dad laughed when necessary. Mom inquired about Victor's hobbies. We liked concerts and museums, so he talked about them. My parents looked at me knowingly across the table, like they knew this was genuine connection, not revenge or manipulation. My dad showed Victor his deck design after dessert. Mom called me into the kitchen to help with dishes. We were washing up when my sister arrived. An earlier text requested a visit. I knew she wanted dinner updates. She briefly hugged me before joining Victor and Dad outside. Through the window, I saw her talking to Victor. She probably asked him to confirm his goodwill. After they entered, my sister pulled me down the hallway to my old bedroom. She looked at me gravely after closing the door. Victor's loving look at me during dinner showed he cared, she said. I might hurt Victor and myself in this revenge plot, she worried. She changed her mind after seeing us. She thought the mess could be useful. Perhaps Victor and I could create something lasting. I cried on my old bed. I told her I was hopeful, scared, and wanted this to work. Terrified of being hurt again after Daniel, I worried using Victor earlier would hurt him more. Next, my sister hugged my shoulders. He said, relationships that start messy can still become beautiful if both people are willing to work at it. As did I. It mattered now. Victor surprised me with concert tickets 4 weeks later. We both liked this band on our first coffee date. I was impressed by his memory. We drove Friday night to the venue. The place was packed. Victor guided me to our seats through the crowd. Music began as lights dimmed. Felt new there. 2 people having fun voluntarily. Famous Victor songs. Leaning on his shoulder was fun, not my Daniel forced late-night happiness. I enjoyed being with kind people. After the concert, we approached Victor's truck slowly. We didn't want night to end either. Victor took both my hands under a streetlight. He wanted serious dating again. Being truthful. No more origin, purpose queries. Together progressing. Emotional throat tightening. I requested that. Worried about failing. When this started, I cared more than expected for him. Thinking about losing him because I erred or hurt him again hurt my chest. Victor hugged me and offered aid. Caring people do that. They persist. Coffee was served at Victor's kitchen table the following week as we discussed relationships. Success required rules. Honest everywhere. Do not hide emotions. Frequently checked in. Addressing issues. Victor advised actions, not words, to rebuild trust. He wanted my consistency. Proof of my dedication. Totally agreed. I swore to honesty. Daniel, Emily, therapy, hesitations, fears. Victor also pledged. He told me his issues rather than burying them. We shook hands like business people across the table. Forming a relationship was silly, so we laughed. Clear expectations and limits were needed by both. I properly introduced Victor to coworkers. True, it was my boyfriend. Sophia, 2 coworkers, and I went to a downtown bar for happy hour. Victor arrived post-work. He looked nervous in a nice shirt. I recounted our meeting. Real version, no secrets. She looks and shakes his hand. She inquired about his interests and business. Victor was honest and made guests laugh at construction mistakes. Sophia stopped me near the bathroom at night. Victor clearly treated me well, she said. She saw him watch and listen. Her approval was complete. You deserve joy after your ordeal. Friends' approval lifted me, like I was finally living a proud life. Bruce invited me to his construction company's family and employee barbecue, introducing me as his girlfriend. His pride in his voice made me feel special and welcome. His coworkers said he was happier than ever after his divorce. One elderly man said Bruce focused on work and kept his personal life private for years. He was happier, took more time off, and enjoyed life again. Comments confirmed we were making something real that others could see and recognize. A stranger called 4 months after Thanksgiving. Something prompted me. Mother of Ethan spoke through line. She apologized immediately for calling. Said she'd like to contact for months. Mother apologized for son's behavior. Evil was his treatment of me. Her and Ethan's father financially isolated him until he changed. They forced him to leave, work, and start therapy. She still wanted me to be happy. I liked her call. I appreciate her contact but have moved on. Person treated me well. Hearing that calmed her. She'd like my success. After hanging up, I forgot Ethan. The only feeling was apathy. My past included him. Bruce was my present and future. Close morning email. I pondered, sorry. Before opening. The message was brief. She said she was in therapy to understand her actions. Happy I found someone who treated me well, she wrote. Jerome posted Bruce and my family event photo. She accepted everything after seeing us happy. She wanted neither forgiveness nor friendship. She wanted to show me her progress. I closed the email without replying. I may forgive her later. Moving forward with Bruce was my goal today. Bruce and I fought on a random Tuesday night. We cooked dinner at his house. Something bothered me, so I asked. Sometimes he avoided tough topics. Switched topics when uncomfortable. Bruce reacted defensively. He called me pushy and demanding. I said communication was needed. Although uncomfortable topics had to be discussed. Heat and frustration grew in our argument. Bruce took a deep breath and said we were avoiding discussion as promised. The issue was discussed at the kitchen table. Bruce reportedly avoided marital conflict. He learned to stay quiet because his ex-wife exploded during arguments. Despite the difficulty, I needed him to tell me what bothered him. Communicating fixed it. No yelling or leaving, just honest conversation until we understood. After we resolved everything, I was almost proud. Our fight ended well. So we were making something strong. My therapist's leather chairs squeaked when I moved. I picked my cuticles while confessing my nighttime guilt. About Bruce, what made me guilty? I said it was his face when he realized I'd used him. His eyes hurt when he pulled my hand at Thanksgiving. I managed every interaction before our first meeting. She asked in her notebook if I regretted dating him. His fake repairs and real dinners made me fall for him, so I declined. She noted that Bruce was with me despite knowing the truth. Working through it was his choice. Maybe I should forgive myself like him. I drove to Bruce's after another appointment. He was organizing garage tools when I arrived. I watched him from the doorway before speaking. I told him I'd finished therapy and felt guilty. Bruce set down the wrench and faced me. I directly asked if he hurt thinking about how we started. He paused before admitting that sometimes it hurt, knowing I'd approached him with a plan, not genuine interest. He said something that tightened my chest. He said he focused on our identity, not our origins. Many relationships start, but ours was messy. He cared most about our honest and clear choice. I took his oily hands. I told him I chose him and would prove my feelings for as long as it took. Bruce offered me dinner at his house the following week. He grilled steaks while I made a salad in his kitchen. Movement was effortless, like we'd done it 100 times. When the evening was calm and domestic, I realized how much had changed since Thanksgiving. Dinner was candlelit in his dining room. Bruce poured wine while discussing work, my parents, and his latest construction project. Normal couple things mattered. Bruce turned on his couch TV after dinner, but we didn't watch. I fit perfectly against his side when he pulled me close. Bruce looked at me after a pause. His seriousness set my heart racing. He wanted my attention and to speak. I nodded and waited. Though hesitant to love someone who had used him, Bruce declared his love for me weeks after Thanksgiving. My laughter at his bad jokes delighted him. Listening to business issues made him feel important. Despite our rocky start, he loved me. Notifying me was necessary. To tell him I loved him made me cry. I didn't deserve it after my actions, so I was afraid to say. But I loved him. Bruce kissed differently, like a promise. We discussed everything late. I wish I could change our messy start and meet him differently. Bruce agreed. But history was fixed. We needed authenticity moving forward. He said our situation was worth fighting for, regardless of origins. I felt safer than in months sleeping on his couch with his arm around me. My apartment changed 6 months after Thanksgiving. Redecorated and removed Ethan-related items. At the new couch, bedding, and kitchen table, Bruce and I had weekend breakfasts. I never expected my life to change as my boyfriend mocked me in that hallway. My relationship was respectful and honest. Bruce valued my opinions and made me feel valued daily. Our boundaries and communication made me feel safe. I started speaking up when something bothered me instead of staying quiet and resentful. My therapist said my self-improvement showed. I would set better boundaries with everyone, not just Bruce. I quit putting up with minor behavior. It looked like I'd lost weight to my sister. Bruce and I planned a coastal birthday getaway. The bed and breakfast and restaurant reservations were appealing. In the evenings, we planned activities using local photos. My optimism about our future was simple. I'd learned revenge didn't fix betrayal. It was good to confront Ethan and Chloe at Thanksgiving, but their hurt remained. Living proudly with a kind partner helped. Bruce always made me coffee and kissed my forehead before work. He checked in via text all day. He listened and offered solutions, not dismissing my concerns. He stood out from Ethan, making me grateful every day I discovered the affair. Bruce now dines with my parents regularly. My dad enjoyed discussing business and construction with him. Mum said she only wanted my happiness because she saw it. I stopped checking Ethan's social media months ago because I didn't care. Indifference was winning. The Tuesday morning coffee shop near my office was my destination. In the long line, someone called my name as I scrolled my phone. Jerome appeared behind me with a briefcase and a smile. I felt awkward without him before Thanksgiving. He seemed interested in my health. After ordering our coffees, Jerome suggested we sit if time allowed. After texting work I'd be late, we sat at a small table. Jerome said he knew everything. Chloe was improving, he said. She was healing after months of therapy. He said she moved to a new city to give everyone space and started over. Jerome said she sent him a healthier, happier photo. He mentioned Bruce. Bruce looked happier than Jerome had seen him in years at a family gathering a few weeks ago. First time since divorce, truly happy. Bruce and I helped Jerome, he says. It was nice that others saw our genuine connection. After coffee, Jerome left. Relief filled him, and he said life sometimes takes perfect turns. I pondered everything after he left. Our path to Bruce was immoral and messy. Using him for revenge hurt. We made something real from that mess. Someone admired me. Bruce felt appreciated. Chloe improved. Ethan supposedly changed in therapy. I finished my coffee and walked to work, thinking that living well, being happy with someone who values you, and being proud instead of bitter is sometimes the best revenge. Bruce's gift was better than revenge. My heart stopped when my husband found out the baby born wasn't his. You betrayed me, he said. Now I'm facing the court for citing adultery. Because I can't let anyone in my actual life to discover this, I'm going to throw it away. Even as I type this, I am trembling because I never imagined that I would be one of those wives that you read about on this page. But I am. I was responsible for the dissolution of my marriage, and now I am sitting here with a child that my husband refuses to acknowledge, wondering how my life came to be in such a state of disarray. I am Emily Parker, and my name is. I have been married to my husband, Daniel Parker, who is 39 years old for a total of 12 years. I am currently 34 years old. On the surface, it appeared as though we were a committed couple. We had a comfortable home, jobs that were reliable, and families that were there for us. People were envious of us, and I would grin and act as if everything was fine, even though I knew very well that something within me was feeling empty. In spite of the fact that Daniel Parker was a fine man who was responsible, loyal, and worked hard, his career required a great deal of him. In addition to working late and traveling for days at a time, he was exhausted when he finally arrived home. As time went on, our marriage gradually became routine. Overnight, dinner, and idle chatter. The closeness between them diminished. I convinced myself that this was the form that marriage would eventually take. Comfort rather than ardor is the goal. Nevertheless, I longed to be desired. I yearned for the excitement, the butterflies, and the laughter. During that time, Lucas Reed became a part of my life. My co-worker, he was 36 years old, charismatic and amusing, and he was always able to make everyone in the office laugh. Initially, it did not pose any danger. It was the smallest things, such as my jewelry, a new dress, or even the way I presented myself in meetings, that he would commend me on. I pretended it was nothing, but in reality, it was giving me a buzz. I began to look forward to going to work, to his jokes, and to the way he listened to me when I vented about the stress that I was experiencing. It appeared that Daniel Parker was no longer paying attention to details. After being deprived of attention for a long time, even the smallest crumbs can feel like a feast to you. I was able to persuade myself that it was nothing more than a casual friendship, but I was aware that I was lying. A single night after work event was the time when the shift took place. After we had our beverages, I found myself remaining for a longer period of time than I ought to have. No one else was present in the workplace save us. At that moment we were discussing movies when the topic of conversation turned. The atmosphere became more dense, and all of a sudden, Lucas Reed went close to me and kissed me. Even though my body was not moving away, my brain was screaming no. In response, I kissed him. That was the initial step that proved to be successful. In addition, once you have taken it, it becomes much simpler to continue traveling in the wrong direction. That evening, I swore to myself that it was a mistake and that I would put an end to it. However, when he sent me a message the following day asking if I would like to see him again, I did not respond negatively. The affair started out. While his roommate was away, he would stay at hotels during lunch breaks and at his apartment. Every time I did it, even while I was at the workplace after hours, I made a commitment to myself that it would be the last time. In spite of the fact that guilt was constantly nagging at me, I craved him like an addiction. In a manner that Daniel Parker hadn't been able to do for years, Lucas Reed brought me back to life. But I'm going to tell you something that I didn't know. Love does not consist of excitement and lust. Temporary highs are what they are. Moreover, I was putting my marriage on the line for them. In this manner, very close to a year passed. I developed into a skilled liar. During the time that I was with Lucas Reed, I informed Daniel Parker that I was working late. The messages I deleted, the call logs I cleared, and even the contact name I changed on my phone from Lucas Reed to Megan Collins were all destroyed. The more lies I told, the deeper I was buried, yet I believed that I was in control. I was under the impression that I could combine my affair with my husband. The opposite could not have been more true. One morning I became aware that I had been tardy for 5 days, and then for almost 2 weeks. As I approached the store to purchase a pregnancy test, my stomach churned with fear. During that time, I was sitting in the restroom, staring at those 2 pink lines while my pulse was racing. In a low voice I whispered, "It is Daniel Parker's. It is absolutely necessary that it be Daniel Parker's." I was aware, however, that we hadn't had any sexual encounters in more than a month. I, on the other hand, felt as though my entire universe had come crashing down along with Lucas Reed. Lucas Reed was unable to be informed. In a state of terror, he would disappear. I was unable to confide in Daniel Parker. My divorce was finalized on the spot. Consequently, I did the only thing that I believed I could do. It was quiet from me. After putting on a grin and pretending that everything was good, I prayed. I lied to myself and convinced myself, perhaps fate would protect me. Perhaps the baby would look like Daniel Parker. Perhaps fate would protect me. However, fate does not protect people who lie. They are punished by it. Surprisingly attentive behavior was displayed by Daniel Parker throughout the pregnancy. As well as driving me to appointments and rubbing my aching feet, he also cooked and cleaned for me. The shame that I felt increased with each act of kindness that he performed for me. At this very moment, there was a man who was making an effort, who loved me, and I was carrying the kid of another man inside of me. On occasion, I had the desire to confess my wrongdoings, to get down on my knees and solicit forgiveness. Then, however, I would picture his face, the sorrow that he had caused, and I would swallow the words. Although I believed that I was doing a good job of concealing it, Daniel Parker's eyes informed me otherwise. I noticed that he was paying more attention to me. The inquiries he asked were not overt. "Were you busy at work today? What caused you to be so tardy? You were messaging who, right?" I would laugh them off, but on the inside, I was frantic. He did not battle with me. He did not make any accusations against me. In the same way that a man would acquire evidence, he simply observed and waited for the appropriate moment. My skin crawled because I had just realized something that was quite terrible. It was already known to Daniel Parker. To put it simply, he had not yet challenged me. During those months, I was overcome with a mist of fear. Every time the baby kicked me, I was reminded of the reality that I could not conceal for eternally. Whenever Daniel Parker did something good for me, it made me despise myself even more. After letting Lucas Reed know that I required some space, I separated myself from him. I became furious, and he referred to me as selfish. It didn't matter to me. The collision of both realities was too much for me to bear. I continued to hold on to optimism. Assumed that I might be able to deliver. Because of his affection for the child, Daniel Parker would be unable to see the truth when he held the infant. I wanted to have hope that the nightmare I had created would not consume me completely. To a certain extent, however, I was aware that the storm was on its way, and that when it arrived it would wipe out everything. I had anticipated that the day of delivery would arrive sooner than it did. Nevertheless, in actuality, it had been just over 8 months since I had been living in fear. On a wet Wednesday evening, I went into labor and gave birth. My ride to the hospital was calm and quiet, and it was driven by Daniel Parker. While I was experiencing contractions, he gripped my hand, rubbed my forehead, and spoke reassuring words to me. During those hours, I was on the verge of believing that everything might still be fine. Would it be possible for the baby to resemble him? It is possible that my nightmare would come to an end, and I would awaken to forgiveness rather than devastation. Upon the birth of our baby, I was overcome with uncontrollable tears. He had a full head of dark hair and was absolutely stunning, despite his diminutive size. There was a strong desire within me to believe that he was Daniel Parker's. I turned my head to look at my spouse, hoping to see a grin or some other indication of relief. But his expression was unmoving. It was not a move toward him. It was not the infant that he reached for. As he stood there, his hands were tucked into his pockets, and he watched me as if I were a stranger. Both my mother and his mother were ecstatic, and they were completely encircling me while cooing at the infant. Nevertheless, the distance between Daniel Parker and me broke my heart. When the nurse arrived, she brought a clipboard with her. "Mr. Parker, we'll need you to fill out the birth certificate." In fact, he did not even hesitate. His voice was resolute and desolate. "I'll sign it after the DNA test proves he's mine." Frost formed in the air of the room. Suddenly I had the sensation that someone had torn the floor out from beneath me. It was then that my jaw opened wide and my head snapped toward his. "Daniel Parker, what are you saying?" When his eyes met mine, they were so intense that they caused my blood to become ice cold. "I'm saying I know you cheated." The atmosphere in the room erupted. I heard my mother sigh. Immediately after I had given birth, his mother reprimanded him, telling him that he should not have spoken such terrible words. On the other hand, Daniel Parker did not flinch. The focus of his attention was on me. In addition, I was able to see for the very first time how much he had been keeping to himself. I gave a slight shake of my head and brought the infant closer to my chest. No, Daniel Parker. I didn't." The sound of his voice cut through the confusion as he interrupted me. "Then should I call Lucas Reed? Should I ask him to come here and explain it to everyone?" My heart stopped beating, I swear. My entire body responded with a jolt, as if I had been electrified. He was aware. It's not simply a suspicion. He was aware. My eyes welled up with tears and my lips began to shake. "As for me, I have no idea what you are talking about. I don't know." Daniel Parker, however, was not finished. He took a piece of folded paper out of his pocket and then pulled it out. The realization that I already knew what it was caused my stomach to plummet. In a methodical and slow manner, he opened it. "Explain this to me then." I had sent Lucas Reed a message several months ago, and it was a printed screenshot of that message. "You and I should never be brought to the attention of my husband. At this point, I have no desire to interact with you in any way." I had the need to throw up. My mother was so shocked that she covered her mouth. A disgusted expression appeared on his mother's face. In the meantime, Daniel Parker did nothing but stand there, gripping that piece of paper as if it were a weapon. "What did you do?" My voice was barely audible, more like a whisper. "This was given to me by Lucas Reed." With a tone that was tinged with finality, Daniel Parker said it plainly. It was at that very time that everything fell apart. As I sobbed hysterically, I held the baby even more tightly, as if I were trying to conceal myself beneath him. The tears that I shed fell onto his teeny tiny blanket. Through shattered sobbing, I mumbled something. He claimed that nobody would ever find out. Although he made a pledge, Daniel Parker was unmoved by it. When I heard his voice, it was the coldest I had ever heard it. "To put it another way, you did bed him. Your child was carried by you." Despite the fact that the evidence was unmistakable, I urgently did not believe it and shook my head. "I beg you, Daniel Parker, to please not be so naive as to believe that." However, all he did was look at me with indifferent eyes. For a period of 5 months. I waited for this day, till the truth was born with him. I longed for this day. They cut more deeply than knives could ever do. Yes, he was aware. He had been aware of it the entire time. Every smile, every pleasant gesture and every hand that he made contact with. The infant was the one who benefited from everything, not me. Since then, he has been awaiting evidence. Having broken down, I looked at him and begged. "If you could, Daniel Parker, we could make this better. Refrain from giving up on us, please." His mouth was clenched and he tilted his head slightly away. "In the event that the child is mine, I will be his father. Aside from that, I'm finished with both of you." My mother pleaded with him to pause and to give some thought to the youngster. I was angered by his mother, who shook her head and referred to me as thoughtless and self-centered. This place was whirling around. Shame, regret and terror seemed to be suffocating me to the point of drowning. On the other hand, Daniel Parker was unconcerned by the mayhem. Last but not least, he turned his gaze back to me. After you have been discharged from the hospital, please go with your mother. You will not be returning to my home. I cried more than I ever had before in my entire life. We had just finished our marriage in a hospital room, and the man I loved, the man I had betrayed, had just left us. And what's more worse is that he was correct as well. On that particular evening, as I lay in the hospital bed cuddling my kid, I experienced the crushing weight of the consequences of my actions. Everything has been obliterated by me. My marriage, the trust of my spouse, the respect of my family, and the future of my child are all things that I could not take back into my possession. As I was leaving the hospital, it felt like I was stepping out of one life and directly into another, with the exception that the new life was shattered, empty, and suffocating my existence. There was no one there to take me up by Daniel Parker. There was my mother. My face was burning with embarrassment as the nurses murmured to each other and looked at each other while I held the baby in my arms. She carried my bag while I held the baby. Surely they had all witnessed what had taken place. In this particular instance, I was the woman whose husband declined to sign the birth certificate. A woman whose treachery had been exposed in a delivery room was the subject of this story. When I was back at my mother's house, I was back in the bedroom where I had spent my youth. I was rocking my newborn kid and quietly crying into his blanket. I had the want to adore him without any conditions. But as I gazed at his little face, feelings of shame and dread flooded through me. In spite of the fact that he was innocent, he was living proof of my treachery. The words of Daniel Parker continued to reverberate in my thoughts without ceasing. In the event that the child is mine, I will be his father. Any other way, I'm done. After 18 days, the results of the DNA test were finally received. The envelope was something I was hesitant to open. Daniel Parker, on the other hand, arrived at my mother's house with an envelope in his hand and a blank expression on his face. When he delivered it to her, he didn't even bother to look across at me. It should be read aloud. The tone of his voice was icy as he told my mother. While she was unfolding the paper, my hands began to shake. Her lips trembled as she spoke the words. Chances of paternity 0.0%. Daniel Parker is not the father of the child. The only sound that could be heard outside of the room was the gentle whimpering of my infant. It was then that my mother sat down, putting her head in her hands, and let out a gasp. During our conversation, Daniel Parker's mother, who had accompanied him, simply gazed at me as if I were trash. My chest began to constrict, and I discovered that I could not breathe. It had been confirmed. I was no longer able to cling to the last sliver of hope that I had. It was not Daniel Parker who raised the child. It was the end of my marriage. I made a feeble attempt to reach out. Please include Daniel Parker. We are able to discover a solution. I beg you. A disgusted look could be seen in his eyes as he took a step back. Not at all. When you opened your legs for him, you went ahead and made your decision. I would not dare ask you to pick up the pieces of the puzzle. I broke down and started crying, pleading with him to forgive me and to at least let me at least once hold the kid, but he refused. It was then that he turned to his mother and said, "Let's go." A look of dissatisfaction could be seen in his mother's eyes as she looked at me just before she left. You destroyed my son, Emily Parker, and you took away a grandchild I thought was mine. Her words cut faster and more deeply than any knife. In the weeks that followed, Daniel Parker submitted a petition for divorce, citing adultery as the reason for his case. I made numerous attempts to persuade him, but he did not even respond to my phone calls or texts. My credit cards were canceled, our joint accounts were frozen, and he made it abundantly plain through his attorney that I was not permitted to reside in the property that we had previously shared. There was more humiliation to come after that. Unfortunately, Lucas Reed, the biological father, vanished. After I confronted him at his place of employment, he told me in a harsh and icy manner that he did not want to have any contact with either the baby or me. He also stopped responding my calls and blocked me on social media. He stated that he had never desired to have any luggage. I was crying as I stood in the parking lot, holding my son to my chest, and I was coming to terms with the fact that I had been completely disposable to him. The humiliation became even more intense when the court hearings started. It was all revealed to the general public. My intimate relationship, the communications I had sent, and the evidence that Daniel Parker had gathered. Despite the fact that I had no defense, his attorney portrayed me as being irresponsible, self-centered, and manipulative. At the same time that Daniel Parker's attorney was displaying the messages that were exchanged between Lucas Reed and I, The judge stared at me with a hint of disgust. "Your Honor," he replied in response. "This woman deceived my client for months, carried another man's child, and now expects him to shoulder responsibility that does not belong to him." The tears that were running down my face were silent as I sat there. I attempted to provide an explanation when it was my turn to speak. I mentioned that I had experienced feelings of neglect, that Daniel Parker was always on the go with work, and that I had been lonely. I said it with a trembling voice. I never intended to cause him any harm. Honestly, I was a weakling. There was no holding back from Daniel Parker's attorney. "If I understand correctly, your answer to the problem of loneliness was to betray your husband and bring the child of another man into his family. Do you anticipate that this court will reward your lack of strength?" No response came to me. Even coming from my own ears, my reasons sounded completely empty. The most humiliating part of the experience was when I was crying out loud on the stand and the words came out of my mouth. My only aim was to experience a sense of being alive and desirable once more, and in my pursuit of that, I made the worst mistake of my life. The silence ensued in the courtroom. The judge's expression became more resolute and contemptuous as well. I desired to vanish before my very eyes, to vanish into the floor. Daniel Parker remained motionless in his seat, his jaw clenched tightly. One time, he did not even look at me. Divorce was granted to the couple. Only a little less than half of our assets were divided. Because I had, however, I got the impression that I had lost everything. Daniel Parker had left the scene. Our union had come to an end. Moreover, the one and only man who had ever loved me in a genuine way now looked at me as if I were poison. While I was holding my son when I went home that night, I leaned in close to my baby and whispered, "It's just you and me now." I was overwhelmed with emotion. Deep down, however, I was aware of the reality. Not only had I ruined my marriage, but I had also ruined the life that my kid may have had if he had been raised by a loving father. I couldn't shake the idea that I had cursed him before he was even born, and it didn't matter how many times I tried to convince myself that he was innocent. When the judge's gavel came down and ruled the marriage to be dissolved, at first, it didn't feel like it may actually happen. In a matter of seconds, 12 years of my existence were gone. During the time that Daniel Parker was leaving the courtroom without giving me a single glance back, I sat there motionless and numb. A hand was placed on my shoulder by my attorney, but I was unable to even comprehend what he was saying. Only the echo could be heard by me. Marriage ended, assets were divided, and the matter was resolved. That evening, I made my way back to the residence of my mother. While my baby was sleeping, I placed him in his cot and stared at him for a considerable amount of time. I observed his small chest rising and falling and his delicate little hands curling up. The man was blameless. Despite this, he was the one who was responsible for everything falling apart. I was so angry with myself for ever considering it. He was not to blame for it. It belonged to me. When Lucas Reed came in, I was the one who opened the door for him. I am the one that acted dishonestly toward Daniel Parker. Just to put it another way, my son was the living manifestation of my frailty. After a few weeks, months passed. I made an effort to readjust to being a single mother. Every 3 hours I had to get up to change diapers, feed my child, and then go to work fatigued. When I got home, I had an unending amount of chores to do. It was impossible to rely on Daniel Parker, and there was no husband to help carry the burden. On occasion, I found myself longing that he would come knocking on the door, take me in his arms, and tell me that he had forgiven me. But the knock did not come at all. However, I was able to hear whispering. Friends who dropped their phone calls. Those neighbors who had a different perspective on me. There was tension even during family get-togethers. My family members smiled in a courteous manner. However, I could sense their evaluation of me. All of them were aware of what I had done. It was common knowledge that I had lost everything because I was unable to exercise self-control. There was no trace of Lucas Reed lingering. It wasn't just that he blocked me. It was after he left the company that he moved to a different city and severed all ties. An employee told me that he had a new girlfriend, a younger woman, and that he pretended as if nothing had ever occurred to him. I learned this information from a colleague. I was left with the baby, the stairs, and the wreckage while everything else was going on. Despite my mother's best efforts, I could see the disappointment in her eyes as she attempted to encourage me. She loved me, but she was unable to comprehend me, and I was unable to explain why she felt this way. I don't understand how you could justify destroying everything for a short-term affair. How is it possible to rationalize abandoning a devoted husband for a little moment of weakness? It is impossible to find a response that does not sound pitiful. Hearing that Daniel Parker had moved on was the most difficult element of the situation. He was seeing someone who was kind, someone who was dependable, and someone who merited him, according to a mutual acquaintance to whom he was talking. Despite the fact that I ought to have been happy for him, I was not. I was apprehensive. It was not because I still deserved him, but rather because I was aware that she was going to get the version of him that I had erased. I would never have another man like him again. He was a nice man and a devoted man. When the infant was crying in the middle of the night and I was holding him close, I would mutter my apologies into his hair. I am so sorry that I took your life before it had started. It is unfortunate that you do not have a father. I am sorry that I was not more powerful. Occasionally, I would cry so hard that I was afraid I would wake him up, but instead, he would just nestle into me, seeming serene in ways that I had no idea how to be. Every day I think of Daniel Parker and how his eyes seemed on that particular day in the hospital. They were icy, pointed, and full with the pain that I had caused. I relive our most recent talks, wishing that I had made a different decision and hoping that I had been able to stop myself on the night that Lucas Reed kissed me for the first time. I wish that I had battled for my marriage rather than pursuing a cheap thrill earlier in my life. Nevertheless, wishes do not alter the truth. The truth is that I was the one who brought down my marriage. My husband's trust was betrayed by me. The child I gave birth to was the offspring of another man, and I expected my husband to raise him. To this day, I am forced to bear the consequences of those decisions. At times I find myself wondering what will take place when my son reaches the age where he may ask questions. When he asks me why he doesn't have a father like other children, what am I going to say to him? Do I tell lies? When I tell him that his mother's selfishness caused him to lose a father, am I telling him the truth? What is the appropriate way to look a youngster in the eyes and admit that you have damaged his life before he has ever had the opportunity to experience it? My answer is that I do not know. What I am aware of is this. Daniel Parker was someone I liked very much. My judgment was clouded, however, by feelings of loneliness and yearning. And now I am responsible for paying the price each and every day. Things have moved on for Daniel Parker. Sadly, Lucas Reed has disappeared. I am tolerated by my family, but they do not love or respect me. All of my buddies have left. As a result, I am left with the responsibility of raising a son who deserves so much more than the fragile mother he was given. It is my confession that I am. The only life I ever wanted was taken away from me when I cheated on my husband, carried the child of another man, and murdered the child. My spouse is adamantly opposed to signing the birth certificate. He is absolutely correct in his decision to avoid looking at me. I am unable to hold it against him. My only option is to blame myself. The truth is that I will carry that with me till the day I die. No, Daniel Parker, I didn't. The sound of his voice cut through the confusion as he interrupted me. Then should I call Lucas Reed? Should I ask him to come here and explain it to everyone? My heart stopped beating, I swear. My entire body responded with a jolt, as if I had been electrified. He was aware. It's not simply a suspicion. He was aware. My eyes welled up with tears, and my lips began to shake. As for me, I have no idea what you are talking about. I don't know. Daniel Parker, however, was not finished. He took a piece of folded paper out of his pocket and then pulled it out. The realization that I already knew what it was caused my stomach to plummet. In a methodical and slow manner he opened it. Explain this to me then. I had sent Lucas Reed a message several months ago, and it was a printed screenshot of that message. You and I should never be brought to the attention of my husband. At this point, I have no desire to interact with you in any way. I had the need to throw up. My mother was so shocked that she covered her mouth. A disgusted expression appeared on his mother's face. In the meantime, Daniel Parker did nothing but stand there, gripping that piece of paper as if it were a weapon. What did you do? My voice was barely audible, more like a whisper. This was given to me by Lucas Reed. With a tone that was tinged with finality, Daniel Parker said it plainly. It was at that very time that everything fell apart. As I sobbed hysterically, I held the baby even more tightly, as if I were trying to conceal myself beneath him. The tears that I shed fell onto his teeny tiny blanket. Through shattered sobbing, I mumbled something. He claimed that nobody would ever find out. Although he made a pledge, Daniel Parker was unmoved by it. When I heard his voice, it was the coldest I had ever heard it. To put it another way, you did bed him. Your child was carried by you. Despite the fact that the evidence was unmistakable, I urgently did not believe it and shook my head. I beg you, Daniel Parker, to please not be so naive as to believe that. However, all he did was look at me with indifferent eyes. For a period of 5 months. I waited for this day, till the truth was born with him. I longed for this day. They cut more deeply than knives could ever do. Yes, he was aware. He had been aware of it the entire time. Every smile, every pleasant gesture, and every hand that he made contact with. The infant was the one who benefited from everything, not me. Since then, he has been awaiting evidence. Having broken down, I looked at him and begged. If you could, Daniel Parker, we could make this better. Refrain from giving up on us, please. His mouth was clenched, and he tilted his head slightly away. In the event that the child is mine, I will be his father. Aside from that, I'm finished with both of you. My mother pleaded with him to pause and to give some thought to the youngster. I was angered by his mother, who shook her head and referred to me as thoughtless and self-centered. This place was whirling around. Shame, regret, and terror seemed to be suffocating me to the point of drowning. On the other hand, Daniel Parker was unconcerned by the mayhem. Last but not least, he turned his gaze back to me. After you have been discharged from the hospital, please go with your mother. You will not be returning to my home. I cried more than I ever had before in my entire life. We had just finished our marriage in a hospital room, and the man I loved, the man I had betrayed, had just left us. And what's more worse, is that he was correct as well. On that particular evening, as I lay in the hospital bed cuddling my kid, I experienced the crushing weight of the consequences of my actions. Everything has been obliterated by me. My marriage, the trust of my spouse, the respect of my family, and the future of my child are all things that I could not take back into my possession. As I was leaving the hospital, it felt like I was stepping out of one life and directly into another, with the exception that the new life was shattered, empty, and suffocating my existence. There was no one there to take me up by Daniel Parker. There was my mother. My face was burning with embarrassment as the nurses murmured to each other and looked at each other while I held the baby in my arms. She carried my bag while I held the baby. Surely they had all witnessed what had taken place. In this particular instance, I was the woman whose husband declined to sign the birth certificate. A woman whose treachery had been exposed in a delivery room was the subject of this story. When I was back at my mother's house, I was back in the bedroom where I had spent my youth. I was rocking my newborn kid and quietly crying into his blanket. I had the want to adore him without any conditions, but as I gazed at his little face, feelings of shame and dread flooded through me. In spite of the fact that he was innocent, he was living proof of my treachery. The words of Daniel Parker continued to reverberate in my thoughts without ceasing. In the event that the child is mine, I will be his father. Any other way, I'm done. After 18 days, the results of the DNA test were finally received. The envelope was something I was hesitant to open. Daniel Parker, on the other hand, arrived at my mother's house with an envelope in his hand and a blank expression on his face. When he delivered it to her, he didn't even bother to look across at me. It should be read aloud. The tone of his voice was icy as he told my mother. While she was unfolding the paper, my hands began to shake. Her lips trembled as she spoke the words, "Chances of paternity 0.0%. Daniel Parker is not the father of the child." The only sound that could be heard outside of the room was the gentle whimpering of my infant. It was then that my mother sat down, putting her head in her hands, and let out a gasp. During our conversation, Daniel Parker's mother, who had accompanied him, simply gazed at me as if I were trash. My chest began to constrict, and I discovered that I could not breathe. It had been confirmed. I was no longer able to cling to the last sliver of hope that I had. It was not Daniel Parker who raised the child. It was the end of my marriage. I made a feeble attempt to reach out. Please include Daniel Parker. We are able to discover a solution. I beg you. A disgusted look could be seen in his eyes as he took a step back. Not at all. When you opened your legs for him, you went ahead and made your decision. I would not dare ask you to pick up the pieces of the puzzle. I broke down and started crying, pleading with him to forgive me and to at least let me at least once hold the kid, but he refused. It was then that he turned to his mother and said, "Let's go." A look of dissatisfaction could be seen in his mother's eyes as she looked at me just before she left. "You destroyed my son, Emily Parker, and you took away a grandchild I thought was mine." Her words cut faster and more deeply than any knife. In the weeks that followed, Daniel Parker submitted a petition for divorce, citing adultery as the reason for his case. I made numerous attempts to persuade him, but he did not even respond to my phone calls or texts. My credit cards were canceled, our joint accounts were frozen, and he made it abundantly plain through his attorney that I was not permitted to reside in the property that we had previously shared. There was more humiliation to come after that. Unfortunately, Lucas Reed, the biological father, vanished. After I confronted him at his place of employment, he told me in a harsh and icy manner that he did not want to have any contact with either the baby or me. He also stopped responding my calls and blocked me on social media. He stated that he had never desired to have any luggage. I was crying as I stood in the parking lot, holding my son to my chest, and I was coming to terms with the fact that I had been completely disposable to him. The humiliation became even more intense when the court hearing started. It was all revealed to the general public. My intimate relationship, the communications I had sent, and the evidence that Daniel Parker had gathered. Despite the fact that I had no defense, his attorney portrayed me as being irresponsible, self-centered, and manipulative. At the same time that Daniel Parker's attorney was displaying the messages that were exchanged between Lucas Reed and I, the judge stared at me with a hint of disgust. "Your Honor," he replied in response. "This woman deceived my client for months, carried another man's child, and now expects him to shoulder responsibility that does not belong to him." The tears that were running down my face were silent as I sat there. I attempted to provide an explanation when it was my turn to speak. I mentioned that I had experienced feelings of neglect, that Daniel Parker was always on the go with work, and that I had been lonely. I said it with a trembling voice. I never intended to cause him any harm. Honestly, I was a weakling. There was no holding back from Daniel Parker's attorney. "If I understand correctly, your answer to the problem of loneliness was to betray your husband and bring the child of another man into his family. Do you anticipate that this court will reward your lack of strength?" No response came to me. Even coming from my own ears, my reasons sounded completely empty. The most humiliating part of the experience was when I was crying out loud on the stand and the words came out of my mouth. My only aim was to experience a sense of being alive and desirable once more, and in my pursuit of that, I made the worst mistake of my life. The silence ensued in the courtroom. The judge's expression became more resolute and contemptuous as well. I desired to vanish before my very eyes, to vanish into the floor. Daniel Parker remained motionless in his seat, his jaw clenched tightly. One time, he did not even look at me. Divorce was granted to the couple. Only a little less than half of our assets were divided. Because I had, however, I got the impression that I had lost everything. Daniel Parker had left the scene. Our union had come to an end. Moreover, the one and only man who had ever loved me in a genuine way now looked at me as if I were poison. While I was holding my son when I went home that night, I leaned in close to my baby and whispered, "It's just you and me now." I was overwhelmed with emotion. Deep down, however, I was aware of the reality. Not only had I ruined my marriage, but I had also ruined the life that my kid may have had if he had been raised by a loving father. I couldn't shake the idea that I had cursed him before he was even born, and it didn't matter how many times I tried to convince myself that he was innocent. When the judge's gavel came down and ruled the marriage to be dissolved, at first, it didn't feel like it may actually happen. In a matter of seconds, 12 years of my existence were gone. During the time that Daniel Parker was leaving the courtroom without giving me a single glance back, I sat there motionless and numb. A hand was placed on my shoulder by my attorney, but I was unable to even comprehend what he was saying. Only the echo could be heard by me. Marriage ended. Assets were divided, and the matter was resolved. That evening, I made my way back to the residence of my mother. While my baby was sleeping, I placed him in his cot and stared at him for a considerable amount of time. I observed his small chest rising and falling, and his delicate little hands curling up. The man was blameless. Despite this, he was the one who was responsible for everything falling apart. I was so angry with myself for ever considering it. He was not to blame for it. It belonged to me. When Lucas Reed came in, I was the one who opened the door for him. I am the one that acted dishonestly toward Daniel Parker. Just to put it another way, my son was the living manifestation of my frailty. After a few weeks, months passed. I made an effort to readjust to being a single mother. Every 3 hours, I had to get up to change diapers, feed my child, and then go to work fatigued. When I got home, I had an unending amount of chores to do. It was impossible to rely on Daniel Parker, and there was no husband to help carry the burden. On occasion, I found myself longing that he would come knocking on the door, take me in his arms, and tell me that he had forgiven me. But the knock did not come at all. However, I was able to hear whispering. Friends who dropped their phone calls. Those neighbors who had a different perspective on me. There was tension even during family get-togethers. My family members smiled in a courteous manner. However, I could sense their evaluation of me. All of them were aware of what I had done. It was common knowledge that I had lost everything because I was unable to exercise self-control. There was no trace of Lucas Reed lingering. It wasn't just that he blocked me. It was after he left the company that he moved to a different city and severed all ties. An employee told me that he had a new girlfriend, a younger woman, and that he pretended as if nothing had ever occurred to him. I learned this information from a colleague. I was left with the baby, the stairs, and the wreckage while everything else was going on. Despite my mother's best efforts, I could see the disappointment in her eyes as she attempted to encourage me. She loved me, but she was unable to comprehend me, and I was unable to explain why she felt this way. I don't understand how you could justify destroying everything for a short-term affair. How is it possible to rationalize abandoning a devoted husband for a little moment of weakness? It is impossible to find a response that does not sound pitiful. Hearing that Daniel Parker had moved on was the most difficult element of the situation. He was seeing someone who was kind, someone who was dependable, and someone who merited him, according to a mutual acquaintance to whom he was talking. Despite the fact that I ought to have been happy for him, I was not. I was apprehensive. It was not because I still deserved him, but rather because I was aware that she was going to get the version of him that I had erased. I would never have another man like him again. He was a nice man and a devoted man. When the infant was crying in the middle of the night, and I was holding him close, I would mutter my apologies into his hair. I am so sorry that I took your life before it had started. It is unfortunate that you do not have a father. I am sorry that I was not more powerful. Occasionally I would cry so hard that I was afraid I would wake him up, but instead, he would just nestle into me, seeming serene in ways that I had no idea how to be. Every day, I think of Daniel Parker, and how his eyes seemed on that particular day in the hospital. They were icy, pointed, and full with the pain that I had caused. I relive our most recent talks, wishing that I had made a different decision and hoping that I had been able to stop myself on the night that Lucas Reed kissed me for the first time. I wish that I had battled for my marriage rather than pursuing a cheap thrill earlier in my life. Nevertheless, wishes do not alter the truth. The truth is that I was the one who brought down my marriage. My husband's trust was betrayed by me. The child I gave birth to was the offspring of another man, and I expected my husband to raise him. To this day, I am forced to bear the consequences of those decisions. At times I find myself wondering what will take place when my son reaches the age where he may ask questions. When he asks me why he doesn't have a father like other children, what am I going to say to him? Do I tell lies? When I tell him that his mother's selfishness caused him to lose a father, am I telling him the truth? What is the appropriate way to look a youngster in the eyes and admit that you have damaged his life before he has ever had the opportunity to experience it? My answer is that I do not know. What I am aware of is this. Daniel Parker was someone I liked very much. My judgment was clouded, however, by feelings of loneliness and yearning. And now I am responsible for paying the price each and every day. Things have moved on for Daniel Parker. Sadly, Lucas Reed has disappeared. I am tolerated by my family, but they do not love or respect me. All of my buddies have left. As a result, I am left with the responsibility of raising a son who deserves so much more than the fragile mother he was given. It is my confession that I am. The only life I ever wanted was taken away from me when I cheated on my husband, carried the child of another man, and murdered the child. My spouse is adamantly opposed to signing the birth certificate. He is absolutely correct in his decision to avoid looking at me. I am unable to hold it against him. My only option is to blame myself. The truth is that I will carry that with me till the day I die. Caught my husband banging my best friend in the kitchen. I threw a skillet at that hussy and slapped my husband. Now I'm filing a lawsuit against them. Without a doubt, the most heartbreaking year of my life was last year. I unintentionally found out that my best friend Lily was having an affair with my ex-husband Ethan. I spent a few days away on a work trip. Fortunately, the job was completed, so I was able to return home early even though the vacation was meant to last longer. I didn't bother telling Ethan in advance since I wanted to surprise him. I was perplexed to see Lily's car in the driveway when I arrived home. Since our college days, Lily and I had been friends, and throughout the years, my husband, her husband, and I had all grown close. but I had never known her to visit without first informing me. I looked at my phone to see if Lily had called or if my husband had texted me to let me know she was here, but there were no messages. I heard some sounds coming from the kitchen as soon as I walked into the house. I was intrigued and decided to investigate the commotion when I noticed Lily and Ethan kissing and doing the unthinkable on our kitchen counter. They didn't even notice me standing there since they were so focused on each other. The shock of what I was seeing left me stuck in startled stillness. It was like a dagger to the heart to see them together in the location where Ethan and I enjoyed so many family meals and memories. I watched in astonishment as the bag fell from my grasp. The scene before me was difficult for my mind to comprehend. My best friend was being kissed and caressed as if she were his wife by my husband, who had ceased having physical relations with me for 3 months and who had been nasty to me by calling me insults like fat pig and hippo, despite the fact that I wasn't overweight at all. He had been making me feel insecure for months by continuously criticizing my body, urging me to go to the gym, and essentially accusing me of being the reason he no longer finds me attractive. I had been feeling terrible about myself as a result, believing that I was no longer worthy of him, although it wasn't about me at all. He and his new partner were the focus. I was broken by that moment. The cheating wasn't the only thing. It was the knowledge that the person I confided in and the man I had loved had plotted to destroy my heart in the most heinous manner. Over the past few months, all of that rage suddenly surfaced. I snatched up my phone without thinking and began recording them. Even though my hands were shaking, I knew I needed proof of what I was seeing. Then, driven by sheer fury, I entered the kitchen, where they remained intertwined. I immediately picked up a skillet that was on the counter and hurled it at my husband to gain their attention. They both jerked in surprise when the pan thudded loudly on him. The expressions on their faces were invaluable as their heads whirled around. When they noticed me standing there, phone in hand, filming every moment of their embarrassment, their eyes widened in panic. Lily began frantically trying to hide her body from the camera, appearing desperate. I went straight up to her and gave her a hard slap across the face because I was so disgusted by what she had done. She just stood there, dumbfounded and ashamed, as the sound of it reverberated throughout the kitchen. Then I turned and pushed Ethan away from me as he attempted to step in. I didn't give a damn. I continued to record everything while holding my phone in my hand. At the time, it seemed to be the only thing keeping me rooted. I wanted them both to experience the suffering I was going through, but I wasn't done. I quickly halted the recording and made a video call to Lily's husband, James. Even though my heart was pounding, I knew that this was the proper course of action. He had no idea what was about to happen as he picked up the phone. I pivoted the phone to reveal to him his half-naked spouse, desperately searching for clothing and struggling shamefully to put it on. I came home early from my trip and saw his wife and my husband together in our kitchen, and I gently explained everything to him. James was taken aback, just like I had felt minutes earlier. I could see the shock and astonishment on his face. Like me when I initially went in, he was so shocked that he didn't even have words. While screaming at me that I was going too far by dehumanizing them in this manner, Ethan attempted to cover his face in embarrassment. James needed to know the truth, just as I did, so I told him I was telling him. This kind of betrayal shouldn't catch anyone off guard. I returned my focus to Lily after that. She was still pleading with me to simply listen to her as she apologized and tried to explain herself through her tears. But before I hurt her anymore, I urged her to leave my house immediately. The betrayal I had just discovered could never be made up for by an apology from her or my ex-husband. I saw Ethan stand there, looking defeated and powerless, as Lily raced out, humiliated and ashamed. I may have a short fuse, but I've put in a lot of effort throughout my life to establish a prosperous profession for myself. I've never really needed somebody to get by. Therefore, if my husband had just requested a divorce, I would have been all right. However, I couldn't forgive him for sleeping behind my back with my best friend in my own home, which I had paid for. As I began packing away his belongings, I ignored Ethan's attempts to repent, claiming he was sorry and requesting another opportunity, promising to be a better spouse. I told him that no matter what he said, I was going to divorce him because we were done. When he heard this, he became angry with me for bringing up the subject of divorce, stating it was rude to insult someone over a careless error. I threatened to contact the police and have him removed from the house in front of all our neighbors after he even tried to grasp my hands to prevent me from packing his belongings. Because I was aware of how much he cherished his reputation, I also knew that if I hadn't seen it myself, this loser would never have quit cheating on me or come clean about the affair. You know, Ethan, my ex-husband, wasn't even employed at the time. I don't want to go into the specifics of what he did, but it was significant enough that one of his co-workers reported him after he was fired for violating certain business policies. He was thus fired right away, and I was the main provider for the family. He turned into a husband who stayed at home. In actuality, It didn't put a hardship on our finances after that. Taking care of all the bills on my own didn't really worry me because I was already making 3 times as much as he was. But at the time, I was unaware of how he was occupying all that extra time. In retrospect, I guess it makes sense. I was aware that Lily and James had been experiencing marital difficulties for some time. They most likely had plenty of opportunity to get to know one another better because Ethan was at home all day and Lily was also having problems in her own marriage with her husband, James. It's difficult to express the heartache of knowing that Ethan was betraying me in my own house, with someone I trusted totally, while I was out working hard to maintain our family. Ethan, meantime, persisted in arguing with me, claiming that since we had been married for so long, divorce was out of the question and that we ought to attend couple counseling instead. By even suggesting that we split ways, he had the audacity to play the victim, almost as though I had done something wrong. I asked him directly, staring at him with incredulity and rage burning in my chest, if he had truly considered the repercussions of sleeping with my closest friend. Did he even consider what might occur? Did he think I would forget and forgive him and simply continue to live with him? Ethan's face flushed, obviously upset, and he stumbled out, I shouldn't just throw away our marriage for one mistake because he's been loyal to me all these years. He then made an effort to minimize it by claiming that this was only the 4th time he and Lily had shared a bed, as though that somehow lessened the severity of the betrayal. What I was hearing was unbelievable. He then had the gall to accuse Lily of being the cause of the entire situation, saying that she had tempted him because her own marriage to James was failing. The degree of cowardice and denial was astounding. I could hardly bear to stare at him. It was obvious that I could not continue to be married to this man, who I had previously referred to as my husband. After much back and forth, I was able to get Ethan to leave the house. Naturally, Ethan turned to his older daughter, Sophia, for assistance because he had nowhere else to turn. Sophia is closer to her father, as I've always known. For as long as I can remember, she has been a daddy's girl, and I have never objected to that. Even if they were perhaps a little closer than we were, I adore that she had such a tight relationship with him. Sophia's voice was confused and worried when she contacted me. She inquired about the situation and informed me that Ethan had phoned her for assistance after I had expelled him due to a pointless argument, leaving him homeless. I texted her the video I had recorded of Ethan and Lily together in addition to telling her the truth. I didn't want her to question what her father had done. She had a right to know just why things had gotten to this stage. After seeing the evidence I had, Sophia was naturally upset with her father. She informed me that she understood why I had expelled her father and that she couldn't believe he could have done anything so heinous. She informed me that, in spite of her rage, she still hoped that I would change my mind and that perhaps eventually I would be able to think things through and figure out a solution. For the time being, she told me, she would look after Ethan. I realized that even though she was devastated by what he had done, she couldn't simply abandon him. In the days that followed, Ethan and Sophia began phoning me alternately in an attempt to persuade me to pardon him for the benefit of the family. Coming from Ethan, who was obviously exploiting Sophia's love for him to influence her in his favor, it felt like the worst kind of emotional manipulation. I became even more enraged since I could see right through it. He tried to use our daughter's affection for him to obtain what he wanted, and I was mad at him for bringing her into this mess. At the same time, Sophia's position severely wounded and perplexed me. I didn't understand why she appeared more concerned with helping her dad than with me during such a trying time. It hurt more than words can express since it seemed like she didn't see how much I was suffering. I decided to proceed with the divorce in spite of their efforts. I filed for divorce from Ethan because I knew it was the correct thing to do and because I wasn't going to be coerced or guilt-tripped into remaining in such a terrible marriage. Lily's husband, James, was going through the divorce filing procedure at the same time. He was equally as sad as I was, and we grew close as a result of our shared suffering. Having him to talk to made the whole situation a little more tolerable because he was one of the few individuals who actually understood what I was going through. But let me be clear, we have always been friends and nothing romantic has ever happened or will ever happen between us. In any case, Ethan began pleading with me for forgiveness when I eventually delivered the divorce papers to him at Sophia's place. He made numerous assurances that he would never, ever look at another woman again and that he was prepared to permanently cut Lily out of our life. Seeing him attempt to tidy up the mess he had made only after realizing I was serious about leaving was, to be honest, pitiful. Sophia begged me to change my mind for her sake because she was present when I served him the documents. She told me that she had personally witnessed her father's love for me during her childhood and that the fact that he had unintentionally slept with another woman did not imply that he was in love with that lady. What I was hearing was unbelievable. She was making a great effort to defend her father and minimize the gravity of what he had done, but I wasn't going to let that stop me. When it became clear that her father had deceived me not just in any way, But with my best friend and in our own house, I informed her that I had nothing else to think about. After that, there was no turning back. Whether I should give him another chance or not was a pointless debate. I was resolved to leave him because he had ruined our marriage. Sophia made an effort to argue with me, questioning if I would truly be content without him. I assured her that, certainly, I would be delighted to not have to worry about my husband having an affair while I was preoccupied with my job and earning money. I had not made this decision lightly. No amount of convincing or reasoning could change my mind. I had already made up my mind. It was amazed how easy the divorce procedure was. Ethan was unable to access any of my assets since I had insisted on a prenuptial agreement early in our marriage. I had engaged the best attorney in town, who was well versed in handling situations similar to mine, to make sure everything went as planned. From the beginning, it was obvious that I would win the case. I felt as though a huge burden had been removed from my shoulders when the divorce was finally finalized. It was as though I had been released from a jail I had been in for a long time without even realizing it. I was unable to understand how much better my life could be without Ethan since I had been so utterly enamored with him. I felt as though his poisonous presence had been suffocating me and pulling me down like a dead weight. I could now, however, live my life as I saw fit, free from the specter of betrayal and ongoing hurt. People in our network began contacting me more frequently as word got out about what had transpired between Ethan and Lily. Friends, relatives, and even acquaintances started to express their support and let me know they were there for me. Ethan's own family made it quite evident that my decision to divorce him was the right one. In some respects, their backing gave me a sense of validation, and they were incensed at him and thoroughly horrified by his actions. The knowledge that I wasn't alone in this, and that others supported me despite Ethan's behavior was a comfort. But our daughter Sophia was the only one who continued to support Ethan. She still felt sorry for him in spite of everything. Perhaps that was her method of dealing with the whole thing, or perhaps it was the lifelong relationship she had with her father. I made the decision to throw a lavish birthday party this year. After being married to Ethan for a long time, it was my first birthday without him, and I wanted to celebrate my newfound independence. Together with a caterer and a guest list of 50 to 60, my pals and I organized a massive party. I wanted it to be an unforgettable evening. James was on the guest list as well. Of course, especially because he had recently divorced Lily following months and months of legal proceedings and we had remained close throughout. I did send Sophia an invitation, but I made it very plain that Ethan was not welcome. I couldn't allow him to spoil my birthday night because he was still living with Sophia. Everyone appeared to be enjoying themselves as the celebration got underway. The energy was amazing, people were taking pictures, and it seemed like the ideal way to celebrate this new phase of my life. Some of my close friends offered moving comments when it was time to cut the cake, expressing their pride in me for surviving such a difficult year. They talked about how I had been betrayed and how much happier I appeared to be now. After everything that had transpired, their compassion and kindness moved me. Feeling appreciated and seen by the people who meant most was pleasant. Suddenly, though, Sophia got up and declared that she wanted to say a few things. She had been drinking, I could tell. She appeared a little shaky, but at first I didn't give it much thought because many of the attendees were intoxicated by this time. I assumed she was simply wishing me a happy birthday or perhaps sharing some delightful recollections. But Sophia started berating me in front of everyone. She talked about how heartbroken he was and how disappointed she was in me for ruining our years of marriage. She spoke loudly, passionately, and angrily. She continued by describing how, as a child, she had always thought her parents were married and how I had broken the illusion by abandoning Ethan without even attempting to resolve our issues. When I made the decision to file for divorce, she accused me of being a selfish mother who just had my own interests in mind. It was heartbreaking to hear her remarks in front of all of my friends on a night that was supposed to be a celebration of my happiness and independence. People were defending me before I could even comprehend what was happening. My buddies weren't going to accept Sophia's remarks without question because they had witnessed what I had gone through. James also raised his voice. He told Sophia that since her father had betrayed me in the most painful way imaginable, she had no right to be upset with me. He reminded her that rather than placing blame where it wasn't due, she need to show me more empathy and compassion as my daughter and a fellow woman. Clearly agitated, Sophia attempted to retort, but the crowd's mounting fury was drowning out her remarks. Clearly horrified by the way she was treating me, especially on a night like tonight, some of the visitors even began loudly jeering at her. I had a surge of emotions at that precise moment. As I gazed at Sophia, the daughter I had reared and adored, tears filled my eyes. Sophia, I think you've forgotten something important. From the very start, it was me who provided for this family. Your father, Ethan, moved into my house after we got married, and while I was pregnant with you, he never truly stepped up as a parent. When I went into labor, it was me who endured hours of pain to bring you into this world. And when it came to raising you, I was the one who stayed home, took care of you, and made sure you had everything you needed. Even when I returned to work, I was the one who hired a nanny to help with your care. I was the primary breadwinner, working long hours to provide the comfortable life that you grew to enjoy. My income paid for the roof over our heads, the food on our table, and all the luxuries that you and your dad benefited from. I didn't just stop there. I continued to recount to Sophia how, when she had started looking for career opportunities, it was me who had used my connections to help her get an internship and eventually a job. I did all of that for her, while Ethan did nothing. He wasn't there to guide or support her in the ways that mattered. He was the fun parent who spent just a few hours of his day with her, and she somehow thought the world of him. This was supposed to be my night, a celebration of my strength and resiliency, but instead she turned it into a scene. Sophia threatened to cut off contact with me permanently before she left, but I stood my ground, despite the pain I felt, and told her that she needed to leave. And now, after everything I had done for her and our family, I was the one being blamed for finally standing up for myself, for choosing to leave a toxic marriage. Watching her walk out of my part was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, but I knew deep down that I had to choose myself this time. It wasn't about being selfish, it was about standing up for the life and happiness I deserved, no matter who tried to make me feel guilty for it. I was okay with it as long as she was happy with her decision. In that moment, even though it hurt, I knew that if Sophia couldn't understand why I had to leave Ethan, then perhaps the distance between us was what we both needed. Some of my family members who attended the party have contacted me since this incident, claiming that I may have been a little too harsh to my daughter and urging me to apologize because she is going through a lot. They also believe that I humiliated my daughter by saying all those things in front of everyone when I could have spoken to her privately. Aita for finally confronting my daughter. Update 1. As a mother, I sometimes feel overwhelmed by guilt. I know I made the right choice, but I still struggle with that nagging mom guilt and sometimes wonder if I should have tried harder to make things work with Ethan. Just for Sophia's sake. Wow, I didn't expect to receive so many DMs and comments from strangers here, all offering their wholehearted support. It feels comforting to know I didn't do anything wrong. To be honest, I never thought I'd end up divorcing my ex either, but Ethan's actions left me with no choice and I just couldn't stay in that situation. I'm not sure why Sophia is so obsessed with our marriage. She's an only child, and probably never imagined her parents would divorce like her friend's parents did. Update 2. It's been a month and a half since my last update, and for everyone who has been curious about Ethan and Lily, I finally have some interesting news for you. As I previously mentioned, Lily and James got divorced just before my birthday party. The reason their divorce proceedings took so long, unlike mine, was that Lily and James had 3 children together and had never had a prenuptial agreement. So she was no longer eligible for alimony. However, because of their children, she and her lawyer worked hard to get child support, which basically means that James makes a lot of money, so she won't even need to work and can probably support herself with just a part-time job if needed. My daughter Sophia, who had cut off all communication with me after the party, reached out to me in tears yesterday. It turns out that a few days after my party, Ethan surprised our daughter by telling her that Lily and her 3 children would be staying with them for the next few weeks. Since neither Lily nor Ethan have a job at the moment, she had to shoulder all of their expenses. Ethan encouraged her to accept his new family and talked about how they could all start over together. When Lily and her children moved in, they acted as though it was their place, not Sophia, which meant that Sophia, who works from home, lost all privacy. Ethan and Lily would frequently leave their children with Sophia to babysit without asking and go out for hours to spend romantic time together. After weeks of silence and the humiliation she caused me at my birthday party, Sophia called me to ask for help getting rid of Ethan and Lily. She said she couldn't live with her dad anymore and needed me to talk to them and make them move out because she was too scared to confront her dad herself. I was incensed that Sophia had the audacity to ask for my help without even having the decency to apologize first. I firmly told her that she should have considered the consequences of supporting her dad's side and that she deserved this and that she should never speak to me. She has been phoning and texting me nonstop since, accusing me of being a poor mother for not supporting her and claiming that it is my responsibility as a parent to defend her. Update 3. I just wanted to say that I do agree with the general consensus that my daughter lacks courage when it comes to her father. I'm not sure why she is so blinded by him, but I do not intend to assist her in any way. It's clear that Ethan and Lily are using her as a free babysitter and will continue to do so until she stands up for herself and kicks them out. It's really disgusting and disappointing that Ethan allowed Lily to move in with them, especially considering how vehemently defended him at my birthday party. It's obvious that my decision to divorce Ethan was the right one. Following several of your suggestions, I finally sent my daughter an email, and here is what I wrote. Hey Sophia, Even if I'm still angry with you for how you treated me, you still need to advocate for yourself. You shouldn't have to put up with Ethan and Lily acting like they own your house. Telling them they can't stay there is time to take charge. You must be firm and establish clear boundaries. They will keep using you as a cash cow indefinitely if you don't. You are not responsible for Ethan. In the future, I wish you the fortitude to act in your own best interests. I'll be here if you ever genuinely recognize your mistakes and wish to express regret. Till then, be careful. I also contacted James to let him know about Lily's current living situation and how she has been neglecting the children by making my daughter Sophia take care of them. It turned out that he had recently learned that Lily and Ethan had been living together, something Lily had been hiding from him ever since she moved in with Ethan. She would knowingly never allow him to pick up the children from Sophia's place, and they would always meet at a neutral location outside. She would also make those innocent children lie to him by telling them not to mention Sophia's house or the fact that Ethan was living with them. When he finally learned from mutual friends that Lily was staying at Sophia's place, he was shocked and doubted the veracity of the information because he had no proof yet. But after I checked with him, he has made up his mind and he and his lawyer intend to fight for custody of his children to take them away from Lily's custody permanently. If James wins, Lily will lose the child support she has been receiving, and since both Lily and Ethan are currently unemployed, their financial situation would become even more dire without that support. They may encounter serious difficulties, and if Sophia decides to evict them, they may also wind up on the streets. I just hope that my daughter does the right thing. What would you have done in this story? Listen closely as I walk you through it, and then share your thoughts below. Let's dive into it. My girlfriend said, "You don't own me." Then gave her number to the bartender. I grabbed everything I paid for and left abruptly. Now, she keeps texting me. Hello, viewers. Before we move on to the video, I would like to ask you to please make sure that you subscribe to the channel and hit the like button if you are interested in seeing more information like to this. Thank you. It is imperative that I jot this down since I still find it hard to comprehend that I made it happen. Despite the fact that it has been 2 days, my hands continue to shake somewhat. It is Saturday evening, and we are at Murphy's with the same bunch that we always are. In addition to me, my girlfriend Sophia, her friend Olivia, my friend Jake, and a few other people were present. On a typical Saturday, you are aware. Nothing out of the ordinary, just a couple of drinks and some wings. At the moment, Sophia is taking another drink at the bar. I am keeping an eye on her because, to be told, I have no idea. Just recently, I've started focusing on viewing. The bartender is laughing so loudly that she is stroking his arm and flipping her hair. She is laughing with him. While leaning in close, the guy is consuming it with gusto. Upon her return, she is shown beaming at the screen of her phone while holding the drinks in her hand. The question I ask is not even accusing, rather, it is conversational in nature. New friend? She does not raise her head. Just the bartender. He's funny. Cool, I respond to myself. She glances up at him now and asks, "What's his name? Why?" Just asking. His name is Ethan. Why does it matter? Mike is looking at his phone with a considerable amount of concentration. The cocktail that Olivia is drinking has suddenly piqued her curiosity. Now that she is talking loudly, she says, "It doesn't. Oh my God, here we go." At the adjacent table, there are people who look over. "We're not married, okay? You don't own me. I can talk to whoever I want." My face begins to become really hot. I didn't say you couldn't. You're doing that thing, that controlling thing where you ask questions like you're my dad or something. I asked his name, Sophia. Yeah, well, it's weird. She takes a sip of her beverage. You do not have any say in who I talk to or who I give my number to because we are not married. The table becomes silent as a result of this statement. The question is, you gave him your number? Oh my God. She laughs, but it is a cruel chuckle. Yes. I gave him my number because we're not married and you don't own me. Okay, we're just dating. Olivia bursts into nervous laughter. Maybe. No, I'm serious. I'm so tired of this. He acts like we're married when it's convenient for him, but then when I want to move in together or talk about the future, suddenly he's all, "Let's not rush things." And she knows it. I'm the one who's been asking about moving in together. She's the one who said she needed space and didn't want to feel tied down, but I don't say any of that. To finish my beer, I simply pick it up and drink it. I carefully set the empty glass down on the table and asked, "You know what? You are correct." She gives a blink. What? You're right. We're not married. You can do whatever you want. I get up and respond. I'm going to head out. Are you serious right now? I inquired. Yeah, I'm tired. I then took out my wallet and placed $35 on the table, according to Jake, who is also standing. That ought to cover my half. He asked, "Hey man, are you okay?" I responded, "I'm good. I'm just going to call it a night." Sophia is staring at me as if I had just spoken Greek. "Are you seriously leaving because I had a conversation with a bartender?" I respond by saying, "I'm leaving because I'm tired. I'll see you later." I leave before she has the opportunity to say anything else. The rapid beating of my heart is so intense that I can feel it in my throat. It's the urge. For approximately 10 minutes, I wait in my car before I start the engine. The shaking in my hands would not stop. It is not the man behind the bar. Despite the fact that it is not. It's the manner in which she said it in front of everyone, as if I were insane for even recognizing what she was saying. The reason for this is because she has pulled something similar to this for the third time in the past month. In the past 2 weeks, she failed to remember that we had dinner plans since she had gone to happy hour with people from work and had neglected to check her phone. In 2 o'clock in the morning, she uploaded a tale to Instagram when she was in the apartment of a male. I asked her if she would want to meet my parents for their anniversary dinner, and she responded by saying, "That's so much pressure." She also stated, "Labels are weird." However, when her car required new tires, we suddenly became serious enough that I could chip in half. Just friends. Stop being paranoid. We were serious enough to provide her with a dog sitter for a week when she needed someone to watch her dogs. The fact that she was short on rent when it was due demonstrated that we were clearly serious enough. As I make my way back to our flat, which we have been sharing for the past half a year, I notice that she is not yet there. She sent a message to the group chat informing everyone that she would be staying out and going to the loft to meet some individuals. Obviously, she is the one. Just sitting on the couch with another drink in my hand, I take in the surroundings. This couch belongs to me. During my relocation to the city 3 years ago, I made the purchase. I own the television. Both the PlayStation and the coffee table were gifts from my parents. I am the owner of the lovely wooden bookcase. For the record, the kitchen table is hers. Additionally, she is the owner of the inexpensive chairs from IKEA that are shaky. I get to my feet and make my way to the bedroom. My possession is the bed frame. Because I made more money, I paid 70% of the price for the nice mattress that we split. The lovely bedding that we sleep on are ones that I purchased. Towels, my shower curtain, and my bath mat are all located in the bathroom. There are around 3 items from Target, in addition to her beauty bag. Upon returning to the living room, I proceed to open yet another beer. Despite the fact that I paid the deposit, the lease is in both of our names. Again, I make more money, so I pay 60% of the rent. When I offered that we divide it up evenly, she became enraged. "I don't think that's fair to me," she stated. "For internet access, I pay. Electricity and water are both known by my name. My phone is making a buzzing sound." A conversation in a group. It's Olivia. Jake is responding to me directly, saying, "Sophia is pretty drunk. Someone should keep an eye on her." I do not respond to him. "You good, bro?" I do not answer either. I take a peek at the time. It is 10:30 p.m. It is expected that she will not arrive at home until at least 1:30 inches the morning, probably at a later. By opening my phone, I scroll down until I find Jake's number. Come on, man. Jake arrives at 11:30 with his vehicle and does not ask any questions until we are inside the house. I need a huge favor. The move. The man looks around and asks, "Dude, what's going on?" He then says, "I'm moving out tonight." Are you sure? Like, shouldn't you guys talk? We're not married, Jake. She made that very clear. So, I'm leaving. After giving me a momentary look, he gives me a firm nod. The couch is really heavy, but we are able to get it. Okay, where do we start? We start with the living room. My gaming chair, the lamp that my sister gave me, the television, the entertainment center, the bookshelf, and the bookshelf. I am in the process of removing books from the shelf when Jake asks, "Are you okay?" I take a look at my hands and say, "I'm doing great. You're shaking." He has a point. We exit the living room and head to the bedroom. I'm fine. Let's just get this done. As I strip down, I remove my blanket, my pillows, my sheets, and my side of the bed. This room appears to be unbalanced and only partially dressed. "Dude, this is crazy," Jake exclaims. He is still providing assistance. "Is it? She doesn't want to be tied down, right?" So, I'm untying her. My box of critical documents, my shoes, and my clothes are all packed up by us. I have a picture of me and my brother that is framed. She was always of the opinion that it did not fit the aesthetic. The kitchen. Here is where things start to turn petty. Perhaps, but it is. It is the coffee maker, my own. When she wakes up in the morning, she uses it. It is the best knives. My own. My aunt gave me a wedding gift when I moved into my first apartment, which was actually before I had even met Sophia. Mine is the pan made of cast iron, the beautiful plates that we use whenever we have guests around. My own. I leave her with the cups that are mismatched and the inexpensive plastic ones from Target. Jake asks, "Are you going to take the coffee maker with you?" I paid for it. She's going to be pissed. She can buy her own. Every single one of them. Including the bathroom and my towels. My lovely shampoo, which she has been using recently. Babe, we share everything. My electric toothbrush, my razor, and the bath mat are all things that we share. The inexpensive hand towels and her belongings are left behind. As we are loading the final portion of it, Jake brings up the question, "What about bills and shit?" The floor is where I take a seat. For my floor, it is impossible to find anything to sit on and access my phone, internet account, energy bill, and water bill, all of which are in my name. I am sending her the details on the account. It is necessary for you to move these. The next week, I will be terminating service on my end. They are not turned off by me. It's not that I'm a complete and utter jerk. It won't be a problem for her. You have a bank account. They are never combined by us. We praise God. But we have a history of Venmo that goes back several months. Just in case, I take a screenshot of it. Dude, you're being so methodical about this. Jake responds to Jake. At 1:15 inches the morning, I'm saying, learn from my dad's divorce. Document everything. We are at the end of the line. The flat appears to have been bombarded. There are her pieces of furniture and her belongings, but there are now a lot of empty spots where my things were. It reverberates at this moment. Please allow me to write a note. A piece of paper and a pen are discovered by me. I am standing at the kitchen counter, which is the spot where the coffee maker used to be, and it feels quite natural to me. I'm a writer. I do not own you, and we are not married to each other. You have a point. One too many. I crumple it up. Don't give up. You were absolutely correct. We do not have a marriage. Consequently, I departed. Still not quite right. At long last, you are correct. Not at all. I fix my gaze on it. Because there is nothing to it, it is flawless. Everything that she's mentioned is true. Entirely in agreement with this. My key is placed on top of it, and I leave it on the counter. I tell Jake, let's go, and we leave. At 1:25 inches the morning we go out. I don't want to look back. At 2:50 inches the morning, her phone has begun to ring. I am not sleeping on Jake's couch at the moment. I am holding a beer when my phone starts to light up. It's Sophia dialing. I put an end to it. In a text message, another asked, "Where are you?" Someone else asked, "What the hell?" Another person asked, "Did you take the couch?" I switch my phone over and ask, "Are you kidding me right now?" As I do so, I say, "It is Jake who emerges from his chamber." She figure it out? Yep. Are you going to answer? Nope. He nods, then goes to the kitchen, returns with 2 more beers, and hands me one of them. For what it's worth. According to him, she's been treating you like crap for months. We all saw it. Yeah. Olivia even said something to her a few weeks ago. Told her she was taking you for granted. What did Sophia say? That you were fine with it. That you like taking care of her. I laugh, but it sounds like something is awry. The buzzing on my phone won't stop, I said. Cool. I take it in my hands. Scroll down the page. This is so immature. We need to talk about this. You can't just leave. I'm calling Jake. Why aren't you answering? Did you seriously take the TV and the coffee maker? Really? You're such an asshole. I immediately block her telephone number. However, the group chat begins to explode, despite the fact that the silence is flawless and immediate. In response to Olivia's question, "What the hell did you do?" another buddy said. Sophia is freaking out. A third friend asked, "Dude, what happened? In the name of God, Jake." He left. That's what happened. Maybe ask Sophia why. According to Olivia, he just moved out in the middle of the night like a coward. According to Jake, he moved out while she was at the club again for the 3rd weekend in a row. The entire thing is muted by me. I refuse to sleep in the morning. I observe the ceiling fan as it rotates in a circular motion. At 6:30 in the morning, I get up, take a shower, borrow Jake's razor, and examine my reflection in the mirror. I have a terrible appearance, but I'm not sure who I am. I'll check my phone in a moment. 40 notifications were received. The evolution of Sophia is displayed on the screen. 2:50 a.m. It's anger. 3:15 inches the morning. What the hell? Confusion is present. 4.3 inches the morning. I don't understand. Attempting to negotiate. It was 5:12 inches the morning when I asked, can we please just talk? There is even more rage. At 6 o'clock in the morning, you're insane. Desperation is the word. It dawns on me that she has also been awake throughout the night. Please answer me. Jake brews me a cup of coffee and hands it to me. Would you like to talk about it? And all of a sudden, everything is revealed. Everything is included, there is no order. The bartender received her phone number from her in front of me and in front of everyone else. Moreover, when I inquired about it, she acted as if I were completely insane. Yeah, but it's not just that. Remember our anniversary? 3 years. She forgot, said she made plans with the girls and couldn't cancel. I remember. And last month when my mom came to visit, Sophia said she had a work thing, then posted Instagram stories at brunch with friends. Dude. And she's always saying I'm controlling when I ask basic stuff like where she is at 2 a.m., or who's texting her. But if I don't text her back within an hour, I get 20 messages about how I'm ignoring her. That's manipulative as hell. And the money thing. I pay for everything, most of rent, all the utilities, groceries, dates, her car insurance that one time. But when I suggested we split rent evenly based on our incomes, she said I was being unfair. That relationships aren't about keeping score, but she kept score when it benefited her. Exactly. When she needed help, we were serious. When I needed, I don't know, basic respect suddenly, we're just dating and I'm being too intense. Jake gives a slight nod. You did the right thing, man. Then why do I feel like crap? Because you're not an asshole. You actually cared about her. My phone is beeping. Not known to anyone. I choose to disregard it. Once more, it rings. The same number. Jake explains that it is most likely her calling from a phone belonging to someone person. I respond to it. What? You can't just block me, Sophia. The woman has been crying. It is audible to me. I can't actually. We need to talk about what about? About you leaving? About you taking everything? I took my stuff, Sophia. You took the couch. My couch that I bought 3 years ago. We share everything. No, you use my stuff. There's a difference. Then there was silence. I can't believe you're being like this. Being like what? So cold. So mean over one stupid comment. It wasn't one comment. I was drunk. You gave your number to another guy, sober or drunk, that's pretty clear. I didn't. It wasn't like that. What was it like then? She is helpless to provide a response. I got to go. Wait. Can we meet somewhere? Talk in person. There is a part of me that urges me to say no. Nevertheless, there is this hushed whisper. That portion of me that still recalls the reasons I loved her and that suggests that perhaps I owe her that much. Fine. Where? The coffee shop. We get together at this location, which is close to her place of employment, territory that is neutral. Upon my arrival, she is already present there. Positioned at a table toward the rear. And her appearance is rough. There is no makeup on, and the hair is pulled back into an untidy bun. Items from the previous day. It's possible that I also have a harsh appearance. When the waiter arrives, I take a seat and place an order for a black coffee. Emma already has some complicated latte, which is what I tell her. Then she says. So, while fiddling with her cup. I don't even know where to start. Start anywhere. I don't understand why you left like that in the middle of the night without even talking to me. You were at the club. You could have waited. Why? So you could tell me I was overreacting, that I was being controlling? She makes a flinching motion. I didn't mean it like that. How did you mean it? I was just. You embarrassed me in front of everyone. It's true that I laugh. I embarrassed you? Yes. You were interrogating me about talking to the bartender. I asked his name. Sophia. It felt like an interrogation because you gave him your number. So what if I did? We're not. She comes to a halt. Not married. I am finished. Yeah, you made that really clear. When she glances down, she sees her cappuccino. I didn't mean it like. I just meant that you were acting possessive. Possessive because I wasn't thrilled that my girlfriend gave her number to another guy. You don't trust me. Do you trust you? Her eyes are watery as she glances up. That's not fair. None of this is fair, Emma. You know what's not fair? Me paying for most of our life together while you tell people we're just dating. You know what's not fair? Me rearranging my schedule to meet yours while you forget our anniversary. You know what's not fair? Me being called controlling for asking where you are at 3 a.m. I have friends. I am a living being. I am not requesting that you refrain from doing so. I'm requesting that you show me enough respect that you won't let it get in my face. A small bit of silence falls over the coffee shop. We are receiving stares. Already, she is crying. I do hold you in high regard. You do not, in fact. What I am able to do for you is respected by you. The difference is significant. That is not the case. Sophia, when is my birthday tomorrow? What is it? When is my birthday? When is it going to happen? Her gaze is fixed on me. Whatever it is, July 12th of August. We have been at this for 3 years. So, I'm not very good at going on dates. Which of my middle names is it? I am. What is it that I am allergic to? How come you are? What is the name of my mother? Put a stop to it. Now she is bawling her eyes out. I am aware that I am an idiot, yet at the same time, I believe that I am correct. There is a simultaneous truth to both of these statements. The volume of my voice is lowered. Sophie, you are not familiar with me. You know the version of me that is helpful, the one who pays for and provides you with a place to stay and doesn't ask too many questions. That's not the version of me who says, I love you, do you? Or do you love having me around? It is not answered by her. My coffee is now finished. Even though it is sour and extremely spicy, and I end up burning my tongue, I still manage to finish it. At this point, I believe we are finished. So, that's it? Her voice is trembling. 3 years and you just quit. I'm not quitting. I'm just done being treated like I don't matter. You do matter. Then why do I feel like I don't? It appears as though she is going to take my hand, but I draw back from her as she reaches across the table. Sophia, you've been checking out of this relationship for months, maybe longer. I just finally caught up. I haven't. You have? Every time I tried to talk about the future, you shut down. Every time I asked for basic consideration, you call me controlling. You wanted all the benefits of a relationship without any of the commitment. And that's fine. That's your choice. But it's not what I want. What do you want? I want someone who's sure about me. Someone who doesn't make me feel crazy for having expectations. Someone who doesn't humiliate me in front of our friends because I dared to notice when something was off. At this moment, she is crying uncontrollably right into her palms. And there is no doubt that people are staring. In my heart, I want to provide her some solace. I have a part of me that wants to apologize, take everything back, and act as if Saturday night never took place altogether. A larger portion of me, the portion that has been progressively deteriorating over the course of several months, simply desires to depart. That is what I do. After dropping a gratuity on the table for my coffee, I rise up and leave the establishment. She is not following me at all. I've been in my new place for 3 weeks now. It's a studio apartment, not much to look at, but it belongs to me. Here, my couch is looking very nice. My television, as well as my coffee machine. I am sleeping well, eating well, and working out once more, which I had stopped doing since Sophia had told me that I was having an unhealthy obsession with going to the gym. Jake arrives at your house with a beer and pizza. We watched the game, and she was in contact with us. It was during a commercial that he inquired. I received a couple texts from her. Requested that we give it another shot. What did you say? Nothing. I think saying nothing says enough. Olivia's still pissed at you, by the way. Yeah, I figured. She says you blindsided Sophia. That you didn't even try to work on things. I tried for months. She wasn't interested in working on anything. She was interested in doing whatever she wanted while I shut up and paid for it. Jake gives a slight nod. That's what I told her. What did she say? That I was taking your side because we're friends. Aren't you supposed to take your friend's side? That's what I said. We have a good time. My phone is making a buzzing sound. The notification from Instagram. A photograph was uploaded by Sophia. It is not opened by me. It is not necessary for me to. The question that Jake poses is, you miss her? I give it some thought. Think about it in great detail. I miss who I thought she was. To which I respond, finally, I miss the idea of us. However, what about the real woman, the one who treated me like a piece of trash? No, I don't miss that at all. That's healthy as hell, dude. Is it? I still feel guilty about what? The fact that she left in such a manner and moved out while she was gone is a mystery to me. It was a trivial matter about the coffee machine. Dude. She gave another guy her number to his face in front of you. You think you're the petty one? I guess not. We are watching the game. It doesn't really matter to me that my team is defeated. It is over. In a sense, already. It has been 2 months. I am doing well. It's not fantastic, but it's good. I've started dating once more. No major issues at all. I was asked to get drinks by a female from my workplace, and I said yes, with no problems whatsoever. Even so, nice. Before I could even reach for my wallet, she picked up the check, laughed at my jokes, and inquired about my family. She also asked about my family. We can split it. I responded by saying, I asked you out. According to her, the next one is on you. There was going to be another one in the future. That was a pleasant experience. The previous week, I had a meeting with Sophia. Celebrate the birthday of a mutual friend. Her presence was already accompanied by a new person. Tall man with a beard. It appeared as though he was probably doing a podcast about craft beer or some other nonsense. Upon seeing me, she made this expression on her face. Shock, followed by rage, and finally a feeling similar to melancholy. I gave a slight nod. Her response was a nod. It was unnoticed by her new crush. An individual was listening to him talk about his podcast. When Jake inquired, "Are you okay?" Suddenly, he appeared next to me with a beer in his hand. "Yeah, I'm good. You look good. I feel good. Lighter. You know. That's what leaving dead weight does." After a moment of standing there, we watched Sophia laugh out loud in response to something that the podcast guy had said. This prompted me to question, do you think she picked up anything from this? Probably not. Some people don't learn. They just move on to the next person and do the same shit. That's bleak. That's reality. Maybe he's right. Maybe she's already telling podcast guy he's too controlling. Maybe she's already lining up the next one after him. But that's not my problem anymore. My problem is my problem, and that's enough. Some time ago, I was asked if I had any regrets about the way I handled the situation. If only I had done it differently, I would have. To tell you the truth, no. Was there a better way for me to handle it? Certainly. I could have had a talk that was composed and mature. It would have been possible to suggest family counseling. The opportunity to apologize, to change, and to make things right may have been afforded to her. As for what I discovered, here it is. If someone does not believe that they are broken, it is impossible to fix them. As for me, I was so exhausted from trying. I left in the middle of the night with my dignity, my coffee machine, and my couch. I also took my coffee maker with me. What else is there to say? Due to the fact that she was correct about one thing, I would do it once more. We did not have a marriage. Also, I did not possess her. However, I was not familiar with her. Get up to date. A few individuals are inquiring about the apartment and what transpired with it. She was unable to pay it on her own. Astonishment. As a result, she relocated back to her parents' home. Attempts were made by her to convince me to pay the remaining portion of the lease. I forwarded her a copy of the leasing agreement, which makes it abundantly plain that each of us is to be held personally accountable for our respective amounts. No longer did she inquire. The utilities were moved to a new location. As time goes on, we will no longer have any friends in common. Each individual chose a side. Jake and the others who were reasonable were mine. Olivia, as well as the people who believe that I am a jerk for abandoning her, were left in her hands. That is just fine with me. Our bartender's name is Ryan. They dated for a period of 3 weeks. According to Jake, who heard from someone who heard from Olivia, then he broke up with her because, and I quote, "She was too much drama." When I heard it, I chuckled for a good 5 minutes. She was too much drama. A balcony is included with my new flat. At times, I enjoy sitting outside with my coffee, which I have brewed in my coffee machine, and watching the sunrise. Also, I no longer have any feelings of guilt. The couch, the coffee machine, and the decision to leave are not relevant to this discussion. To put it simply, here's the deal. When it comes to leaving, they don't tell you anything. On occasion, the individual you are attempting to save is yourself. Not only is that not selfish, but it is also survival. If you feel that this narrative speaks to you, you should remain here and pay close attention. In the comments section, don't forget to give the post a like and share your own experiences. Hello, Reddit. I never imagined I'd be the type of guy to write something like this. But after what occurred 12 years ago, I guess I simply need to get it out where people will listen. My family erased me overnight because of a single untruth. After all, the truth has finally come out. I'm not looking for pity. I just want to tell you how everything went down. Ethan, a 29-year-old male, was 19 the night my life ended without dying. My family was having one of those large Saturday dinners. Grandparents, uncles, cousins, the entire family. My parents enjoyed putting on shows when the house was filled. Mom was always in her element when there were others watching her, chatting loudly and bragging about how close our family is. Dad barbecued meat outside, while my brother and I carried chairs from the garage. And then there was Sophie, my adopted sister. My parents brought her in when she was 8 because they had always desired a female. She fit right in from the beginning. Quiet, polite, and shy. I used to help her with her homework, teach her how to ride a bike, and defend her when other kids mocked her about being adopted. I never thought of her as anything other than my sister. That night, she was acting odd. She wasn't eating and kept fidgeting with her hands. I believed she was either unwell or exhausted. After dinner, while everyone was in the living room, she stood up, shivering, and announced that she needed to tell everyone something. I recall her voice. It cracked like if she was going to cry. Then she whispered, "Ethan. He forced me." It did not even register. Everyone froze. The room fell silent, save for the ticking of the clock. My brain did not process it at first. I assumed she meant something else. Perhaps this was a bad joke. Perhaps she was puzzled. She then said, "I'm pregnant." My father grabbed my hand before I could say anything. His punch landed on my face so hard that everything became white. My teeth buzzed and my ears rang as I landed on the floor. My mother started screaming as if someone had died. My brother stood there, shaking his head and moaning. "Ethan, what the heck is wrong with you? You are disgusting." "Dad, I did not." I attempted, but the next hit arrived before I could finish. "You sick bastard," he shouted, cheeks flushed and eyes wild. "You brought humiliation to our family." Sophie was screaming into her mother's arms, trembling, and stating she was terrified. My aunt drew her close, murmuring, "It's okay, sweetie. You're safe now." My brother, Liam, came forward, spitting straight on my shoe. "Get out," he snarled. "You don't deserve to breathe the same air as us." I looked around at everyone's looks. People I had known all my life. None of them treated me like family anymore. Simply disgusted. I said, "She's lying." My voice broke. "I swear on my life she is lying." Nobody cared. My mother screamed, "Don't even say her name. Don't talk to her." I believe my uncle contacted the police. When the cop arrived, I was sitting on the porch, bleeding from my mouth. One of them asked my father if I was the suspect. And he simply nodded without looking at me. They didn't even cuff me harshly. They could tell I was merely a child who appeared half dead. Still, riding in the rear seat with the sirens blaring felt like being buried alive. At the station, they asked questions I couldn't comprehend. "When did this occur? What did you do that night? Has she said no?" I kept saying that it never happened. None of it. They did not book me. There was no proof, just nothing. They let me leave in the morning. I recall one of them saying the word "statutory case" under his breath. Sophie was 18 and I was 19. Just a year difference. Yet they had to ask every question in the book. They took statements, contacted a social services representative, and even checked timelines on our phones. In the end, there was nothing to hold me up. So they sent me home with a warning to be available for further interrogation. But when I stepped outdoors, the world was already aware. Our town wasn't large. By morning, half of it had already determined that I was guilty. I didn't go home immediately. I walked until my legs gave out. When I returned, my belongings were heaped on the front lawn. Clothes, school books, and my rucksack. My father stood at the door like a guard. "Get out," he said. His tone was not hostile this time. Just cold. "You are done here." "Dad, please. You recognize me." "I would never. Don't call me that. You aren't my son anymore." I tried to grab for my mother through the doorway. She averted her gaze, hugging Sophie like she was the victim of a murder scene. Liam slammed the door behind them. I stood there. My hands were so shaky that I couldn't pick up my luggage. That night, my phone vibrated. It was Rachel, my girlfriend. We had been together a year. She knew me better than anyone else. She whispered through tears, "I believe you, Jack. I swear, I do. But my parents won't let me speak to you. They believe it's true. They stated if I ever see you again, they'll call the police." "Please do not do this," I said. She wept. "I apologize. I cannot lose them." Then she hung up. I stared at the phone screen until it became black. That was the last time I had heard her voice. I sat in my car for the rest of the night behind a petrol station 3 towns away. I peered at the shattered windshield, watching rain fall in crooked patterns. In less than 14 hours, I went from being a normal kid with a family, a girlfriend, and a future to being viewed as a criminal by everyone. Every time headlights passed by, I assumed it was my father's truck. I assumed he'd pull me back to complete what he started, but no one arrived. When the sun eventually rose, I peered in my rearview mirror. My face was bruised. My clothes still had blood on it. And I discovered something simple but significant. Nobody was coming to save me, and that's when it struck me. My family hadn't merely thrown me away. They erased me. That thought stuck in my chest like a stone. I drove through the night without a plan or a map. I just had clothes on my back, a backpack, and $250 in my wallet. I drove till the gas light flashed red. The engine coughed at a sign reading, "Welcome to Maplewood." I didn't care where I was. I stopped into a parking space behind a row of stores that appeared half abandoned. My hands shook with hunger and cold. I'd been surviving on vending machine chips for days. A help wanted sign was attached to a diner window across the street. I stood there staring at it, trying to work up the nerve to walk in. When I walked in, the bell above the door chimed. A man stood behind the counter, with big shoulders, a gray beard, and deep creases on his face. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice raw as gravel. I saw the sign," I said. "I can wash dishes, do anything, really." He examined me. My clothing was crumpled. My shoes still had muck from the road. "Have you ever worked in the kitchen?" "No, sir." He grunted. "You seem hungry." "I am fine." I lied. He sighed and nodded to the back. "My name's George. Sinks are there. You begin right now. You are given a supper at the end of your shift." That was it. No questions, no paperwork, just work. The kitchen was small, noisy, and heated. I scrubbed plates and pans till my hands were raw. George served me his first meal, a half-eaten burger and fries from a customer who did not complete. I didn't care. I devoured it like if I hadn't eaten in weeks. When it was time to close, I tried to hand him the plate back, saying I'd find somewhere to sleep. George cleaned his hands and said, "There's a room upstairs. It ain't pretty, but it's got a bed and a lock. You can work it off." That was the first gesture of kindness I'd seen in weeks. The room was small, perhaps 12 feet across, with a dirty mattress, a flickering bulb, and wallpaper peeling from the corners, but it was a roof, and the floor didn't shift beneath me. I collapsed onto the bed and slept for 16 hours straight. Over the next 3 days, I settled into a rhythm. George didn't say much, but he'd grunt something like, "Good job." Those words were more meaningful than any apology I'd ever received. One night, perhaps 4 weeks in, I came downstairs to lock up and discovered George reading the newspaper at the counter. He glanced at me and asked, "Kid, what's your story?" "What do you mean?" "Said he saw your picture in a paper a couple towns over. Some family thing." My gut gave way. I began shaking. "That is not what it appears to be. It is a falsehood. My sister is my adopted sister. She made it up. I promise I never." George raised his hand. "Calm down, youngster. I don't mind what they say." I blinked at him. "You do not?" He leaned back on his stool. "Everybody has a story. You're here working. That is what matters. Keep your head down, complete your tasks, and rebuild your life. The rest will work itself out." It took a second for those words to register. For the first time since that night, I did not feel like a monster. That night, I sat on the side of the bed, staring at the cracked wall and attempting to understand it. George did not know me, but he gave me a chance. My own family couldn't do it. One night, I was scrolling through my phone's contact list. I hesitated before calling home because I needed to hear my mother's voice. Perhaps enough time had passed. Perhaps they realized the truth. She answered the third ring. "Mom, it's me," I replied gently. Silence. "Ethan." "Yeah, I just wanted you to know I'm okay. I found a job. Don't call here again," she told me. Her voice crackled. "Your father does not want your name spoken in this house," she said before hanging up. I gazed at the phone till the screen faded. That was the last time I attempted. Weeks became months. I worked double shifts and saved what I could. George began teaching me small things. How to repair a leaky pipe, patch a vent, and inspect a thermostat. "Learn to fix things, kid. It's the only way to survive," he'd tell you. Curiosity overcame me one night after closing. I looked up Sophie's name. There she was, smiling in images, belly round, relatives around her, clutching pink balloons that read, "It's a girl." My mother stood by her, proud, holding a baby carriage-shaped cake. My brother was in the corner of the frame, smiling as if nothing had happened. My throat stung. My stomach twisted so badly that I had to close the laptop. Then I decided that I would never be Ethan Winter again. After that night, something inside me turned off. No more attempting to explain. No more waiting for someone to come around. I had had enough of being the version of myself that they had buried. I put myself into working at the diner. I'd arrive before daylight and leave well after it closed. I repaired leaking faucets, cleaned grease traps, and learned how to replace filters in old air vents. George noticed. One afternoon, while I was unclogging the sink with half my arm down the drain, he said, "You ever thought about learning this stuff for real?" I looked up, perplexed. "Like plumbing?" He chuckled. "Nah, bigger. Heating, cooling, air systems, HVAC. People always need heat or cold, kid. That skill feeds you forever." His words remained with me. I was bored of cleaning the plates. I wanted something permanent, something that could not be taken away from me. A few weeks later, George handed me a leaflet for the community college down the road. "Night classes," he explained, slipping it across the counter. "You'd be good at it. You pay what you can, and I'll cover the rest until you're on your feet." I looked at the page for a long time. Nobody had ever offered to help me in this way before, not even my own relatives. I signed up the following day. The first few months were terrible. I'd work 12-hour days at the diner, then take the bus to night school, struggling to remain awake during lectures on compressors and coils. Every time I mended something, whether cold air poured out of a vent or a broken machine roared back to life, I felt as if I was repairing myself piece by piece. George continued pushing me. "Don't just get good," he said. "Get so good they can't ignore you." By the time I graduated from high school, I was already halfway through the HVAC program. I started making modest repairs on the side. George's house, the diner's vents, and a few repeat customers. When the certificate arrived in the mail, George hung it in the diner's corridor like it was his own child's diploma. "Not bad for a runaway," he commented, touching my shoulder. I laughed, even if hearing that word hurt. With George's aid, I was able to save enough money to purchase a used pickup truck and a set of used tools. I left the diner and began working full-time for a local HVAC firm. One summer afternoon, a coworker named Derek was accused of taking money from a client's kitchen counter. The employer was prepared to terminate him on the spot. Something about Derek's expression, the same panic I saw in the mirror 12 years ago, drew me in. "Check the vent," I stated. Everyone gazed at me. I climbed up and removed the cover, and sure enough, the envelope had been sucked halfway into the duct by the return air. The client had probably placed it too close to the vent. Derek nearly sobbed. The boss apologized to the client. Derek shook my hand as if I had saved his life. George heard about it via a source and called me that night. "Good job, kid," he said. "You didn't simply fix the air, you fixed the whole situation. That's what distinguishes men from mechanics." That stayed with me. Years went by like that. Work, sleep, eat, and work again. It was straightforward, predictable, and safe. But occasionally when I returned home at night, I felt a hollow place inside me, like if there was another existence buried somewhere. One night, while completing invoicing, I opened an old account that I hadn't used in years. My hands shook when I logged into social media. I should not have done that. My family was standing in front of a birthday cake, smiling and laughing, with a small girl, her daughter, who appeared to be about 10. My mother was holding her, and my father put his arm over them as if nothing had occurred. My brother was in the background, beaming as if he hadn't spit at my feet once. The comment said, "Happy birthday to our miracle girl." Family is everything. Family. As I looked through the images, my chest pained. Sophie appeared cheerful and dazzling, as if she had never damaged anyone's life. I closed the laptop and sat in the darkness, shivering. For years, I feared they would break apart without me. However, they didn't. They just replaced me. That night, I sat in my truck in the parking lot after finishing my shift and made a decision. I went home and deleted every old account with the name Winter. I cut ties with the past as if it were a loose wire. By morning, I had completed the papers for a legal name change, Ethan Winter. It was my grandmother's maiden name. And she was the only one who had ever treated me with genuine respect before to this. When the new ID arrived several weeks later, I stared at it for a long time. The image appeared to be stronger, harder, and no longer resembled a boy. That was the day I stopped fleeing from what they had done to me and began creating something they could never destroy. 12 years later, I founded my own company, Winter Heating and Air. Only a few vans, 3 employees, and a regular stream of clients who trusted my work. We were not fancy, but we were dependable. Life had finally leveled off. Everything began to split open anew in the early summer. I was working on an old air unit behind a bakery, perspiration streaming down my back, when my phone began to vibrate nonstop in my pocket. Unknown number with hometown area code. I disregarded it twice. The third time, it would not stop. I cleaned my hands and replied, "Yeah, this is Winter." There was a little hush, followed by a voice I hadn't heard in over a decade. "Ethan." My chest tightened. "Who's this?" "It's me, Rachel." I froze for a moment. Everything surrounds me. The fan noise and street sounds disappeared. "Rachel, how were you?" she exhaled. "I know I shouldn't call, but I thought you should hear it from someone who truly believes you." That statement alone caused my throat to close up. She proceeded. "Sophie has been arrested." I blinked. "What were you arrested for?" She accused him of lying. "For blaming another guy in the same way as she did you." I leaned against the van, feeling woozy. "She what?" This time, the man she accused fought back. "He hired a lawyer." "All of it." It turns out she made up the entire tale again. And, throughout the investigation, she admitted to the first one to you. She admitted to lying back then, too. The words struck like a sledgehammer. I had fantasized hearing anything like that for years, but it didn't feel right. There was no relief, only silence. Rachel kept speaking, her voice shaking. She claimed authorities she became pregnant following a one-night affair with Daniel, a local heroin dealer. He vanished after she told him. She panicked and blamed you since you were present, and everybody believed her. "Ethan, they have cleared your name." Officially, I could not speak. My hand went numb while holding the phone. She paused. "I just thought you should know. I am sorry it took so long." "Thank you," I eventually said, my voice low. Before I could continue, she muttered, "I'm married now. Kids, but I'll never forget what they did to you." I smiled softly, but she couldn't see it. "Rachel, you were the only one who believed me. You don't have to feel awful about that." We spoke for another minute, awkward but soft. Then she said her goodbyes and that was it. I sat in the van for over an hour, staring at the steering wheel. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to yell, cry, or laugh. My identity was cleared, but it was 12 years too late. By daybreak, the call had begun. Private numbers come first, followed by emails. My company's inbox even received one with the subject line, "Please call us back." Curiosity got the best of me once. I answered a phone number I didn't recognize. "Ethan," a weak voice replied. I immediately recognized that voice, said my mother. "Don't hang up, please," she pleaded hastily. "Sophie told the police everything." "We didn't know." I hung up. "They didn't know. They didn't care to know." Later that week, a local newspaper requested a statement. I said nothing. I wasn't interested in sympathy or headlines. I wanted something better. Silence. But the silence did not last. My brother emailed me next, stating he had been young and stupid and wished we could start over. My father left a voicemail. "We just want to see you, son. We made mistakes." Mistakes. Number mistakes occur when you forget someone's birthday. What they did was their choice. So, instead of responding, I sent letters. Not what they expected. No forgiveness, no sweet words, just the reality. I told them about the nights I slept in my car, shivering. Regarding the moldy room above the diner. About George, the stranger who took me in after my own family tossed me away. I explained to them how it felt to burn my school ID because their names made me sick. How it felt to see pictures of them laughing around Sophie and her daughter as I was cleaning oil pans for scraps. I informed them they hadn't only ruined my reputation, they destroyed my home, my trust, and any remaining sense of tranquility. I ended each letter the same manner. "You didn't believe me when I said the truth. You can now live with it. I never sent them." I just stacked the letters in a shoebox and stored them in my desk drawer. That night, as I sat in my workshop reading over bills, I looked around and saw the tools, vans, and company name painted on the walls, all of which I had made myself. Everything I had lost was gone forever. But I couldn't lose everything I'd worked for. For the first time in years, I didn't feel completely erased. I felt written again. They did not do it. I did. However, peace does not last very long. When the truth about Sophie went across town, the same people who had thrown me away suddenly recalled my existence. It began with a knock on my office door one afternoon. I was repairing a thermostat unit on my desk when I heard someone say my name, "Ethan." I froze. I turned, and there she was, my mother. She appeared smaller and older, as if someone had drained the life out of her. Her hair was gray at the roots, and her hands shook as she grasped a foil-covered casserole dish. "I made your favorite," she replied sweetly. "Chicken and rice. You used to love it." For a moment I couldn't move. The fragrance reached me, and my gut wrenched. I remembered the last time she had prepared it. The night before, everything exploded. I stood up gently. "Why are you here?" Tears welled up in her eyes. "I just want to see you and apologize. We were wrong. Sophie lied, and we know that now." I leaned on the counter. "You're 12 years too late." She wiped her nose. I didn't know what to believe back then. She was crying, "And your dad," I shut her off. "You didn't even ask me. You didn't let me speak. You kicked me out and told me never to call again." She was getting closer. "Please, Ethan. Don't call me that," I retorted. "You lost that right." She flinched as if the words had struck her physically. I pointed to the door. "You should go." She paused, placing the casserole on the counter. "At least eat this, please." I stared at it. "Throw it out when you leave." I felt nothing as the door closed behind her. There is no wrath, no sadness, nothing. 2 days later, my father showed up. I was out on a repair call when I noticed him waiting outside the office, leaning against his truck as if he owned the building. He smiled as if we'd had a normal argument years ago. "Hey, son." I did not respond. "You've done good for yourself," he replied, gazing around. "Business, trucks, employees. I'm proud of you. Get to the point," I instructed. He moved his jaw. "Your mother's not doing great. She cries every day." I figured maybe if we all sat down, cleared the air. I nearly laughed. "You beat me and threw me out. You left me homeless. You cleared the air that night when you told me I wasn't your son." He sighed, annoyed. I was angry. "You have to understand, it was a different time. Things looked bad. So, you hit first. Asked questions." "Never," I said. His expression hardened. "You don't have to keep holding on to hate, son." "I'm not holding on to hate," I said, taking out my phone. "I'm holding on to self-respect." He frowned. "What are you?" I pushed a button. "Security. I've got someone trespassing at the front. Big guy in a red jacket." His demeanor immediately shifted. "You're calling security on your own father? You're not my father." I said. "You're a stranger who ruined my life." A few minutes later, the security guard from the adjoining building approached and asked him to leave. Dad cursed all the way to his truck, slammed the door, and drove out of the lot. When the silence returned, I just sat at my desk, staring at the same location where he had stood. Meanwhile, gossip reached me through old acquaintances. My family was breaking apart. Dad had lost his job at the company for shouting at a supervisor. According to reports, he was almost detained for it. Mom barely left her house. Neighbors claimed she was unwell and no longer herself. My brother's wife had taken their children and moved in with her parents after learning what had happened years before. Everything they had established, every idea of being the perfect family, was shattered. People love to say that karma takes time. I'd say it arrived right on time. One afternoon, my employee Kevin entered the office carrying a tiny box. "Hey boss." This was sitting outside the door, he told me. Inside, there were scores of letters, each with my name, Ethan Winter, scribbled in unsteady handwriting. There's no return address. I didn't need to open them to find out who they were from. My mother had always been dramatic about her handwriting. I brought the box into the rear room, placed it on a shelf above the storage bins, and then walked away. That night, I sat in my office and glanced up at the window, where those letters were. I considered all of the words inside, which were most likely apologies, justifications, or possibly Bible verses about forgiveness. However, forgiving is a luxury for those who have not spent nights sleeping in their car, wondering why no one believed them. I did not seek closure. I desired distance. So I kept the letters sealed. Every last one. I kept them in the box, locked up. They sought forgiveness because it made them feel lighter. Not because they earned it. They did not want me. They desired redemption. And I was not giving it to them. I looked up at the sky and murmured to myself. They erased me once. Now I erase them forever. I thought that was it. The end. However, the past has a way of finding gaps to crawl through. It was 4 months later that I received the letter. Plain white envelope with no return address. The inside contained a single piece of paper. Sophie Williams requests to meet with you in Maple Ridge Correctional Facility. For a long time, I simply stared at it. Her name appeared odd on print, as if it no longer belonged in my life. I dumped it in the trash, then got it out and threw it away again. But the concept remained. For the past 12 years, I'd pondered what I'd say to her if I ever saw her again. Perhaps it was time to find out. So a week later, I drove to the prison. It was 2.5 hours away, in the middle of nowhere. The guard at the front desk read my ID, buzzed me in, and brought me to a gray visiting room that smelled like antiseptic and stale coffee. I sat down at a metal table, my hands flat on the surface. Others around me whispered quietly. Wives, children, and parents were all visiting loved ones. I was not one of them. Then she walked inside. I barely recognized her. She was slimmer, almost delicate in appearance. Her skin was pale, her hair was tightly pushed back, her face was lined, and she looked fatigued. The girl who screamed in front of our family, gripping her tummy and calling me a monster, suddenly resembled a ghost. She sat across from me, her eyes flickering up briefly before falling to the table. "Thank you for coming," she replied softly. I did not respond. She twisted her hands in her lap. "You look different," she added after a moment. "Older." "You look guilty," I replied, and her eyes widened suddenly. "I deserve that." "No," I calmly said. "You deserve worse." She nodded slowly, tears welling up in her eyes. "I understand, and I apologize. For everything. For lying. Why are you wasting your life?" "For all of it?" "Why?" I asked. My voice was low but firm. She looked down, her voice trembling. "Because you were safe to blame. You were quiet. You never fought anybody. I was confident that everyone would believe me since you were the good, easy one. And I panicked." I leaned forward. "You panicked, so you destroyed my life. You panicked and made your own brother the villain?" Her shoulders shook. "I didn't expect it to go so far. I assumed you'd simply deny it, and everybody would forget, and I'd receive sympathy till I found something out." "Sympathy," I said. "Do you get it? You have a house full of people who love you, protect you, and throw parties for you, whereas I sleep in a car behind a gas station." She pushed her fist to her eyes. "I understand. I know what I did, Daniel." She caught her breath. "Daniel was the guy who truly got me pregnant. He was a dealer. I slept with him once. When I told him I was pregnant, he laughed and said I was crazy. He said if I told anybody, he'd disappear, and he did. I didn't know what to do. So I blamed you because you were there, and I just stared at her, no longer angry, but hollow. You ruined my life," I whispered slowly. "Do you know that you stole everything from me? My family, girlfriend, and name? You turned me into a monster. You've made me afraid to trust anyone again." She was crying, wiping her nose with her sleeve. "I've thought about you every day in here," she muttered. "And I hate myself for it. I can't sleep. Whenever I close my eyes, I see your face from that night." "Good," I responded bluntly. "You should see it. You should never stop seeing it." She looked up, desperate. "There's more. My daughter was never told the truth," Sophie remarked. "Mom told me changing the story would confuse her. So she still thinks it's you." I stared at her, stunned. "Even after everything came out?" She nodded weakly. "They said she's too young to understand and that admitting they were wrong would merely open old hurts. They'd rather keep the lie than admit what they did. She asks about you sometimes. Sophie said she's seen your photos, old ones from before everything, and wonders why you never came around. That hit harder than anything else," she said. "Somewhere out there, a kid, not mine, was walking around believing the same lie that destroyed me." I stood up, my chair scraping the floor. A few people turned to look. "You don't get to tell me that," I replied. "You don't get to put that on me now, like it's something I can cure." She trembled and reached out a hand. "I'm sorry, Ethan. I actually am. I can't undo it. I just needed you to know." I stared at her and felt nothing, no relief, no closure. Just the end of something. "You took 12 years from me," I said quietly. "I hope you never sleep peacefully again." She was crying hard now, choking on her words. "I deserve it," she said. "All of it." I leaned down slightly, met her eyes one last time. "You do." Then I turned and walked out. The guards didn't say a word as they buzzed the door open. I got into my truck and sat there, hands gripping the wheel, staring at the fence in front of me. I thought I'd feel free after seeing her, as if I'd won in some way, but I didn't. There was no victory in it, just exhaustion. Some things don't heal when the truth is revealed. Some things remain cracked even when you stop caring. But as I started the engine and pulled away, I realized something. Walking away, not forgiving, not exploding, just leaving, had its own kind of power. For the first time, I didn't feel erased, I felt finished. A year after that visit to the prison, My life settled into something that finally made sense. I sold my old small house and bought a new decent one just outside the city. 3 bedrooms, fenced yard. Nothing fancy, but it was mine. Every wall, every nail paid for with work I earned myself. Then came Rachel. I met her through one of my clients. She was a graphic designer who came in to rework the corporate logo. I didn't want to date anyone, but she had this serenity about her. She didn't ask too many questions about my history, but said, whatever it was, you're not that guy anymore. We'd been together for a year. She moved in with her cat, and I adopted a rescue dog named Edgar. The house finally seemed alive between the 3 of us. Work, Rachel, Edgar, calm. Then one morning, a letter arrived in the mail with no return address. My stomach tensed, thinking it would be another apology from my family, but when I opened it, the name inside stopped me. Nathaniel Brooks, Mr. Winter, I'm filing a civil case against Sophie for defamation and emotional damage, and my lawyer says your testimony would help both of us. If you're interested, call me. I read it twice before calling him that afternoon. We met at a coffee shop the next day. He was around my age, maybe a few years older, and shook my hand as if we'd known each other our entire lives. It seems funny, doesn't it? He said, being connected by something that messed us both up. Yeah, I responded, but I think we both survived it. We talked for an hour about everything. When he asked if I wanted in on the lawsuit, I didn't hesitate. I'm in, I said. The case took months, but this time I wasn't running or hiding. I showed up in court, sat across from Sophie, and told the truth, calm, steady, and without anger. I didn't even look at them when I spoke. The lawyers laid everything out, the false accusations, the manipulation, the emotional damage, the evidence she'd done it twice. When the judge finally ruled, the courtroom fell silent. Walking out of that courthouse, I felt lighter than I ever had. My reputation was officially clean, but it was more than that. It was as if a ghost had finally stopped following me. For once, my name wasn't buried in shame. It stood next to words like truth, justice, and vindication. Then the voicemail arrived. It was late, almost midnight, and I was finishing bills in my office when my phone rang with an unknown number and a hometown area code. I almost dismissed it, but it got to voicemail, and something made me listen. Son. It's Dad. I'm not sure if this number is even correct anymore. Your mother found it online. I do not have much time. The doctors believe it's cancer. Stage 4. I do not want anything, I swore. I just want to see you one more time before it's too late. The message ended with a long pause, then a shaky breath. Please, I'm sorry. I was mistaken. Please. Son. I sat there for a minute, staring at the phone, before hitting play again and deleting it. I remembered the night he punched me, the look in his eyes, the way he told me I wasn't his son anymore, sleeping in my car behind the gas station, tasting blood and rain. He chose his truth, and now I'm choosing mine, I whispered to myself. They threw me outside into the cold. Now I'm fixing other people's air. That's ironic, I suppose. And peace. They erased me once, but I rebuilt myself. And this time, my story will end on my terms. Steady, quiet, and always north. If this story resonates with you, stick around and listen closely. Don't forget to like and share your own experiences in the comments. On my 19th birthday, my dad called me a failure, beat me, and disowned me for standing up to my golden brother. So, I caused them eternal regret. My girlfriend dumped me for a hot guy at her graduation, despite my paying $110,000 for her college. I threw her the loan papers. Now this debt is yours. When she was 25 years old and working 2 jobs to save money for college, I, a male, met my girlfriend. I am now 30 years old. Her parents were unable to continue providing financial support for her, so she decided to withdraw from school after her first year. And for the past 3 years, she had been working hard in order to save up enough money to travel back. We had an instant connection with one another. Obtaining a degree in marketing was something that she was determined and enthusiastic about. To tell you the truth, I was shocked. She was having a difficult time deciding whether to take out big student loans or to wait another 2 years to save up, as she was 6 months into the program. Overall, I had done well for myself. As early as possible, I entered the field of software development, made some astute investments, and was bringing in approximately 150,000 calories annually. There is no debt. I was the sole owner of my condo. I assured her that I would be of assistance. How much assistance do you need? She inquired about it. I stated that it was all of it. Focus on your studies. I will take care of everything else. Having said that, here is the point, and this is quite significant. Don't think I'm a moron. A divorce that resulted in my father paying for his ex-wife's law degree and then her leaving him a month after she passed the bar exam was a source of frustration for my father. Moreover, I took him to the dry cleaners. Protect yourself, that is something I learned early on. I organized it as loans, complete with the necessary papers and signed agreements, and everything else. Her attitude was one of contentment, even gratitude. We went to a lawyer, who drafted loan agreements with a 3% interest rate, which was extremely generous, and really nothing more than following inflation. The agreement stated that the payback would begin 1 year after the graduation. It was all legitimate and within the law. Over the course of the subsequent 4 years, I was responsible for paying $60,000 in tuition, $38,000 in rent and utilities for her apartment, $10,000 in textbooks and supplies for her laptop. Additional expenses totaling $4,500, including auto repairs, an emergency visit to the dentist, and other charges. The grand total is $110,000. Every single payment was recorded, and every single expense was recorded. At the beginning of each semester, she signed updated loan agreements. Every single object was stored in a specific folder, including both digital and physical copies. Had I ever loved her? It's true. Did I have any plans for the future with her? In a word, yes. My assumption was that because we were going to get married, the loans wouldn't be a problem. Still, I am not my father. As a precaution, I carried the receipts with me. It was a pleasant 4 years of life. Her academic performance was outstanding. It was a solid team. Discussing the possibility of moving in together right after graduation, I meant a lot to her family. She continued to refer to me as the nicest thing that had ever occurred to her. With tears in her eyes, her mother would express her gratitude to me for providing her daughter with this chance. After that, the graduation took place on Saturday. With over 90 guests, she had organized this enormous party that was held in a rented event venue. Her entire family, all of her pals from college, and a few of my colleagues and coworkers were all present. I contributed to the cost of the venue. Due to the fact that I am not that spiteful, the loan does not include an additional $2,800. This was a present. The situation was going quite well. The bar was open, the food was catered, and her parents gave speeches. After that, she stands up to deliver a speech. I have a feeling that she is going to express her gratitude to everyone, get emotional, or do something else. She begins in a typical manner. I would want to thank everyone for coming. This journey has been really fascinating. Without support, I would not have been able to survive. After that, she said, I have an announcement to make. This seems to be the ideal time for fresh starts. I'm considering becoming involved. Is she going to make a proposal to me right now? Sure, she was the kind of person. My boyfriend and I are going to make a breakup. Scratch the record. It was completely silence in the room. My friend who was sitting next to me choked uncontrollably on his drink. When she proceeded, she said, he's been wonderful, but I need to be honest with myself and all of you. He's holding me back. I'm about to start my career, and I need someone who is on my level, someone who challenges me intellectually. She then made a gesture toward a man who was present in the audience and said, I need to spread my wings. The man rose up, appearing to be in a state of extreme discomfort. This is my study partner for my senior year. We've been connecting on a deeper level, and we're going to see where this goes. A few individuals began to clap in an odd manner. The majority of individuals simply gazed in shock. On the other hand, her mother was grinning. It appears that she was aware. For a whole 10 seconds, I remained seated there. This is how it comes to an end, and the pain came first, 4 years ago. At a gathering that I had helped pay for, I was publicly humiliated. First, there was rage, and then there was something more. Clarity that is icy and deliberate. Then I stood up and grinned. Kudos on achieving the degree. Also, the new romantic partnership. She appeared to be relieved. I am appreciative of your comprehension. I think you're a wonderful guy. A person will come to you, without a doubt. In any case, before I leave, after pulling out my phone, I opened the folder that contained my documents. Quickly, I need you to put your signature on something. What exactly is it? After approaching her, I opened the PDF file on my phone that displayed the comprehensive breakdown of the loan, simply confirming that I have received the timetable for paying off your loan. That's the loan of $110,000 that I gave you over the course of 4 years. In accordance with our arrangement, the repayment will begin 1 year from now. Installments of $1,500 per month for a period of 7 years. She had a pale appearance. What exactly are you referring to then? It is the loans. Every semester, you signed off on various agreements. There is a fairly generous interest rate of 3%. An exhaustive accounting is shown here. After I airdropped the paper into her phone, I saw her open it and watched the color drain from her face as she browsed through 4 years' worth of documented payments, signed agreements, and loan stipulations. Her phone was taken by the guy who was her study partner. Sacred. Is this going to happen? True to life. They are all legally binding. I have the contact information for my attorney right here in case you need to verify it. It was my attorney's business card that I presented to him. Urgently. Her mother arrived. You are unable to accomplish this. The money was given to her by you. Loaned out. The difference is significant. Within the presence of a notary, she signed the documents on many occasions. A moment of uneasy silence had given way to complete anarchy in the room. The individuals were taking out their mobile devices. Even though he appeared to be about to throw up, her father was reading the documents that were on her phone. This guy, who was my study buddy, gazed at my girlfriend. You signed the agreements for the loan? There was a time when I believed that he would not actually enforce them. I responded with a nice tone that this is not how legal contracts operate. If you fail to pay, we will see you in court. Have fun at the party. I walked out of the room, collected my present, which was a professional camera that I had wrapped up and given to myself, and then stopped at the bar on my way out to tell them to lower the bill. It was no longer possible for my card to authorize charges. Up until the point that I blocked her number, I had missed 28 calls. Texts that range from "how could you do, you're a monster" to "I'll sue you for emotional distress" were sent to the recipient. This is a matter that my attorney is very enthusiastic about. Fourth day after the initial update. At that point, things quickly escalated to the point where you had to lawyer up and belt up. As soon as I departed, the party seemed to completely collapse. They had already racked up $900 on my tab by the time the bar closed its doors. The remaining balance of the bill was owed to her parents. They were enraged by it. After that, people began to leave, and she spent the remainder of her celebration sobbing in the bathroom while the guy who was her study partner tried to figure out whether or not he had just inherited $110,000 in debt. To my surprise, her father had called me from her phone when I got up on Sunday morning. Her path was obstructed. However, he was not. Now is the time for us to discuss the matter. You surprised her by ambushing her. Instead, I enforced a formal agreement that she had signed on many occasions. She belongs to our family. It is unreasonable to anticipate that she will repay you for this. That is precisely what I anticipate happening. The meaning of loan agreements is exactly that. That is not the amount of money that she possesses. She has not even begun working at her new job yet. This is the reason why the payback process does not begin until 1 year has passed. It will take her a year to figure it out. Employment is typically beneficial. It was an attempt at the guilt trip angle. I was told that I was being vengeful, that I had trapped her, and that no righteous guy would act in such a manner. I brought to his attention the fact that his daughter had publicly humiliated me after I had supported her entire degree. So it's possible that our conceptions of what constitutes decent are different. I was hung up on by him. On Monday, I received a phone call from my attorney. It appears that my ex-partner hired a lawyer, a young college graduate who offers low-cost services. According to a letter that was received by her attorney, the loans were essentially presents because we were in a relationship at the time. My attorney laughed out loud while we were on the phone. She signed many loan agreements that were notarized and included provisions that were obvious. It's been months since I've seen a more stupid debate than this one. We sent back copies of all 6 loan agreements, one for each semester, along with 2 revisions. All of the agreements were signed, notarized, and contained the words "loan agreement," written in big letters at the very top of each document. Additionally included text exchanges in which she communicated the conditions of the loan in detail and expressed gratitude to me for the extremely low interest rate. Following that, her attorney became very silent. On Tuesday, things began to fall apart in a significant way. At 7 o'clock in the morning, her mother arrived at my condominium and buzzed my intercom. It went unnoticed. She began yelling over the intercom that I was having a negative impact on the life of her child and that she needed to be a man and let this go. He was led out of the building by security. The entire time, she yelled that I would come to regret doing this. That afternoon, I received an email from the guy who was my study buddy. The email was a success, with a subject line that said, "We need to talk man to man." In essence, he stated that he had rethought the relationship after learning about the debt, that he was unable to begin a future with that kind of financial burden, and that he believed that I ought to reevaluate my position as the more mature individual. When I was asked, "Cool, not my concern anymore. I wish you the best of luck," it appears that he ended their relationship that evening. My friend, who is still friends with one of her college classmates, claims that she had a full breakdown. called the guy who was her study companion every name in the book, and stated that he was just like all males and that he was only concerned with money. I was aware of the existence of the irony. On Wednesday, a fresh strategy was introduced. Friends who are both trying to mediate the situation. There were 3 different persons who called me and asked whether we could find a solution to our problem. Yes, I responded. You are able to lessen the amount of the loan, but she is paying it back according to the terms that she committed to. A portion of it could be forgiven. How could I possibly accomplish that? Since you have feelings for her. Admired. To use the past tense, it was when she dumped me at her own party that I had helped fund that she put an end to that. Due to the fact that the loans are distinct from the relationship, we took the time to establish legal agreements. It was actually a friend who stated, "Dude, this makes you look really bad." To whom did they say this? There are many who believe that loan agreements are irrelevant. Everything is okay with me. On Thursday, her mother made the decision to go with the nuclear option. My mother received a phone call from her. It was a terrible error. The entire tale concerning my father is known to my mother. During the time when he was being dishonestly divorced, she was present. She is the one who proposed that I record everything. It appears that her mother attempted to use the argument that your son is being cruel to a young woman who just wants to start her life when I originally indicated that I would be helping my ex-girlfriend with her college coursework. My mother, bless her, responded by saying, "My son loaned your daughter $110,000 at an extremely generous interest rate to help her achieve her dreams. She used that opportunity, then publicly humiliated him. If you raised your daughter to think legal agreements don't matter because she's a woman, that's your failure as a parent, not my son's problem." Her mother abruptly ended the conversation. A call from my mother made me giggle. However, Friday was the more shocking of the 3 days. That woman is delusional. Papers were brought to my attention. The former partner of mine filed a lawsuit against me, alleging that I had tricked her into signing agreements under false pretenses and that I had exploited her financial need. The lawsuit was filed for financial coercion and emotional suffering. The amount of money that she was suing for was equal to $200,000. I received a call from my attorney right away. "Have you seen this lawsuit? Just got served. It's completely baseless. I'm almost offended by how stupid it is. They're claiming you coerced her, but she signed notarized documents over 4 years. They're claiming emotional distress, but she's the one who publicly dumped you. Despite the fact that she will incur financial losses if she files this, it is sure to be rejected. Thus, what should we do? Specifically, we submit a move to dismiss, which will most likely be granted. After then, we file a countersuit for the full amount of the loan, in addition to the legal fees associated with this baseless action. An actual payment is about to be made to you. In terms of legal fees, how much are we talking about? It is possible that by the time this is finished, we'll add an additional $15,000 to $20,000 to her bill. I gave my okay. It made my attorney excited. It would appear that this is the kind of case that lawyers' dream comes true. This is completely unambiguous, and the documentation is outstanding. To top it all off, it appears that her low-cost attorney did not conduct any fundamental investigation. The fact that notarized loan agreements between adults who are not married are perfectly enforceable is something that they would have known if they had actually looked into contract law. This lawsuit was doomed to fail from the beginning. I received a text message from a strange number on Friday evening. "You're really going to take her to court over money? You're pathetic." I responded by saying, "She's the one who sued me, genius." I was happy to just collect monthly payments. Blocked from proceeding. I was asked on Saturday by a friend if I had any feelings of guilt about any of this. Answer that is honest, not even a little bit. In order to embarrass me in front of others, she took a deliberate decision. I held the belief that she could use the degree that I had funded to get away with it. She is now gaining an understanding that her actions have repercussions. The next update will be provided after the court hearing about the dismissal of her lawsuit. Should be enjoyable. This is the second update. After 3 weeks, the court was precisely what I had hoped for and even more. However, I would want to explain that the 3 weeks that passed between updates were incredibly crazy. 1 week after I had provided the most recent information, her case began to fall apart almost quickly. The complaint was filed by her attorney, and my attorney filed a petition to dismiss with prejudice, which meant that she was unable to refile the case. The judge put together a hearing schedule. During that week, her father used a different strategy by sending me an email in which he offered to handle this matter in a reasonable manner. The deal they made: I will forgive the entire loan, she will not continue her case, and we will all move on with our lives. The letter of response from my attorney: refute the offer. Your daughter withdraws her unfounded case, pays the full sum of $110,000 as per the parameters that were agreed upon, and the $8,300 in legal expenses that have been accumulated up to this point. The additional interest that would be accrued over the course of the case will not be charged. They did not send a response? The situation deteriorated to the point where her mother began harassing her daughter and began posting reviews on the website of my company, stating that I was harsh to women and financially deceptive. On social media, I was mentioned in rants about males who take advantage of women who are defenseless. My attorney has issued a cease and desist order. Because of the violation of the terms of service, the reviews were removed. It is necessary for you to truly be a customer. In an attempt to silence her right to free expression, she threatened to sue me. It never took place. It is the second week. Those that shared a same friend circle broke apart totally. In part, I believe that I was justified. To a certain extent, I believe that I was acting in a manner that was technically correct but ethically incorrect. I have lost a few folks that I considered to be friends. In any case, they are able to put money into someone's education and then observe how they react when they are rejected after graduation. Apparently, my ex-partner received a job offer that was withdrawn. It was not because of me. Rather, the lawsuit that she had filed was discovered during the course of her background check. Candidates that are actively litigating other people are not very popular with hiring supervisors. It turns out, using social media, she accused me for destroying her professional career. The response from my attorney was, take a screenshot of that. It's defamation. A guy who was her study buddy attempted to get back together with her. We will include it in the counterclaim. He was instructed to pound sand by her. It appears that he reached out to friends with whom he shared a common acquaintance, stating that he had dodged a bullet there. Week 3. The day of the court arrived. The hearing was slated to take place at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which is a Wednesday. In the presence of my attorney, I appeared in a suit. My ex-girlfriend showed up wearing jeans, accompanied by her budget attorney, who appeared to be more interested in being somewhere else. The judge ruled upon the case. Our motion to dismiss was presented to the court. It was laid out by my attorney. Your Honor, the plaintiff claims financial coercion, but signed 6 separate notarized loan agreements over 4 years. She claims emotional distress, but she initiated the breakup publicly. She claims false pretenses, but text message evidence shows she understood and agreed to the loan terms explicitly. It is a retaliatory lawsuit that has no basis in reality. The lawyer for her stood up. Your Honor, my client was in a vulnerable position. She needed money for school. She felt she had no choice but to sign. The judge stared at him with concern. Her legal representative checked his notes and asked, was she working at the time of the initial loan? Yes. Your Honor. 2 jobs. Therefore, she had the ability to seek other possibilities because she had income. There are student loans, scholarships, and waiting to save more money. Although she signed these agreements numerous times over the course of 4 years, she never once raised any concerns about being coerced into signing them. Well, yes, but she trusted him, Your Honor. That is not coercion, counselor. That is a choice she made. The judge read through the loan documents. She trusted him. These are some of the clearest contract documents I've seen. Notarized explicit terms, multiple signatures, motion to dismiss is granted with prejudice. My former partner broke down in tears. Her attorney appeared to be defeated. But my attorney was not yet finished. Your Honor, we'd like to file a counterclaim for the full loan amount plus legal fees incurred defending against this frivolous lawsuit. Granted, defendant may file counterclaim. Next hearing in 45 days. We turned around and left. My former partner was crying in the corridor. There was her mother present. Even though I didn't find out until after the fact, she instantly began yelling at me, saying, you cretin, you're ruining her life. Her attorney literally dragged her away from the situation. Ma'am, you need to stop. You're making this worse. The documentation for the counterclaim was immediately given over to her attorney by my attorney. Hopefully, we will see you in 45 days with payment. My attorney was hyped up as we drove away after the event. That turned out even better than I had anticipated. Clearly, the judge was able to see through the absurdity. Now, she either agrees to a settlement or we take the counterclaim to court, which will result in the counterclaim being successful and she will owe even more money. Following that, what are the possibilities that she would settle down? Quite a bit high. Her attorney is aware that he does not have a case. He will suggest seeking a settlement. I bided my time. I was contacted by the phone 5 days later. Her attorney asked for a conference to discuss the settlement. They made a settlement offer of $70,000, which was significantly lower than the initial loan amount and significantly lower than the loan plus legal fees. In response, I countered with $142,000, which included the initial loan amount as well as all legal fees. The lawsuit was initiated by her. For wasting everyone's time, she is the one who pays. At a cost of $95,000, they returned. Our response was $135,000 in total. A sum of $110,000 was offered. My legal counsel was consulted by me. Do you have any thoughts? In all honesty, we would most likely be awarded the full amount if we went to court. However, litigation is both costly and time-consuming. The recovery of $110,000 is a significant amount. In your hands. The idea crossed my mind. I entertained the idea of lagging this out for several months. Imagined her being buried under a mountain of legal bills. I entertained the idea of putting an end to this whole situation altogether. Give in to it. She is required to sign a non-disparagement agreement, but only under one condition. There will be no more harassment campaigns, no more public comments, and no more posts anywhere on social media. They were in agreement. The settlement was signed on Friday of last week. A down payment of $15,000 is required. For a period of 5 years, her parents paid it, which was then $1,583 per month. In the event that she fails to make 2 payments, the total amount has to be paid immediately. It was necessary for her parents to co-sign. Despite the fact that they were angry, they went ahead and did it because their daughter's credit was about to be ruined otherwise. The agreement to not be dissatisfied is completely foolproof. In the event that she violates it, she is immediately on the hook for the remaining balance, in addition to $25,000 in penalties. Yesterday, I received the initial confirmation of the payment. The sum of $15,000 was deposited into my account. It seems unreal. Due to the fact that she believed she would be able to ride off into the sunset with her new boyfriend and her degree, she decided to dump me. Rather than that, she is going to repay me over the course of the next 5 years. Her mother and father are irate with her. Her study partner guy has been gone for a long time, and she is currently working at a job that pays less because she turned down a better offer. A friend of mine asked me last night, was it worth it? To tell you the truth, yes, it was. Because of the principle, not because of the money. She had the idea that she could make use of me and then discard me. Didn't realize that the degree I funded was only for her. Having to learn the hard way that legal agreements are important. There is a good chance that someone on Reddit would say that I ought to have just let it go and been the more mature person. However, the payout for being the larger person is not $110,000. This is the third update. A final update has been provided 8 months later because this matter has finally been resolved in its entirety. To tell you the truth, I'm ready to put this chapter behind me. During the first 3 months of the payment plan, everything went according to plan well. My bank account was credited with $1,583 on the first of every month, just like a clockwork. I wasn't keeping tabs on her life or anything like that. After confirming that the money was received, I proceeded with my life. 4 days after the due date, the payment was received. My father sent me a text message. For the sake of payment logistics, I had unblocked him. Payment will be made on Friday. While she was in between jobs. Warning sign. In the agreement, it was stated that the full balance would be released after 2 missed payments. A missed payment was not the same as a late payment, but it was still cause for concern. Immediately, I sent it to my attorney. When Friday arrived, payment was already in hand. Keep an eye on this. Not a crisis at all. No payment for the 5th month. 6 months have passed, and nothing has changed. It took exactly 60 days for the agreement to be reached. The legal notice was then dispatched by my attorney. A total of $80,251 is still owed after the initial payment of $15,000 and the 3 monthly payments that are due within the next 30 days. Otherwise, we will initiate the process of garnishment. Her father gave me a straight phone call. You can't do this. She lost her job. She's trying. A provision in the agreement addresses precisely this kind of situation. There were 2 non-payments. The total amount is payable. She failed to catch 2. We are unable to send $80,000. You contributed to the signing. Now that is the dilemma you face. The threat of filing for bankruptcy was made by him. Founded on the fact that the debt was founded on fraud, my attorney notified him that the debt would not be discharged. Although she had no intention of ever repaying the money, she had received it under false pretenses. Unfortunately, such was not the case. Initially, she had the intention of repaying him, but he was enough frightened by it to negotiate. New settlement, a flat sum payment of $65,000, to be made within 60 days, and we are finished for good. They were in a hurry. They obtained a loan against the equity in their property. Their family reportedly got into a major argument as a result of this. Her father held her mother responsible for persuading her to pursue a more suitable partner. From what I gathered from our shared friends, their words were as follows. Rather than teaching their daughter about the repercussions of her actions, her mother blamed her father. While this was going on, my ex-boyfriend was reportedly living in a small apartment, working in retail, and coping with the fact that having a degree in marketing does not guarantee a job in marketing, particularly when you have drama behind you. The payment of $65,000 was received this past month. Immediately, the settlement was officially terminated and closed out. Recovered totals amount to $80,000, with a down payment and a lump sum. I lost approximately $47,000 from the initial payment, in addition to the legal fees that I spent out of my own money, roughly $11,000. Out of the $110,000 that was borrowed, the net recovery after my legal expenses was around $69,000. I did not receive the full amount, but it was significantly higher than the zero that I would have received if I had simply accepted being dumped and humiliated without any penalties. The nicest thing is that I ran into the guy who would be my study companion at a coffee shop 2 months ago, before the final settlement was reached. After recognizing me, he became pale and attempted to escape. "Peace out, dude," I told him. He came to a halt and said, "I don't care about you." While she was still my girlfriend, I began having sexual encounters with her. "Look, I didn't know about the loans when you what?" He became red in the face. In an uneasy manner, he nodded and then went. "It wasn't like that. Don't care, you did me a favor." Showed me who she really was before I wasted more time. The last time I saw my ex was around 3 months ago. Within the shopping center, she was employed at a phone store. Eye contact was established between us. Within a moment, she averted her gaze. I continued to amble. Had no feelings of anger. Lacked a sense of contentment. Not even a penny. That's when I realized I was completely done with it. I, on the other hand, am doing well. Actually, it's even better than fine. Taken the money that was recovered and invested it in several businesses. Over the past few months, I have begun seeing a new person. A financial analyst is what she does. Surprisingly, we find ourselves laughing over the entire thing. In her opinion, the documentation for the loan was quite astute. If it were up to most individuals, they would have just handed up the money and said their prayers. An attempt at a final guilt trip was made by my ex-girlfriend's mother approximately 6 weeks ago. She stated, "My dad taught me better." Your dad sounds smart. He learned the hard way. I learned from watching him. I received an email from them stating that I had ruined their family's money and that they hoped I would be able to live by myself. I sent it to my attorney and inquired as to whether or not it was in violation of the non-disparagement agreement. Technically speaking, the answer is no because it was a private discussion, but my attorney did send a letter to remind me about the terms all the same. Since the final payment was approved 28 days ago, I have not received any communication from them. In an official letter of closure, my attorney confirmed that all of the terms had been satisfied and that the matter had been concluded. I moved the letter to a folder that had all of the loan agreements, and then I placed it away in the appropriate location. At some point in the future, I could get a feeling from looking at it. At the moment, it is nothing more than papers from a period of my life that has come to an end. Last week, someone inquired as to whether or not I would be willing to go through it all once more. Loan agreements can be used to provide funding for someone's education. No way. I responded by saying, I just won't fund someone's education at all. Lesson learned. Are you sorry that you assisted her? Exactly, that is the question, isn't it? To tell you the truth, I am sorry for the person she became. I feel terrible that I would have wasted 4 years on someone who did not see me as a companion but rather as a resource. My regret is that I did not recognize the warning signs sooner. Nevertheless, should I regret protecting myself by entering into legal agreements? Not for even an instant. When she was at that graduation celebration, she made her decision, refused to engage in private conversation in favor of public shaming. After 4 years of working together, I decided to hire a new guy. I made the decision to presume that the degree I paid for was entirely hers. Just now, I made certain that there would be repercussions for that decision. And you know, I have no problem with that at all. Ever been in a crazy situation like this? As I tell you the story, drop your thoughts in the comments. We'd love to hear your take. At 19, I was exiled and homeless after my adopted sister falsely accused me. The truth came to light 10 years later, and they begged for forgiveness. I missed my husband's entitled daughter's anniversary dinner for my mother's funeral. My husband kicked me out, accusing me of disrespecting his family. Hello Reddit. I've been married to David, 44, for 3 years, but we dated for 2 years before getting married. He has a daughter from his former marriage, Sophie, 23F. Sophie was in college at the time David and I started dating. While we were not very close, I thought we had a decent relationship. She'd come home during school breaks and we'd have family dinners. Everything appeared perfect. There was no drama or tension, only routine, pleasant encounters. Sophie lost her mother when she was 16. David's ex-wife died unexpectedly, and I've always been careful not to intrude on her life. I didn't want her to think I was attempting to replace her mother. So, rather than acting like a stepmother, I attempted to be a more welcoming presence in her life, especially because she was already an adult when I arrived. David has always been quite protective of Sophie, and I understand that. She has been through a lot, including losing her mother at such a young age. Over the years, I've seen how much he values her, whether it's dropping everything to help her move residences, spending hours on the phone when she's stressed, or ensuring she has everything she needs for major life events like exams or job changes. To be honest, I liked how committed he was to becoming a good father, and I wanted to help him without violating any boundaries. 6 months ago, Sophie married her college lover, Luke, 24M. It was a lovely wedding, and I was overjoyed for her. I was quite helpful with the planning, willing to jump in wherever she needed. I didn't want to go overboard, but I did want to show her that I cared and was there for her. At the wedding, she hugged me and expressed her joy that her father had met someone who cared about his family. That moment felt big to me, like if we had turned a corner in our relationship. I hoped it would only get better from there. However, after the wedding, things began to alter. Sophie got increasingly distant. She began canceling arrangements we had arranged or simply ignored my texts when we did see each other. She scarcely spoke with me. At first, I attributed it to her being preoccupied with wedding life. Perhaps adjusting to marriage took up all of her time and energy. But after a while, it was difficult not to feel hurt. David didn't appear to notice, and if he did, he said nothing. Whenever I mentioned it, he'd advise me to be patient and remind me that Sophie had gone through a lot in her life. Then, around a month ago, Sophie revealed that she and Luke would be celebrating their 6-month wedding anniversary. She described it as a modest, private family supper to commemorate their unique bond. I felt that was a bit weird. 6 months isn't exactly a significant milestone, right? And that wasn't even on their actual anniversary. Instead, it was set for the weekend, which I assumed was simply to make it more convenient for everyone. I didn't say anything because she seemed so excited, and I didn't want to ruin it for her. David, of course, was entirely on board and continued emphasizing the importance of supporting Sophie and doing whatever made her happy. 3 days ago, however, everything changed. My brother called and told me awful news. Our mother had suffered a terrible stroke. The physicians were not hopeful about her possibilities. My mother lives in California, while we are in Massachusetts, so it's not like I could just drop over to visit her. My mother is my rock. She raised me and my siblings as a single parent, working various jobs to ensure our well-being. She has been there for me through everything. And suddenly the notion of losing her was intolerable. I knew I needed to get to her as quickly as possible. I promptly booked the first flight I could find to California. There was no debate in my mind. I had to be there with my mother. This, of course, meant that I would miss Sophie's celebration. I tried to explain the problem to both David and Sophie. I told them about my mother's condition, how bad it was, and that I needed to leave. I assumed they would understand, but Sophie was outraged. She claimed I was leaving their family celebration and didn't care about her pleasure. I was stunned. How could she think like that? My mother was literally dying. David, on the other hand, seemed torn. I could sense he didn't want to take sides. But then he said something that surprised me. You should think carefully about your priorities. My mother's life was fading away, and they were upset about a 6-month wedding anniversary meal. It seemed weird. I didn't have time to analyze their reactions. However, I packed my stuff, boarded the airline, and flew off that evening. When I arrived at the hospital, my mom was barely conscious. I held her hand, told her I loved her, and stayed by her side the entire night. She died early the next morning. It was the most difficult thing I've ever gone through, but I'm so glad I was there with her in her final moments. I got to say farewell. That is something I will never let go of. The next day, I flew home exhausted physically and emotionally. I scarcely slept, and I was still trying to process the reality that my mother had left. When I walked through the door, David was waiting for me. He did not give me a hug or inquire how I was doing. Instead, he handed me the divorce papers. I was shocked. He informed me my true colors had shown and that I plainly did not prioritize his family. He said he couldn't be with someone who didn't prioritize Sophie's happiness. He did say, Sophie needs stability and support, and you've shown you can't provide that. I couldn't believe what I heard. My mother had recently died, and now my marriage was crumbling because I had skipped a celebration. I felt as if I was in an alternate reality. David did not stop there. He went on about how I'd always been aloof from Sophie, and how this was the final straw. He even brought up things I hardly recalled, like the time I forgot to text Sophie happy birthday despite having contacted her and sending her a present. He suggested I had never genuinely embraced Sophie into my life, which felt extremely unfair. I had done so much to establish a friendship with her. I assisted in the planning of her wedding, listened to her complaints about work, and even served as a mediator when she and Luke had a major disagreement early in their marriage. But none of that seemed to matter now. David begged me to give him space, so I'm sitting in a hotel room right now. My mother has gone. My marriage appears to have ended, and I feel as if I'm living in a nightmare in which being with my dying mother makes me a bad person. I'm repeating everything in my thoughts, wondering whether I missed anything. Were there any indicators that I ignored? Was I wrong to leave? I have been so gaslit that I no longer know what is realistic. Am I the crazy one here, or is their reaction as stupid as it appears? Looking back, there were clearly red flags. David's protection of Sophie was more than just being a caring father. It has frequently crossed the boundary of enabling. Sophie may be nasty or dismissive, and David would always excuse it by saying, "She's been through a lot." When I brought it up, he'd shut me down and say I needed to be more understanding. It's as if he put Sophie on a pedestal and expected me to blindly follow their dynamic. And now, because I didn't follow the rules this time because I decided to stay with my dying mother, I've been rejected. It feels as if all I've worked for, my connection with David, and my attempts to connect with Sophie have been obliterated. I don't know what to do now. I lost my mother, my marriage, and any sense of security I had. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Should I have handled it differently? Was I really in the wrong, or is this as bizarre as it seems? Update 1. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone for their encouragement and nice words. I've read through every read David and DM, and it's been truly overwhelming in the greatest way. Many of you have reminded me that I am not crazy, which means a lot to me right now. Many people have asked for more information, so I wanted to fill in some of the gaps and keep you up to date on what has been going on. After reading your advice, I contacted my brother and a few close friends who have been quite supportive throughout this ordeal. My brother even flew out to stay with me, and having him here has been extremely comforting. We've started going through Mom's possessions together, which has been both upsetting and healing. We've spent hours talking about her, how she always found time for us, even when she was working many jobs, and how she never made us feel as if we were missing out on anything. It's made me understand how much she influenced who I am. I mourn her more than words can express, but I am committed to respect her memory in the best way I can. Unfortunately, things with David and Sophie have only gotten worse. I discovered through common acquaintances that Sophie has been posting all over social media about how I abandoned their family and spoiled her big day. Apparently, she has been telling others that I never cared for her and only married David for his money, which is completely absurd. For context, I'm a software engineer who earns much more than David. The thought that I used him is ridiculous, but watching my character drag through the dirt is still frustrating, especially because all I did was choose to be with my dying mother. After hearing this, I decided to contact a lawyer. When I explained the scenario, she was taken aback. She said David's behavior, particularly issuing me divorce papers so soon, is evidence of emotional manipulation. She also indicated that the divorce papers were premeditated, which felt like a hit in the gut. But at least I'm taking precautions to protect myself. She is assisting me in ensuring the security of my assets and the receipt of a fair compensation. Fortunately, we reside in a state that divides marital property evenly, which is a comfort. She also suggested that I document everything, including Sophie's social media posts, text messages, and emails. So I started gathering evidence to ensure that my side of the story is clear. What truly opened my eyes, however, was something my buddy Sarah showed me. She had screenshots of Sophie's social media posts from the previous few months, which were eye-opening. There were several passive-aggressive comments about step-parents understanding their place and how blood is thicker than water. Sophie had prevented me from accessing some posts, so I had no idea what was going on. The posts began shortly after her wedding, which explains her sudden change in conduct toward me. The worst one was when she said that her mother would be rolling in her grave if she knew who her father had married. That one cut deep. I've always been very careful to honor her late mother's memories. I never attempted to replace her mother or overstepped in any manner, and seeing something so horrible was like a slap in the face. Her pals, as well as David, made comments that appeared to back up her claims. It was as if they were all buying into the idea that I was some kind of nasty stepmother. Looking back, it's evident Sophie never completely welcomed me, regardless of how hard I tried. I helped her choose her wedding gown. I spent hours communicating with vendors to ensure everything ran well. When her budget exceeded, I even stepped in to help cover some of the expenses without saying anything. At the time, I believed that those instances brought us closer. I truly believed we were developing a relationship, but now it's clear she'd made up her mind about me long before that. Her social media posts make it plain that she has been portraying me as the villain to defend her own actions. I'm not sure if it's insecurity, animosity, or simply how she's processing her mother's death, but it's draining. No matter what I did, it would never be enough for her. What's more perplexing to me is David's utter refusal to see the broader picture in all of this. When I attempted to bring up the social media posts I'd read, he absolutely dismissed me. He said I was misinterpreting Sophie's motives and accused me of being selfish for even looking at her posts in the first place. The issue is, I didn't look. My friend shared these to me because she was really concerned about what was being said, but David didn't care. He was so focused on defending Sophie that he refused to accept how hurtful and unfair her actions had been. It's as if he's utterly blinded by his desire to protect her, no matter how ridiculous or harsh she is. Then there's something my lawyer mentioned that really stuck with me. The timing of everything. Sophie's party had been planned for several weeks. What about those divorce papers? They were drawn up far too rapidly after I left for California. Like, far too fast. It's hard not to wonder whether this was all planned long before anything happened. Were David and Sophie discussing pushing me out behind my back? To be honest, the concept seems like a punch in the gut, but when I consider how everything has played out, the party, Sophie's posts, David's sudden coldness, it all seems too well coordinated to be a coincidence. Then there's the added layer of other family members getting involved. I've received a variety of reactions. Some folks have reached out to express their condolences and support, which I greatly appreciate. However, others, largely on David's side, have supported him and Sophie. One of his sisters even contacted me to express her disappointment with how I handled the situation. According to her, family is putting each other's happiness ahead of anything else. I'm not sure what kind of family values they follow, but in my opinion, abandoning everything to be with a dying parent is not only appropriate, but the correct thing to do. I can't believe anyone would expect me to prioritize a 6-month anniversary meal over my mother's final moments. Despite the commotion, I'm trying to stay grounded and focused on what's important. My brother has been a rock throughout this. He continues reminding me that I did the right thing and that I should take care of myself now. We've been discussing holding a small memorial service for Mom in a few weeks, something intimate with only close friends and relatives who truly loved her. The idea of honoring her memory in a meaningful way gives me something to grasp on amid the storm. Honestly, the entire experience has been eye-opening. It's difficult to discover that the person I believed was my partner, the person I intended to spend my life with, could turn on me so swiftly over something so insignificant. I've been examining everything, trying to determine whether I missed any red flags or warning indicators. But, at this point, I believe it is evident that it was never about me missing one supper. This was about control, David and Sophie's relationship, and my being punished for not meeting their expectations. I don't know what the future holds right now, but I'm trying to take things one step at a time. For the time being, my priorities are reconstructing my life, surrounding myself with people who genuinely care, and respecting my mother's legacy. She raised me to be strong, and even though I am absolutely devastated right now, I know she would want me to stand tall and move on. Thank you again to everyone who has contacted out, offered advice, or simply sent a nice word. Knowing that I am not alone in this means more to me than words can express. You've helped me see things more clearly and reminded me that I'm not to blame here. Things have taken an entirely unexpected turn. A few days ago, I received an email from Sophie's husband, Luke, that left me completely startled. In the email, Luke apologized for not reaching out sooner and shared certain details that I'm still processing. He told me that Sophie had been suffering with unresolved grief over her mother, and apparently, their wedding brought many of those feelings to the surface. She's been visiting a therapist, but instead of working through her emotions, she's projected them onto me. The most stunning revelation came when Luke disclosed that Sophie had purposefully scheduled the 6-month anniversary party for that exact date. She had overheard me mention in passing that my mother wasn't doing well, and she had purposefully chosen that day as a perverse test of my commitment to the family. According to Luke, Sophie assumed that if I did not show up, it would prove her notion that stepmothers usually disappear. I couldn't believe what I was reading. The idea that Sophie purposefully engineered the situation, knowing my mother was ill, only to elicit a reaction, feels cruel and manipulative. I've been reviewing every interaction I've ever had with her, trying to figure out how I missed the extent of her animosity towards me. It's terrible because I actually cared about her and worked hard to create a relationship, only to discover she was testing me like this. Luke also provided some profound thoughts about David that struck me deeply. Apparently, Luke has been encouraging Sophie to delve further into her concerns and treatment, but David has been opposing her attempts. Instead of encouraging Sophie to accept responsibility for her emotions, David has validated her fears of abandonment, promoting the notion that I was somehow wrong. Luke claimed David told him it was easier to blame me than to hold Sophie accountable since he did not want to upset her. Hearing this from Luke was both affirming and terrible. It's one thing to suspect that your spouse isn't on your side. It's another to have it proven. David was not simply passive in this situation. He consciously opted to protect Sophie at my expense, even if it meant breaking up our marriage. After I saw Luke's email, I immediately emailed it to my lawyer. She told me that's an important piece of evidence, especially because it demonstrates Sophie's acts were intentional and David was involved. She believes that this could help my case for an accelerated divorce, and perhaps protect me from any financial claims David may make. My lawyer also advised me to document anything else, such as Sophie's social media posts and any interactions I'd had with David. On her advice, I've begun looking into therapy for myself. After everything I've been through, I realize I need help processing things. Between losing my mother, the breakdown of my marriage, and now discovering Sophie's machinations, it's all been too much. I discovered a couple therapists in my region and am hoping to begin sessions shortly. In the meantime, I've moved from the hotel to a little temporary flat. It's nothing extravagant, but it's comfortable, and for the first time in a long time, I feel like I have room to breathe and start over. My brother has been nothing short of incredible throughout this entire process. He's helped me arrange the flat, unpack, and hang photos to make it feel more like home. He's also been there emotionally, always willing to listen when I need to vent or process my emotions. He even offered to stay with me if I was ever lonely. I honestly don't know how I'd do everything without him. To protect my mental health, I made some difficult but necessary decisions. I blocked David and Sophie on social media and requested mutual friends not to send me any updates about them. As difficult as it is, I know I need space to heal. Unfortunately, it appears Sophie has not ceased stirring the pot. A mutual acquaintance informed me that she has been posting vague, dramatic updates online, hinting that I abandoned the family and left David sad. She has even said that my departure is proof that I was never serious about our marriage. It's annoying to hear these things, but I'm trying not to let them affect me. People who actually know me comprehend the reality, and their view is ultimately what matters. Luke's email also revealed something else that has been difficult to digest. Sophie's hatred toward me had apparently been building up for quite some time, even before the 6-month anniversary party. According to Luke, she questioned my loyalty to the family after I declined to finance some more wedding expenses. While I finally helped out, Sophie seemed to interpret my initial uncertainty as an indication that I didn't care about her or David. It felt like another punch in the gut. Not only was I taken aback by her antagonism, but David was plainly aware of her concerns and chose to do nothing about them. Instead of confronting or reassuring her, he ignored the situation. That lack of support hurts more than I can put into words. If there is one silver lining in all of this, it is the support I've received from unexpected sources. Following my mother's death and the breakup with David, a few old pals contacted me. Their compassion and understanding have been a breath of fresh air. It has reminded me that not everyone is selfish or manipulative, and that there are those who truly care. I've even started making plans to meet with some of them in the coming weeks, giving me something to look forward to during this difficult time. This entire experience has been tremendously difficult, but I am beginning to see it as an opportunity for growth. I've understood how crucial it is to create boundaries and prioritize yourself, which was something I struggled with in the past. While there are still moments of loss and doubt, I'm beginning to feel that this chapter of my life is the beginning of something greater. My mother always wanted me to be surrounded by love and respect, and I owe it to her and myself to create that sort of future. For the time being, I'm taking each day as it comes. I'm working on healing, rebuilding, and learning to enjoy this new beginning. It's not easy, but I know I'm headed in the right direction. Update 3. This will most likely be the last update I provide. Clarity has been supplied in abundance throughout the course of the past few days. Eventually, David made contact with me, but he did not apologize. Instead, he favored the practice of bargaining. It would appear that he has come to the conclusion that it was not a prudent choice to file for divorce so quickly, particularly during the time when I was grieving the loss of my mother. It was suggested by my attorney that his timing and actions during this entire process could make him appear to be in a very poor position in court. It is my belief that David is making an effort to avoid legal repercussions as well as any embarrassment that may result from his impulsive behavior. At this point, he desires to achieve a calm and speedy calm. I also made it clear that my health was the most important thing to me, even if I consented to talk about it. I was contacted personally by Sophie's therapist regarding another matter, and she gave her permission to do so. The fact that she wanted to explain a few things let me see things from a more holistic perspective. During the time when Sophie was getting married, it appears that the unresolved grief she felt about her mother had a significant impact on her. It has been reported by the therapist that Sophie has been struggling for years with feelings of abandonment and guilt, but, rather than working through these feelings, she has misdirected them into hatred toward me. Another thing that I found out was that Sophie's therapist had advised her not to organize the party celebrating the 6-month anniversary because she considered it to be an unhealthy way of coping with problems. David, however, went along with it as he often does in order to avoid upsetting Sophie. In spite of the fact that this background does not justify Sophie's actions, it does assist me in comprehending the reasons behind her behavior on that end. To tell you the truth, it is tragic because it seems as like she is stuck in a cycle of despair and anger that is misplaced, and David has been feeding it rather than helping her to truly heal. I've come to the conclusion that I will accept David's settlement offer, but only under specific conditions. This decision was reached after lengthy thought. Both monetarily and in terms of providing me with a clean split, my attorney has made certain that the terms are fair with regard to the situation. It is my intention to retain my personal assets, in addition to receiving recompense for the emotional hardship and anxiety that this procedure has caused me. I have insisted on a complete breakup, which means that I have no communication with David or Sophie, no social media ties, and no residual connections that could encourage me to return to their harmful dynamic. This is the most important thing I have done. The documents are currently being finalized by my attorney, and I am hopeful that this chapter will be finished in the near future. We have received communication from a few members of David's family, and their feelings have been mixed about the situation. His sister, who reached out to him to convey her disbelief and dissatisfaction with David's actions, was the most surprising of all. She went so far as to say that his indulgence of Sophie had been a source of contention in the past. It would appear that his late ex-wife had similar concerns about their relationship prior to her passing away. Hearing it was a painful experience that was also empowering. This realization let me realize that despite my best efforts, I was unable to find a solution to this problem. Their troubled relationship had been going on for a very long time before I came into the picture. Luke, who is married to Sophie, was the one who surprised everyone the most. During our conversation, he reached out to me and requested that we meet for coffee. He explained that he had some information regarding David's behavior patterns that he believed I ought to be aware of given the divorce. In order to guarantee that whatever information he supplied might be appropriately documented and utilized in the event that it was required, I gave my assent, but only when my attorney was there. When it comes to what Luke intends to convey, I'm still a little bit uncertain. His willingness to speak up, on the other hand, gives me optimism that someone in Sophie's life is making an effort to steer her toward decisions that are better for her health. I am grateful to everyone who has shown their support and assisted me in understanding that I am not nuts. When I was going through one of the most difficult times in my life, the kindness and affirmation that I received from friends, family, and even complete strangers acted as a ray of light that made me feel hopeful. When it comes to figuring out what the problem was with the picture in the first place, it is often necessary for the entire cosmos to start falling apart. In the closing moments of my mother's life, I made the decision to be present with her, and I will never regret that choice. It would not have been necessary for me to make a different decision in order to have a healthy relationship. Right now, I'm concentrating on getting better, working through my sadness, and putting my life back together again. I learned from my mother to be courageous and self-reliant, and to never compromise my principles for the sake of another person. Despite the fact that it would mean losing everything else, I am confident that Mom would be proud of me for keeping my ground. Am I feeling down? Indeed. Do I feel remorse for the choice I made? In no way, shape, or form. Not only was my mother there for me throughout my entire life, but I was also there for her when she passed away. It is the way that true families behave. It is impossible for there to be a more momentous anniversary party than that. This path has been challenging, but it has also taught me about the need of establishing boundaries and the significance of valuing myself. This is the beginning of a new chapter in which I will place an emphasis on my own enjoyment and well-being, and I have chosen to regard it as such. My experience is meant to serve as a reminder to anyone who is going through something similar that it is acceptable to make a decision for themselves. Sop, Reddit. I'd been counting down to my 19th birthday for 4 years, which happened on a Saturday in late September. Not because I wanted to vote or buy scratch-offs, which are things that typical kids look forward to. I was counting because that was my expiration date under their control, the day they couldn't legally take me back home if I choose to flee. I, a 2-3-year-old boy, grew up in one of those residences that photographs well. My father worried over his 2-story Craftsman with white trim and bushes every weekend. From the curb, we appeared to have everything together. Inside, however, it seemed as if I were the only thing they wanted to hide. Aaron is 3 years younger than me, And he has been my favorite since the moment he took his first breath. Not exaggerating. The youngster could destroy the garage, and they'd inquire if he needed therapy. He also got a new Xbox to help him cope with his emotions. Meanwhile, I left a wet towel on the bathroom floor once, resulting in a 50-minute lecture about respect and responsibility, which finished with my father asking if I was raised by wolves. Growing up, I learned to exist silently, with light footsteps, no complaints, and always one step ahead of what they required so they didn't have to ask. My father would give me this look as if I angered him simply by being present. My mom was even worse because she'd smile while saying things like, "Aaron's just naturally talented, sweetie. You have to work twice as hard to keep up." Aaron got the genetics, the personality, the breaks. After my mom lost 4 pregnancies before him, he became their miracle baby, their second chance, and I was just the kid they had before they figured out what they really wanted. I tried, nevertheless. I received good grades and worked part-time at a local hardware shop, loading bags of mulch and concrete mix after school. Never caused any difficulties. I saved every penny since I knew they wouldn't be able to afford education. When my father discussed my future, he would grunt something like, "You'll figure it out. You're resourceful." At 17, Aaron purchased a brand new gaming laptop for school. He primarily used it to watch videos and play games till 3 a.m. When I asked to borrow it for college study, my mother told me to ask Aaron first. He instructed me to get my own. This concludes the conversation. So, when my 19th birthday arrived, I didn't have high expectations. Maybe a card with $25 inside, perhaps a sheet cake from the supermarket, something that acknowledged my existence. I awoke at 11 a.m. and rushed downstairs to find my father wrapping a silver ribbon around this sleek black box on the kitchen counter. Aaron was jumping around as if it was Christmas morning. My mother had a false camera-ready smile plastered on her face. No one looked at me once. My mother finally noticed me standing there and said, "Oh, perfect timing, honey. Aaron, go ahead." I remained there, perplexed and transfixed. Aaron ripped up the package and pulled out an exquisite stainless steel watch with a leather band. The kind that consumes more than 4 months of my hardware store earnings. The kind that appears in magazine advertisements for perfumes and luxury cars. "Hey, this is sick." Aaron grinned as he slipped it onto his wrist and turned it to catch the light. "Now I won't have to keep stealing yours, Dad." My father laughed and ruffled his hair. "You've earned it, champion. We are proud of you. We earned it." The kid's proudest achievement that month was making JV basketball and avoiding suspension for vaping in the locker room. I stood there expecting for someone to remember, to look at me, to speak the 2 words that were most important today. My mother looked over and must have noticed something in my expression because she remarked, "Don't look so bitter, Liam. Life isn't about material things. When you're older, you'll realize that character is more important than gifts." I felt as if I had been punched. She spoke in that silky, condescending tone she uses when she wants to appear intelligent, as if I were a spoiled brat throwing a fit over a toy. "Thought we were having cake," I remarked gently. "Oh, we had some earlier," Aaron nonchalantly stated, not glancing up from his new watch. "While you were sleeping in?" I blinked. "You had cake without me." "It was just a small thing," my mother answered quickly. Aaron smirked. "Nothing big. Don't make a scene. My name was on it. You missed it, bro. I mean, it was sort of a joint celebration, but it's not your birthday. Get over it." My father snapped. "It's just a cake, Liam. Stop being theatrical." That's when something in my skull snapped like a wire. I looked at Aaron, truly looked at him, standing there with his $160 watch, wearing the hoodie I'd bought with my own money, which he'd borrowed 4 months earlier and never returned. I said, speaking louder than I intended, "This is pathetic. You are pathetic. You have not earned anything in your entire life. You simply coast while they give you everything and pretend you're special." Aaron's face flushed. "What's your problem, man?" "My problem?" I laughed and it came out wrong. "My problem is I'm standing here on my birthday watching you get a watch for just existing while they can't even remember what day it is." My mother warned Liam, "That's enough." "No, that's not enough. It's never been enough. You treat me like I'm some stray dog you're stuck feeding while you throw parties for the golden boy who's failed every class except gym." That's when my father moved quickly, grabbing me by the shirt and pushing me hard against the refrigerator. My skull smacked the stainless steel, and everything went white for a moment. "You're done," he growled, his voice low and cold. "You hear me? Done." I shoved him back so forcefully that he tripped, and his eyes widened with surprise. I had never pushed back before, never raised my voice, never fought. Touch me again, I murmured quietly, and I'll make you regret it. He came at me again, this time with his fist, caught me in the ribs once, twice. I slumped over, gasping for air. My mother screamed. Aaron simply stood there watching. My father grabbed my face and forced me to look at him. Enough, he snarled. We're done honoring a failure like you. You're merely a mistake. Now get out of my sight, a mistake. That's what I was, not his son. I straightened up, ribs screaming, tasted blood in my mouth, looked at all three of them, my mom crying fake tears, Aaron still holding his watch, my father breathing hard, fists clenched, and realized something, they were never going to love me. At 3 a.m., I walked upstairs, grabbed my backpack, stuffed with a hoodie, some socks, granola bars, my phone charger, and the $200 I'd been saving in an envelope taped under my desk drawer, as well as my ID, debit card, and a Greyhound bus schedule I'd saved to my phone 4 weeks ago, just in case. While everyone was sleeping, I slipped out the back door. I didn't have a plan. I just knew I'd rather sleep on the street than spend another night in that house. The first 4 nights were brutal. I bounced between the 24-hour diner off Route 12, a corner of the public library until they kicked me out at closing, and a bench behind the YMCA that no one checked after midnight. I learned which vending machines were most likely to double drop if you hit them right, which gas station bathrooms had the best soap for washing up, and which bus routes ran all night so I could sleep without being hassled by cops. On the 4th day, I almost got spotted. I was walking past the strip mall to charge my phone at the library when I noticed my father's truck driving into the parking lot like it owned the place. I ducked behind a vending machine near the laundromat entrance and just stood there, pretending to scroll like I belonged. I watched him get out, look around, and then march into the grocery store like he was on a mission. He didn't notice me. By night 5, my phone was mostly dead, my hoodie smelled of sweat and rain, and I'd eaten so many gas station protein bars that I thought my stomach might revolt. But I learned something right then. Disappearing isn't just leaving. It's staying away when you're 5 seconds from being apprehended. They ran a shelter program out of the basement. Nothing fancy, just CS and a hot meal 3 times a week. When I arrived with my backpack and busted lip, the guy at intake was an older dude with gray hair and kind eyes. He nodded and pointed me to an empty cot near the back. I stayed there for 12 days, met some people, learned how to stretch $4 into 2 meals, how to spot trouble before it spots you, and how to sleep light so no one steals your belongings. During the day, I'd walk to the library and fill out job applications on public computers. I applied everywhere: restaurants, retail stores, warehouses, delivery services, anything that would hire someone with a high school diploma and a pulse. After about 2 weeks, my phone began to ring with callbacks, and my father began calling. His first message was angry, threatening, confused, and desperate, and by the 4th voicemail, he was crying. "Your room's still here, Liam. Please just come home. We can talk about this." I did not call back. What was I supposed to say? That I'd rather sleep on a cot in a church basement than live in a house where I was a mistake? I eventually landed a job at a medical supply distribution center, a massive hub off Highway 48 that shipped hospital equipment and pharmaceutical supplies to clinics across 4 states. The pay was minimum wage plus occasional overtime, but they hired me right away when I showed up for the interview in a borrowed button-down. The operations manager, a man with forearms like steel cables, glanced at me and said, "You arrive on time. You work hard. You do not steal. We're good." After 3 weeks of sleeping in the shelter, I met the older guy from intake outside after one of the food services, who was dropping off donated blankets and canned soup. A former electrician retired early after his wife died. And he mentioned that he had a converted shed behind his house that he'd been using for storage, but he'd been thinking about renting it out cheaply to someone who needed a break. I asked how cheap, and he said $130 per week, including utilities. I moved in the next morning, and it wasn't much. A twin mattress on a metal frame, a space heater that only worked if you didn't breathe on it incorrectly, a microwave, and a hot plate. It smelled like motor oil and old newspapers, but it was warm, private, and mine. The landlord mostly left me alone, knocking on the door once a week for rent and occasionally leaving a bag of groceries on the step without saying anything. After about 7 weeks, the manager started assigning me to the inventory control station, which didn't require as much heavy lifting. I worked more than 50 hours a week at the hub, occasionally picking up Saturday shifts when they needed bodies for urgent shipments. I kept my head down and did the work without complaining. He never explained why, just did it. At night, I'd walk to the library and work on community college applications. I'd missed some deadlines, but spring enrollment was still open, so I wrote essays on my phone, saved them to a free cloud account, and printed them at the library for 18 cents per page. Each application fee hurt. By early January, I'd settled into a routine at the hub, recognizing faces and learning names. It felt strange, as if I was actually building something real. My phone still buzzed occasionally, mostly from unknown numbers and voicemails I deleted without listening to. I didn't tell my parents or anyone else about it. In early January, I received an email from my high school counselor informing me that your transcript request had been canceled because your parents informed the school administrator that you would not be pursuing higher education. I assumed they had moved on by now, and I had converted my room into a home gym, office, or storage closet. My parents had contacted the school 4 weeks ago, claiming that I had decided not to attend college and requesting that my records be marked inactive. I wanted to make sure you were aware, so I read it 5 times before calling her back. She confirmed everything. Some deadlines had already passed, a state grant I'd been in the running for was gone, and I spent the next 4 days fixing it, calling the school, explaining the situation, and reactivating my records. The counselor helped where she could, writing letters and making calls, but some opportunities had already passed. That night, I sat in the shed staring at the wall, and I got it. They weren't just done with me, they were actively attempting to stop my future before I could prove them wrong. That's when I stopped feeling sad and started planning. Winter hit hard, the shed barely had insulation, and the space heater only worked if you positioned it perfectly. 3 layers to bed most nights, socks doubled up, sleeping curled tight. During the holidays, I worked double shifts most weeks, with my back screaming and my hands torn up, but every extra shift was another $80 toward tuition. The manager began rotating me into logistics coordination, which required less lifting and more problem solving, and it turned out I was good at it. One night, the inventory system crashed just before a major deadline. The whole team panicked, and the manager was on the phone, yelling at headquarters. When I noticed the error message, I'd been teaching myself Excel and basic database stuff at the library between job applications, and this error was simple, a corrupted data table. I walked over, try reloading yesterday's backup. The current database is corrupted. The manager gazed at me. Do you know how to do that? I shrugged. I can try. 18 minutes later, the system was functioning. He slapped my back hard enough to bruise. You just saved us a $30,000 penalty, kid. Word spread fast, and within 3 weeks, people started coming to me when tech broke down. I didn't get a raise, but they knew my name. By late January, I'd saved enough money for spring tuition, applied to 4 community college programs, and had to get a dependency override from financial aid. I brought them shelter documentation, a letter from the counselor, proof of self-sufficiency, 7 trips, and a mountain of paperwork. I received acceptance letters for all 4 programs, as well as a partial need-based grant. I spent 3 hours staring at the word congratulations, as if it might vanish. That night, I baked myself a boxed cake in the landlord's kitchen, chocolate, lopsided, slightly burned, with my own name written in blue icing, just Liam. I ate 3 pieces. I saved the rest. The next morning, I registered for classes in business management, college algebra, English composition, and logistics principles. I didn't tell my parents, but small towns talk. 4 weeks later, I ran into a neighbor at the grocery store, who smiled broadly and said, Liam, I heard you're going to college. Your mother must be very proud. I nodded. She didn't scream or yell, but simply stated, we heard about school, Liam. That is fantastic. I hope you remember where you came from. As if I owed them something. Deleted. My business professor noticed my quick learning and began giving me extra work, assisting other students, arranging class schedules, making the dean's list in the spring semester, and landing a campus administration job in the fall that paid better than the warehouse. Classes began. I worked mornings, lectures in the afternoons, and went to the library at night. I left the shed with a handshake, a thank you, and an extra $60 for the landlord. After completing my 2-year associate degree and transferring to the state university for my bachelor's degree, I had been away from home for nearly 4 years, which felt like a lifetime. My first year was rough but steady, but my second year was smoother, with a better apartment, a better routine, and better grades. Then, one night in mid-November, I received a LinkedIn message from a former neighbor. Hey Liam, I wasn't sure if I should mention this, but I thought you had a right to know. Your parents just listed the house for sale. The sign went up yesterday. I hope you're doing well. I stared at the message. The house was for sale. At first, nothing. Then something else happened, something cold and focused. I opened Zillow and found an easy-to-find listing with professional photos, staged furniture, and generic descriptions. A charming family home with character, 4 bedrooms plus a bonus room, hardwood floors, a quiet neighborhood, and lovingly maintained for over 25 years. I scrolled through the photos. The living room, kitchen, master bedroom, guest bathroom, and then something labeled Aaron's office, bonus room. My room, except it wasn't mine anymore. Beige walls, neutral bedding, generic landscape prints, not a single trace of the 19 years I spent in that space. No posters, no desk, no books, nothing. They didn't just erase me, they renovated me. I sat there for a long time, phone in hand, staring at the listing. The asking price was high, way too high for a house that age in that neighborhood. They were clearly desperate, probably needed to sell quickly, so I dug deeper. Public property records are surprisingly easy to find if you know where to look. I looked up the mortgage history, tax records, and past sales. And I discovered something interesting. The mortgage wasn't even close to being paid off, and they were 4 months, if not 5, behind, according to public lien records. That's when the idea came to me. I wanted to see the house one last time before it was sold. So, I did something slightly insane. I waited for an open house, which was scheduled for that Sunday. According to the listing, the agent was standing in the driveway greeting people when I arrived. I'd borrowed a dress shirt from my roommate and carried a folder with some random papers to look legitimate. The agent had no idea she was giving a tour to a ghost. "So, the sellers are super motivated," she said, clicking her pen nervously as we walked up the driveway. "They've already relocated most of their personal items and are looking for a quick close. Their youngest, Aaron, of course, just started college out of state." I nodded and followed her inside, where she talked non-stop about crown molding, updated appliances, and energy-efficient windows. My attention was drawn to the spaces, the walls, and the fact that I wasn't there anymore. The kitchen and living room looked the same, and my parents' bedroom was staged with rented furniture. When we arrived at my former room, I stood in the doorway feeling nothing but chilly. The agent gestured around like she was showing off a prize. This was their son's gaming and study room, and it got amazing natural light. It was the perfect flexible space, and I'd become Aaron's overflow. I stepped inside, and it was staged like a college prep station, with a sleek desk with a lamp and a bulletin board with a dorm checklist neatly pinned. We moved through Aaron's actual room next, which was still decorated and had his stuff. Trophies on the shelf, posters on the walls, they hadn't touched a single thing. The backyard was even worse. The treehouse I'd built with my uncle when I was 14, the one I'd spent hundreds of hours reading and escaping in, had been torn down. Just a rectangle of dirt and some rusted bolts sticking out of rotted posts. The agent noticed me staring. "The sellers mentioned they removed an old structure back here. Liability concern." I nodded. Didn't say anything. She gave me a minute, probably sensing something wrong in my silence. "Want to see the garage before we wrap up?" she inquired cheerfully. I followed her through the side door. The garage was cluttered with moving boxes and plastic bins stacked against the back wall, most of which were labeled in my mom's neat handwriting. "Holiday decorations, kitchen overflow, Aaron, keep." Then I saw the corner, 3 bins shoved behind a broken treadmill, masking tape labels in that same handwriting, and old room junk to donate. And the last one, smallest, like an afterthought. Trash. Guess whose things this trash was? Mine, of course. I stared at that bin for a long time, but the agent didn't notice because she was already heading back inside, talking about square footage. I walked to the back fence, hands in my pockets, breathing steady. This was the yard where I learned to ride a bike, where I buried a time capsule in 4th grade that was probably still under the oak tree, where I had lived for 19 years, and now it was just another listing. Another transaction. That night, sitting in my car after the showing, I made a decision. If they wanted to erase me, fine, but I was going to make sure the world knew exactly who I was, and they were going to watch from the wreckage. I didn't want revenge that screamed. I wanted revenge that burned slowly, quietly, and left no trace. Then the text came about 3 months after I started at the community college. "Aaron, it was the first time I'd heard from him since I left. I heard you're working at a grocery store and attending community college, Lamio." Then another message. "You know what I did to your room, right? Check this out." Attached was a photo of my old room, except it wasn't my room anymore. It was freshly painted, new furniture, and staged like a showroom for the open house. I stared at that message for a solid minute, not hurt, not angry, just cold and calculating. "I cleared out all of your garbage, and it looks a lot better now. I guess that's what happens when the dead weight leaves. Keep working your little job, stay broke, and don't come back." He wanted a reaction, something desperate or defensive, proof that he still had power over me. I didn't respond, and I couldn't sleep that night, thinking about that photo and how easy it was for them to erase me. Around 3 a.m. I opened Instagram and scrolled, killing time. That's when I discovered it. Aaron Finn Public. Same face, different username. Some variation of his name with random numbers. The kind of account people make when they think they're being clever, but are actually just sloppy. His story was still up, posted 7 hours ago. The first slide was him sitting in my old room. Caption, clear dead weight finally. The second slide showed him filming himself in the mirror, with the caption, Golden Child continues to win. I took a screenshot of both, with the username and timestamp visible. I then scrolled through his highlights, which included months of posts. And that's when I hit gold. One highlight labeled Real Talk contained slides from a few months ago. Aaron joking with friends about copying someone's calculus exam. Bragging about having his girlfriend write his English essays. Laughing about faking volunteer hours for his college applications. And screenshots of group chats where he admitted to plagiarizing assignments. Nothing is hidden or private. Just out there, public, stupid. I screenshotted every single one, making sure the username and timestamps were visible in every shot. Then I emailed them all to myself. I opened my laptop, created a new folder inside the one labeled house, and called it receipts. That's when I decided I'd had enough of just surviving, of building my own life and hoping karma would catch up. I was going to be the karma. The first step was to gather real information, the kind that was buried in documents and public records. I organized it as if I were building a case, with a folder called House and another called Don't Lie to Me. I had PDFs, screenshots, dates highlighted, county links bookmarked, and a running notes file where I jotted down who said what when. I spent the next 3 weeks researching everything about their house sale using public records, including permits, liens, old MLS notes, HOA minutes, and court filings. I took screenshots of everything and kept a running log as if it were a case. I also printed the worst stuff. Staples paper, a cheap binder, and plastic sleeves. Holding it in your hands gives it a sense of reality. The basement had flooded 4 times in the previous 8 years, and there were documented sump pump failures, water damage, and foundation cracks, all of which were dealt with quietly, inexpensively, and with minimum repairs. Nothing that would be noticeable on a casual walkthrough, but enough to be a severe issue for any buyer who looked. And guess what wasn't mentioned in the current seller disclosures? The flooding, the foundation issues, any of it. They were hiding it, not just leaving stuff out, but actively covering up structural problems. That's fraud, real estate fraud, which could void the sale, open them up to lawsuits, and destroy any credibility. I saved every document, printed copies, and uploaded backups to 4 separate cloud accounts. But evidence alone wasn't enough. I needed timing and strategy. I reached out to someone I hadn't spoken to in years, an old friend from high school. We went to high school together, ran track on the same team, he'd gone into data analytics, and now worked freelance doing background research for small law offices. We weren't close, but I'd helped him once when his car broke down senior year, and he needed a ride to his college interview. We met at a coffee shop near campus, and I explained what I needed, not everything, but enough. I need to know what's buried in the public records, property history, permits, insurance claims, things a normal buyer wouldn't dig for. He cracked his knuckles, grinning, and said, "Give me 4 days." He delivered in 48 hours. My friend didn't hack anything. He simply knew how to access permits, old listings, and insurance breadcrumbs that most people never look at. County building permits revealed 4 separate waterproofing projects over a 7-year period, and he discovered contractor invoices that my father had submitted to the HOA for reimbursement on shared drainage issues. In our county, those HOA meeting minutes are public record. Old MLS notes from when they first bought the place mentioned minor basement moisture. And there were small claims court records where a previous owner had sued over water damage before my parents bought it. The basement issue was worse than I thought, with major foundation cracks and water seeping through the walls every heavy rain. The sump pump was a temporary fix. The real solution would cost at least $40,000, and my parents knew. My friend discovered a building permit application from 9 months ago, where my father listed basement waterproofing repair as a temporary patch in the work description. They had done the bare minimum and never disclosed anything. I had them, but I still wasn't ready to move. I wanted the timing to be perfect, surgical. Meanwhile, I continued to build my life. The college invited me to speak at their fall first-generation student showcase, where they were looking for upperclassmen who had overcome obstacles and stuck with it. The event was scheduled for late November, campus-wide, faculty, students, and parents. That's when I realized the perfect timing. What if my parents saw me on stage, recognized as a success, celebrated publicly, Right when their house sale collapsed? What if everything they'd built, their image, their perfect family story, started falling apart because I succeeded without them? I smiled instead of screamed. I started putting pieces in place. I prepared the documents, the evidence of fraud, ready to go at the right time. I contacted the college communications department to confirm they'd be featuring my story. Full profile, photos, the works. I said yes to everything. And then I received one more card. Aaron, the screenshots from his Finina. All those posts bragging about cheating, faking volunteer hours, plagiarizing essays, sitting in my receipts folder, waiting nothing huge alone, but packaged together and sent to the right admissions office. That's different. I didn't want to destroy him. I just wanted to remind him that no one is untouchable forever. I waited for November, and when it arrived, I began. The orientation speech was on a Thursday afternoon, and I had rehearsed it a dozen times alone in my apartment, trying to sound confident without sounding rehearsed. The college wanted inspiring, so I gave them honest. I talked about growing up invisible, working 2 jobs to afford application fees, sleeping in a church shelter and learning to stretch $4 into 2 meals. And the moment I realized I didn't need in the auditorium was packed with students, parents, faculty, and maybe even my parents, who were watching online. I had made the dean's list 5 semesters in a row while working part-time and putting myself through school. The full video was posted on the college's website that night, and it had been shared 50 times within 4 hours. By morning, 120 old classmates had commented. Teachers had contacted me. Strangers had sent messages saying they'd been through something similar. And my story had given them hope, and my parents had seen it, as evidenced by a screenshot of a comment my mother had left on a shared post. This is full of exaggerations. Some people simply do not realize the sacrifices made by their families. The local community page picked it up because small towns treat other people's lives as free entertainment, and someone else posted a screenshot of my mother's comment. She was rattled. And I wasn't done yet, and it made me laugh. And then the replies developed into the kind of gossip fest that seems to be worried but is really just drama. The next day, the listing agent abruptly shut off her listing comments, which was not a coincidence, but merely damage control. While the profile was circulating online, I carried out step 2. When I sent the package, which was anonymous, untraceable, and forwarded through a third-party mail service, the house buyers had already secured financing, begun packing, and were mentally invested in their new home. Inside, there was a flash drive containing a permit history, showing repeated waterproofing work, photos from the open house listing, displaying suspicious wall stains, and screenshots of the HOA meeting minutes. Asked the agent about the waterproofing permits and foundation issues that have been documented in county records. If you close on this house, you will be responsible for the undisclosed structural damage that the sellers were aware of and purposefully disguised. When a buyer's inspector documents water intrusion and foundation damage, and the buyer's agent requests repairs or credits in writing, the buyer's agent has a legal obligation to disclose the information in the future. 5 days later, the listing disappeared, and the buyers backed out completely. The listing agent couldn't keep it a secret any longer, so the buyer's agent sent her a formal email requesting that the sellers address any undisclosed structural issues or they'd walk away. While the email isn't public record, it was widely circulated among real estate agents, and any prospective buyer would have heard about it. In Phase 3, Aaron was applying to universities, big schools, and prestigious programs based on inflated grades and fabricated accomplishments. If the agent tried to hide it now, she'd lose her license. They were behind on their mortgage and couldn't sell without disclosing and repairing the $40,000 they didn't have. I sent an anonymous email to the admissions integrity office of his top 4 choices, expressing concern about applicant Aaron's academic dishonesty. I've attached screenshots of falsified volunteer records and admitted plagiarism, which you should review before making an acceptance decision. I didn't need him rejected right away. I just needed a quiet under review stamp that would follow him around. 2 weeks later, I learned through the small town network that Aaron's top choice acceptance had been delayed. Aaron's scholarship committee had asked for more documentation, and his application had been put on hold pending clarification. There was nothing final, nothing explosive, just questions, but Aaron would know someone new, and he'd spend months waiting for the other shoe to drop, obsessively checking his email, wondering who was watching. 4 weeks had passed, and everything was normal. I went to class, worked my shifts, and studied at the library. It was December, a little over 3 years since I'd walked out of their house. I'd turned 21 2 months ago, and they'd missed 3 birthdays. Then they showed up, waiting outside my apartment building on a Thursday night when I got home from work. My father appeared older, tired, with slumped shoulders, and my mother had that fake calm expression she uses when she's barely holding it together. Liam, my father said, his voice strained. We need to talk. I stopped on the sidewalk. Didn't move closer, just looked at them. Now, I said quietly, after the house is unsellable and Aaron's applications are falling apart. That's when you want to talk? My dad flinched like I'd slapped him. We didn't know things had gotten this bad. You didn't know or you didn't care. Please, my mom said, stepping forward. We've made mistakes. We see that now, but this needs to stop. You're hurting your family. I laughed, sharp, cold. My family? Where was my family when you forgot my birthday? Where was my family when you sabotaged my college applications? Where was my family when dad beat me and called me a me? Mom's eyes welled up with those fake tears she's so good at producing. We're losing everything, she said softly. The house is going into foreclosure. Aaron lost his scholarship offers. We had to take out loans just to cover his tuition, and we're barely surviving. Good, I said, without hesitation. You should know what that feels like, Liam, my father said, his voice breaking slightly. We're sorry. Okay, we're sorry. We were wrong. But you have to understand, we were under a lot of stress. We made mistakes. I cut him off. You didn't make mistakes. You made choices. Every single day for 19 years, you chose Aaron over me. You chose to make me feel small, worthless, and as if I didn't exist. And now you're here because you need something from me, not because you miss me. Not because you regret what you did, but because you need help. My mother tried again, and we thought you might be able to help us temporarily. We know you're doing well at work and school, and if you could just, what I said, loan you money, co-sign something, bail you out, I guess. You heard I got a promotion at work, you thought I'd be an easy prey. They didn't dispute it. We're your parents, my father cried anxiously. Does it mean anything? You stopped being my parents the day you had that viewing party for Aaron and forgot I existed. I responded. You stopped being my parents when you beat me and branded me a failure. You ceased being my parents when you attempted to damage my future. So, no, it means nothing. My mother tried once more. Liam, please, we implore you. We'll lose everything. I took out my phone, unlocked my photographs, and showed them the picture from orientation. Me on stage, clutching my trophy and smiling. This, I explained, is what I made without you. This is what happened when you flung me away. And you know what? I am better for it. So, anything you are about to lose is referred to as repercussions. Welcome to the club. I moved past them toward my building, and my father grabbed my arm, not firmly, but desperate. Don't, I whispered quietly, jerking away. Don't ever touch me again. He let go, and I looked at each of them once more. You wanted me gone. You received your wish. Now keep away. I entered, locked the door, and that was the last time I saw them in person. Over the next year, elements of their narrative emerged, and the house went into foreclosure. They moved into a modest rental across town, and my father took on weekend shifts delivering packages to make ends meet. Aaron switched to a state school without a scholarship and worked part-time at a contact center to help cover costs. They attempted to contact them several times, sending birthday texts and holiday cards, but they were always brief and superficial, with no genuine apologies. I never replied to their poor attempts at reconnection, which failed to acknowledge their actions. I graduated with honors at the age of 23, was promoted twice at my university job, and my true family is the ones I selected, the ones who never forced me to beg for a seat at the table. Ever been in a crazy situation like this? As I tell you the story, drop your thoughts in the comments. We'd love to hear your take. My husband struck my pregnant sister, and I'd ask him to do it again. My husband smacked my 7-month pregnant sister in the stomach at her baby shower. She crumpled in half and fell into the present table as 40 guests shouted. I pushed him back, yelling, "What is wrong with you?" While my mom called 112 to report a pregnant woman attack. My dad and brothers forced my husband against the wall, and I hit his chest, calling him a psychopath, as my sister lay on the floor cradling her belly and crying. My grandmother had shock-related cardiac pains while her fiancé checked for blood and everyone filmed. My aunts grabbed their kids and went as I dropped beside my sister to feel the baby kick, but she kept repeating, "Don't touch it. Hurts too much." The midwife neighbor tried to help, but my sister curled into a ball, screaming not to touch her stomach. My sister's mother-in-law fainted and had to be lay on the couch as my uncle was on the phone with his lawyer about charging attempted murder of an unborn kid. My sister cried and placed her arms about her stomach so no one could get close, feeling something was wrong. See her stomach where I smacked her. My spouse yelled while fighting the soldiers holding him, and I wanted to murder him until I saw it. Deep belly dent that wouldn't pop out. She has memory foam under her clothes, not a baby. I can prove her actions. I reached my sister and felt the dent before she could stop me. My hands got numb pressing foam edges and Velcro bands where my nephew should have been. She bought different-sized fake bellies online to fake the advancement, stole ultrasound photographs from pregnancy forums and photoshopped her name on them, and scammed everyone for $math BBS $25 in medical bills for appointments that never happened because I verified with every OBN. The city. I kept pressing on the dented foam while my sister tried to push me away and everyone grabbed her tummy for extra straps and padding. I followed her after she stated she had an OB checkup yesterday and she drank for 2 hours at a bar, then bought 3 additional fake bellies at a downtown costume shop. My sister was crying and shouting at him to stop, but he didn't. My grandmother appeared faint. Our spouse showed us her laptop from when she left it at home. Search history for realistic pregnancy bellies, how to fake morning sickness and pregnancy symptoms by week, and baby shower speech. I had to quit today for this reason. With sweat running down his face, my husband exclaimed while fighting my brother. Last week, I spotted her following a young patient around the maternity unit. Security tape shows she's been going to the teen pregnancy support group for 3 months. Our mother cried as my husband showed us hospital camera footage of my sister bringing a young pregnant girl who was always alone in the cafeteria to her car. This family's girl was her pal. Found out she's induced at $5.30, mathrame, tomorrow. Yesterday I got a car seat and nurse scrubs and checked tomorrow's shift schedules to find the nurse changeover window. My sister said she was giving birth at a fake birthing center. She planned to depart tonight and return tomorrow with a stolen baby she claimed was hers. She even practiced forging birth certificates and bought a breast pump and formula to feed the stolen baby. She also used medications to stimulate lactation. My mom ripped up my sister's dress to reveal the prosthetic waistband when the foam belly turned totally sideways. Everyone was shouting, and my sister's boyfriend backed away as she searched for exits like a trapped animal. My cousin called police to describe the fraud and planned kidnapping as my aunts calculated how much they'd given her for bogus medical bills. You ruined everything. My sister exploded at my husband, pulling off the false belly and hurling it at his feet. That teenager's a dark addict who doesn't deserve a baby, and I would have given it a perfect life. My dad and brothers formed a wall as she headed for the door. I saw my sister's face shift for the first time in 30 years, like seeing a mask fall off. None of us expected her to go that far for what she desired. She escaped my dad's grip and clawed my spouse. My brothers caught her midair and threw her on the living room carpet. She screamed that we ruined her beautiful design as the artificial belly twisted and dented. While my sister thrashed, my husband shouted about the hospital film. My cousin contacted the cops 4 minutes earlier, so the sirens were already approaching. My sister's boyfriend stood motionless behind the couch staring at the foam prosthetic like his brain couldn't process it. 2 police cars arrived and officers rushed through our front door while my sister crawled out the back. The screenshots my husband sent of the transactions and hospital surveillance footage were on my cousin's phone. The officers saw the fake belly on the floor and then my sister assaulting my brothers. She cried that the teenage girl didn't deserve her baby as they removed shackles. She alternated between wailing about our betrayal and threatening her actions when she got free. All the neighbors watched as the policeman read her rights and dragged her to the police car. My aunt's fanning my grandmother with present table napkins while she clutched her chest on the couch. The detective said to call the hospital immediately regarding the teen patient. My husband told them Emma Lewis's name, and they called for her protection immediately. Within an hour, the hospital moved her to a guarded floor with guards outside her bed. That night, a court issued an emergency protective order to keep my sister away. The detective said security footage showed my sister watching this girl for 3 months. But then another cop approached my husband and stated he was arrested for assault. Everyone shouted that he was saving a baby from kidnapping. The officer replied, "Assault is assault." My spouse hid his hands as I searched our checkbook for bail money. He stayed in a holding cell all night while I contacted every lawyer in our phone book. No one would take a case this wild until I found one who would meet us in the morning. I traveled to the courts at 5:30 a.m. Without sleeping. Cash bail math BBS for $500. After reviewing the evidence, the lawyer concluded that my husband saved the baby. He suggested we could lower the charges to a misdemeanor, but my spouse would still be punished. While at the courthouse, my sister's boyfriend arrived at our door smashed. Since he painted a nursery yellow last month, he kept wondering how long she'd been lying. He informed his family they were having a baby and bought a math BBS one, small, $800 crib. I showed him her laptop with over a year of phony pregnancy research. When he learned she used hormones to leak milk, he vomited in our bathroom. Channel 7 had covered the attempted kidnapping, so my mom contacted me crying. Our last name was on the evening news, and reporters questioned her whenever she left home. The grocery store clerk asked if she was the mother of the baby thief. Dad took time off work because coworkers stared and whispered in the break room. The detective contacted and invited me to investigate my sister's flat for proof. 3 journals contained Emma Lewis's hospital routine. She wrote down the girl's lunch and favorite bathroom. My sister took shots of Emma Lewis walking to her car from across the parking lot. She studied this poor kid for months, like she was planning a military operation. The detective found nurse scrub receipts and an online ordered bogus hospital ID badge. I found unopened credit card statements in my name while searching. My sister opened 3 cards and maxed them out with my SSN. She bilked our mom for another $1, math BBS 20, $0 in fraud. The investigator stated identity theft charges would be added to her other offenses. Police reports and credit freezes were necessary while everything fell apart. Emma Lewis gave birth to a healthy girl at the hospital 4 days later. Kate Harrison from social services and security officers stayed outside her door the whole time. As my sister predicted, Emma didn't have family support, but Kate was helping her apply for housing assistance and learn how to be a mom. My sister's calculation with all those notebooks recording the poor girl's restroom and lunch schedule was unnerving. I wonder what more she planned that they haven't found in her flat. The baby was perfect and safe, and my sister was in jail to prevent harm. That seemed like the end, but my sister's lawyer wanted to go to trial. She planned to claim she was helping the public by taking the kid from an unfit mother. A phone book-sized bundle of papers arrived at our residence 2 days later from the prosecutor. She listed each complaint against my sister on our kitchen table. Attempted kidnapping of a minor's child was longest. Additional years were added for fraud, identity theft, and stalking. My spouse sat across from her with a smaller assault charge stack. Our lawyer insisted it was the best outcome considering my husband's actions. If he admitted guilt and accepted the judge's sentence, the prosecutor reduced it to minor assault. My dad contacted me from the ER that night because his chest hurt and he couldn't breathe. The doctor ordered overnight observation for a stress-induced mild heart attack. He started asking the nurses how he missed all the warning indications his daughter may do this. Mom sobbed alongside his hospital bed, holding his hand while machines beeped. My sister's ex-boyfriend called me the next morning to come to their apartment. He spotted 3 more fake pregnant bellies in their bedroom closet while gathering her belongings. She handwrote 6 months, 7 months, and 8 months on them. The invoices proved she'd bought them for over a year to practice wearing them properly. He showed me her phone recordings of her testing different walks and stances in their bathroom mirror. There were instructions on how to sit and which garments hid the straps to make the phone look natural. In 4 days, my grandma hadn't left her room and wouldn't answer our knocks. Mom discovered her looking at nothing in the dark after using her spare key. She sent my sister $math BBS $500 for prenatal vitamins and medical bills in recent months. She was consumed by shame by her granddaughter's deception. My lawyer called with more unpleasant news concerning his online investigation of my sister. Over 3 years, she joined 10 pregnancy forums under aliases. Each account took ultrasound photographs from pregnant women and modified them with her information. She copied other women's pregnancy stories, word for word, and uploaded them. The lawyer printed hundreds of papers indicating how she studied real pregnancies to perfect her falsehood. 2 weeks later, my husband pleaded guilty to misdemeanor assault before the judge. The judge considered all the reasons he punched my sister but ruled violence is never acceptable. She gave him weekly anger management lessons for 5 months and 80 hours of community service. My husband nodded and signed the documents without disputing because he was lucky to avoid jail. 4 weeks later, I attended my sister's court appearance. Her newborn daughter was napping in a carrier on Emma Lewis' chest. On that bench, she appeared 17 or younger with heavy circles under her eyes. She approached me and thanked me for stopping my sister from kidnapping her baby. Her voice shook as she said she was terrified to testify but wanted justice. Emma gently adjusted the blanket around the baby's tiny face while she made noises. I understood why my sister targeted her. She was alone in court with no family. But now she had Kate Harrison, the social worker assigned to assist her adjust to motherhood. The psychiatrist's report on my sister arrived 3 days before her hearing. She was diagnosed with pseudocasis delusion disorder and antisocial behavior. The doctor wrote that my sister believed she deserved a kid more than unfit mothers. She considered adolescent moms and addicts unworthy of their children. The report detailed how her thinking rationalized stealing Emma's kid for 20 pages. I felt terrible reading how she convinced herself she was doing something noble and right. My parents hired a financial advisor to determine how much my sister took from everyone. Accounting for credit card fraud, the total was approximately $math BB S50 $0. They sold belongings and used retirement savings to repay family. Dad couldn't look at family gatherings and apologized for raising someone like this. He was more destroyed by humiliation than cardiac troubles since he felt responsible for not seeing it. My sister wrote me a yellow legal paper letter from jail 4 weeks after her detention. She wrote, "I betrayed her and she would never forgive me for ruining her life." The letter chastised everyone for not realizing Emma didn't deserve her kid. She wrote that pregnant teens are selfish and irresponsible and shouldn't be mothers. She promised that infant a great life with 2 parents and a nice house. The last line suggested we were too ignorant to know she was doing the right thing. The letter went in the garbage and I forgot about it, but my husband had to start community service at the downtown youth center 3 days later. After punching my sister, the judge made him teach youngsters about anger for 80 hours, which felt uncomfortable. In that first session, he told 10 middle schoolers about the baby shower as they stared at him. The youngsters sat with their mouths gaping as he told how he followed my sister and found her baby stealing plan. He demonstrated that fury may defend people, but violence always has repercussions, even when appropriate. When a kid asked if he regretted beating her, my husband responded no about abduction but yes about using his hands. When my husband talked about safer ways to handle perilous circumstances, the program coordinator nodded from behind. The kids opened up about their anger issues after 3 weeks of sessions, and my spouse got better at assisting them. Emma contacted me crying because a man claiming to be her brother showed up at her flat. She said her brother, Ethan, had been missing for 4 years due to drugs, but saw the TV article about my sister trying to abduct her baby. He left flowers and a baby teddy animal outside her door to make things right. Emma didn't trust him until Kate, the social worker, checked his past and learned he'd been clean for 3 years. Ethan had a warehouse job in an apartment and kept bringing diapers and formula until Emma let him meet his niece. Our family started therapy except for my sister, who was in jail. The therapist had us sit in a circle and discuss how a lifelong friend betrayed us. Mom grieved every session about missing warning signs, and Dad blamed himself for raising her wrong. The therapist continued stating we shouldn't blame ourselves because my sister lied and manipulated us. She mentioned my sister's illness makes people adept at deceiving others. The shock of learning someone we loved could plan something so terrible took 6 sessions to digest. Then my sister's ex-boyfriend sued her for emotional anguish and fraud. His lawyer handed us documents revealing my sister took hormones to leak milk and swing moods. After spending math BBS $0 on baby items, she had him tell his family about the pregnancy. He sought compensation for therapy and money lost, preparing for a phony baby. The lawyer stated he had a solid case because my sister admitted to falsifying everything in jail phone calls. I testified before a grand jury 2 months after my arrest. While 20 people stared, they forced me tell the original baby shower story. After feeling the foam belly dent under my palms, I started shivering and had to sip water. Photo of the artificial tummy and receipts for all the sizes she ordered online were shown by the prosecutor. I testified for 3 hours about what I saw and heard that day and how my sister's face altered when we captured her. The grand jury indicted her for attempted kidnapping, fraud, and all charges in just an hour. In the meantime, Kate Harrison helped Emma adjust to the new baby. She helped Emma apply for housing and begin community college job training. Emma aspired to be a dental assistant to support her daughter alone. Kate accompanied her to WIC for formula vouchers and helped her enroll for childcare to attend classes. Ethan watched the infant while Emma went to appointments, building trust. Because I kept thinking about my spouse assaulting my sister, home life got difficult. I saw him punch her tummy even though he saved the baby. I'd feel ill remembering his fist hitting the foam throughout dinner. I'm studying my sister's thinking. She used hormones to create milk, very weird blend of planning and delusion. He saw me flinching as he moved too rapidly and stated we needed help. We started seeing a trauma-specialized couples counselor weekly. The counselor stated my brain was trapped between appreciation and dread, which was natural for such a delicate scenario. Then the news revealed additional victims. 3 ladies told the prosecutor my sister stalked them throughout pregnancy. One woman said, my sister showed up at her prenatal appointments asking weird questions about the baby's health. Another said, my sister followed her to the parking garage after a birthing class and tried to get her phone number. A third woman had screenshots of my sister joining her pregnancy Facebook group under a fake name and asking for. My uncle hired a lawyer to sue for the math BBS 25 Mathram, 000, Mathram my sister stole. The lawyer claimed criminal reparation would take years but civil court may move faster with sufficient evidence. He started gathering receipts and bank records from everyone who gave my sister money for phony medical expenses. As relatives remembered handing her money for medications and doctor visits that never materialized, the number grew. I was surprised when my sister fired her public defender. She stood up in court and told the judge she wanted to represent herself because everyone was against her. The public defender was conspiring to make her look crazy while trying to save a baby, she said. The judge ordered another psychiatric evaluation to determine her decision-making capacity. The psychiatrist spent 4 hours with my sister over 3 days and watched all our jail visit recordings. 4 weeks later, a stranger asked if Mom was the mother from the phony pregnancy news report, causing her first panic attack at the grocery store. Mom dropped her basket and raced to the car, shivering for 20 minutes before driving home. That night, Dad discovered her crying in the dark kitchen about how she couldn't face people. The next day, the doctor recommended anxiety medicine when Mom reported waking up at $3.00 $3. Her heart beating, she felt unable to breathe. The medications wore her out, so she stopped coming to book club and yoga. Kate Harrison continued meeting with Emma and her brother Ethan, who'd arrived after seeing the news. Ethan, a construction worker and 3 years sober, wants to support his sister after missing so much. Kate connected him to her husband, Mark, a security company owner who required reliable overnight office workers. Ethan got the job and moved into a modest apartment near Emma to watch the baby when she had appointments. At halfway through his 80 community service hours, my husband returned home talking about Isaac, who reminded him of himself at that age. He taught basic self-defense at the youth center but largely listened to kids talk about home issues. My husband was different, so the anger management instructor had him counsel the newer participants who were still upset. The second psychiatric evaluation said, my sister was competent to stand trial, but had something called narcissistic personality disorder with antisocial features. The psychiatrist said that she knew right from wrong but valued her own rights over others. She recommended 5 years of intensive therapy whether my sister went to prison or not. Dad returned to work after 2 weeks, but he came home early his first day because he couldn't bear the stairs. Dad considered early retirement with full perks after his manager proposed it after 28 years. I found my sister's items from last year's stay in a box while cleaning out the garage that weekend. International adoption and infants sold to wealthy parents for $Motham BS $50, $0 or more were covered. Her handwriting included notes on forging adoption papers and which nations had the least oversight. She saved tales about people getting caught and highlighted their blunders. The prosecutor added it to the evidence file, claiming premeditation and human trafficking from the kidnapping. Frank, an older veteran and officer turned counselor, taught my husband anger management. Frank began meeting with my husband one-on-one following group sessions to discuss protecting versus attacking. He had my husband write down his feelings before punching my sister and what alternative options he had. My husband practiced de-escalation even when he knew someone was wrong. The prosecution called me 2 months after the arrest to arrange a plea agreement offering my sister 14 years with parole after 7 provided she completed mental therapy, demonstrated true contrition. If the jury convicted her on all charges, including attempted kidnapping of a youngster, she could receive 25 to life. Emma was accepted into a GED program for young mothers with free childcare. It met 3 nights a week and Saturday mornings at the community college. Ethan changed his work schedule to monitor the baby while Emma was in class, and Kate helped him establish a routine. Emma wanted to get her GED and join dental assisting school the following year. Emma gave us a photo of the baby smiling for the first time. She was healthy and hitting all her milestones. Before my sister's lawyer completed outlining the plea offer via video call from jail, she started yelling. She refused a settlement since she hadn't done anything illegal and the jury would appreciate she was trying to save a baby from an unfit teenage mother. Her lawyer tried to say the evidence was overwhelming, but she fired him and said she'd find someone who believed in her cause. The judge appointed another public defender, but my sister refused to meet with them and filed paperwork to represent herself. She wasn't taking her anxiety medicine, and the guard said she spent all her time in the law library researching kidnapping conviction defenses. She addressed letters to anyone who would listen, saying she was persecuted for helping a baby. The family therapist made us sit in a circle every Tuesday afternoon in her vanilla-scented office with old books. Her enormous whiteboard timeline marked dates when my sister lied about stuff we'd forgotten. We all shaved our heads to support her when she declared she had cancer 5 years ago, until Dad discovered she'd never been to the oncologist she listed. The therapist kept adding lies. Like when my sister said she was admitted to nursing school but was working at a gas station. Mom cried through most of these sessions, remembering how my sister would gaze at pregnant ladies in stores and touch their stomachs. The therapist said, we'd all been in denial about my sister's problems, because facing them meant admitting someone we loved was capable of terrible things. My husband left for his youth center community service on Thursday, and the kids gave him cupcakes. Isaac gave him a letter describing how my husband's story helped him comprehend his anger. Isaac was learning to count to 10 and move away when furious at his stepdad. According to the letter, 3 other youngsters wrote letters, which my husband saved in his wallet. My husband was requested to volunteer coach their basketball team by the youth center director. Her downtown office was decorated with law degrees and family photos when the prosecutor called us. She handed out all the case files on a massive conference table and said the trial will begin in 3 months. My sister planned to defend herself and claimed she was helping the public by targeting an unfit teenage mother. Prosecutor showed us motions my sister wrote, alleging Emma was high. Even though all drug tests were negative, she told us my sister would try to look like a hero saving a baby from neglect. Mom and Dad visited with a real estate agent about their mountain vacation house where we spent Christmas. They bought and fixed it 20 years ago, but now they needed the money to repay everyone my sister had deceived. Uncle received $math BBS $1, $500, and my aunts received theirs. Grandmother declined their money, claiming she wanted them to recuperate. A young family with 3 kids bought the house in 2 weeks. While picking apples at the grocery store, I heard a baby crying and saw Emma pulling a cart with her daughter in the carrier. Ethan compared formula pricing on his phone with them. The baby had big cheeks and a pink mommy's girl onesie. They're dredging up old lies from 5 years ago, making me wonder whether everyone ignored them then. Cancer story where everyone shaved their heads. How did anyone question that until Dad checked? Emma was tired with dark circles under her eyes, but she smiled at her baby and made comical faces to avoid weeping. She froze when she spotted me before Ethan whispered on her shoulder. We briefly discussed how the baby was sleeping through the night and Emma was taking GED lessons online. The tiny baby had the strongest hold on my finger when I reached out. Every house received letters with my sister's jail number as the return address. She wrote to our aunt that I was envious, and turned my husband against her. My husband was violent and dangerous, so she told our cousins to keep their kids away from him. The majority of the family discarded or returned the letters unopened. But Dad's brother called to see if we overreacted. He had to see the false belly receipts and stalking films again from Mom. My sister wrote to our former neighbors that she was wrongfully imprisoned for having too much concern for children. The prosecutor obtained jail phone records of my sister's calls by court order. We listened to my sister tell another convict she would receive her baby after she got out in her workplace. She called Emma a useless junkie who wasn't fit to be a mother, even though she'd never used drugs. My sister called to say she knew where Emma lived and would wait as long as needed. At trial, the prosecutor would use these calls to show my sister was still dangerous and had no remorse. Guards uncovered my sister's baby drawings in her cell during a search. My husband and I traveled around neighborhoods every weekend for a month looking at properties. Our house had media asking for interviews and people slowing down to photograph the baby shower. Though cordial, the neighbors seemed uncomfortable around us. We selected a secluded suburb 40 minutes away where no one recognized our identities. On Saturday, the moving truck arrived, and we packed everything while avoiding the backyard where the gift table was. Grandmother eventually gave the prosecutor a statement after months of silence. A video call from her living room was made since she was too unwell to attend court. Sitting on her favorite chair in her nice attire, she informed the prosecutor about giving my sister $math BBS $4,500 for pregnant pills and maternity clothes. Her hands shook as she presented bank statements and canceled checks. She stated my sister had come to her house wailing about medical bills and wanting support to give her baby the best start. Grandmother stated she wanted my sister to receive assistance and never hurt another family when the prosecutor asked for the money. Emma brought her baby to the prosecutor's office for a trial meeting. I was there too. The 6-month-old could sit up and eat mashed bananas and sweet potatoes. We met Kate, who said Emma hadn't missed a parenting class or pediatrician appointment. The baby rolled over early and tried to crawl at the right weight. Kate told her 20 years as a social worker she'd rarely seen such a devoted young mother. Emma studied for her GED every night after the baby went to bed and Ethan worked overtime to pay for daycare. The prosecutor showed the jury photos of the healthy, happy baby my sister tried to steal. 3 months later, I saw my sister for the first time since her arrest at jury selection. Her cheekbones were sharp under paper-thin skin after losing 30 pounds. She wore an orange jumpsuit loosely and had flat hair instead of her usual curls. The judge forced her to sit down 4 times before threatening to gag her, after she told her lawyer she didn't need to be there. The prosecutor asked jurors if they could be fair to a baby kidnapper. My sister shook her head and said no whenever someone said they could be impartial. My sister told the judge the 10 jurors and 2 alternates we chose by lunch were stupid. The next morning, my sister interrupted the prosecutor 6 times in the first 10 minutes of opening statement. She stood, saying the prosecutor didn't understand that she was helping society by taking a baby from an unfit mother. The judge warned her twice and threatened contempt charges and courtroom removal if she erupted again. My sister sat back and made faces and shook her head as the prosecutor showed the jury fake belly and stalking video photos. My sister kept trying to take the microphone from her lawyer during his opening statement. 2 days later, I testified from 8 to 2. The prosecutor helped me find the foam belly at the baby shower and my husband's evidence. I remembered pressing my hands into the dented foam where my nephew should have been and my sister saying the teenager didn't deserve her baby. My sister stared at me for 6 hours and never looked away. Her lawyer asked me if I'd ever seen mental illness signs, and I said no, even though we probably missed them. The prosecutor showed the jury the fake belly receipts and screenshots of my sister following Emma at the hospital. Emma's schedule notes were written by my sister, and she opened a credit card in my name. I nearly fell when I stepped down because my legs were shaking. Emma testified the next morning with her almost 9-month-old baby. My sister always sat next to her and asked personal questions at the teen pregnancy support group, she said. Emma broke down when she learned someone planned to steal her baby the day she gave birth. She checked the locks 5 times before bed despite not sleeping well for months. When Emma described being 17 and alone and thinking my sister was kind when she was hunting her, 3 jurors wiped their eyes. In the testimony, Emma bounced the crying baby while explaining how my sister got her induction date and work schedule. My sister slammed the table because her lawyer didn't cross-examine Emma. The next afternoon, my husband testified about following my sister to the bar while she was at the doctor. He regretted punching her and had done his community service and anger management. He said he couldn't let an innocent baby be stolen and knew the police wouldn't believe him without proof. The jury saw my sister's 3-month stalking of Emma on security footage he saved. My sister's lawyer asked if my husband enjoyed hitting a woman, and he said, no, but he'd do it again to save a baby. The jury deliberated for 3 hours, which our lawyer said was fast for a serious case. They convicted on all 7 counts, including kidnapping, conspiracy, and math BBS 10, $0 fraud. My sister screamed that they were idiots who didn't realize she was trying to help that baby. She yelled about Emma being trash, who would ruin her child, as the bailiffs dragged her out. 4 weeks later, the judge sentenced my sister to 18 years with parole and 10 if she completed psychiatric treatment. My sister laughed and said she'd rather do 18 than lie. The judge said she could choose, but she'd be sent to psychiatric prison. My sister was moved to a 3-hour-away facility for daily therapy within a month. After her evaluation, the doctors called us and said her personality disorder was severe and would require years of intensive treatment. They said she believed she'd done nothing wrong and treated Emma's baby like her own. Mom and Dad joined a community center grandparent support group for crime victims. Dad said hearing other people's stories about their kids doing bad things and how they deal with shame helped. After 6 months, Mom became a regular speaker, telling new members that loving your child doesn't excuse their crimes. They created a fund for young mothers like Emma to pay for childcare and baby supplies. My husband got a rec center job coaching youth baseball and soccer, teaching kids emotional management using his anger management experience. He talked about consequences and better choices without mentioning my sister. The kids loved him because he understood anger but taught them how to handle it without hurting others. After a year, we drove to the community college to see Emma graduate in her cap and gown. While Kate and Mark cheered from the seats next to us, Ethan held the baby up to see her mom get her diploma. Emma pumped her fist when the dean announced her fall social work acceptance. How did Emma study for her GED with a crying baby at night? She balanced school and motherhood while dealing with trauma from someone trying to steal her baby. I wonder what kept her going every day. Emma showed us her acceptance letter and class schedule after the ceremony while her daughter grabbed her cap tassel. After all the therapy, my husband and I looked at each other during the celebration and knew we were ready to have a baby. We spent months healing and learning to trust and resolve conflict without violence. Dad spent 6 hours at his desk that weekend writing and rewriting a letter to my sister in the psychiatric facility. So he showed Mom the final version, saying he loved her but couldn't talk until she took responsibility. After sealing the envelope, his hands shook, and Mom drove him to the post office because he was crying. The extended family resumed small dinners, but half the relatives still wouldn't come after everything. Uncle hosted Thanksgiving with 12 people instead of 40, but everyone talked seriously. My cousin brought her new boyfriend and nobody asked about my sister, making the meal easier. 3 years into her sentence, the prison called to say my sister finally started participating in group therapy sessions. The doctor claimed it was the first true progress they'd seen since she finally realized she needed treatment. She didn't apologize or admit fault, but she stopped saying Emma didn't deserve her kid. Emma completed her first year of social work coursework while working part-time at the downtown women's shelter. She led teen parent support groups via her own story to show them they could succeed. Her supervisor wrote that Emma was the best peer counselor ever because she understood the girls' struggles. After Emma entered her second year of college, my husband and I discovered I was pregnant. We chose hope before we knew it was a girl because we needed something positive after everything dark. The nurse asked if we would fill out the newspaper birth announcement when she was delivered, but we declined. We told grocery shoppers that Hope's aunt was getting help when they asked about her. We stopped explaining, making explanations, and telling the complete story since it wasn't their business. 5 years after that dreadful baby shower, our family settled into weekly meals and monthly game sessions. We had security cameras and Mom secured the doors during the day, which we never did previously. Dad returned to church and found comfort volunteering at the food bank on Saturdays. My husband coached 3 youth teams and taught students to make good decisions while furious. I watched Hope play at the park and made sure she learned about boundaries and speaking up when something was inappropriate. We taught her that family involves love and holding wrongdoers accountable. My sister's doctor contacted last month to say she was making gradual progress but would need years of treatment before discharge. We listened to the update and thanked them for calling but stopped visiting or writing. Our family saw tiny lies and her tendency to play victim, which we had dismissed earlier. We stopped justifying bad behavior and called it out when it felt wrong. Mom became the secretary of a support group for parents of adult children with personality disorders after 6 months. Mental illness doesn't excuse injuring innocent people or planning crimes, she told new members. Dad wrote every night on forgiveness, limits, and distant love in his journal. My brothers visited weekly and we went to treatment separately to overcome shame and pain. The extended family steadily reunited with fresh money, trust, and verification requirements. No one gave financial gifts anymore and everyone requested receipts for spending assistance. Hope turned 3 last month and asked why she had one aunt while her friends had numerous. We told her Aunt Sarah required special physicians to recover. She accepted it like a kid and played with her toys without asking questions. Emma got a full-time job at the shelter after graduating in social work while Ethan tended their daughter. In a larger apartment near the college, they started saving for a house down payment. We considered Kate and Mark family after all they'd done for us. Our lives weren't ideal, but they were honest and free of manipulation after so long. I appreciate your patience and wandering. We've traveled together. What would you have done in this story? Listen carefully while I explain it, then give your opinions below. Let's get started. I was accused of stealing my sister's fiancé, and my family sided with her. After months of manipulation, I walked away, refusing to be their scapegoat. Hello everyone, my name is Lily, and I am 21 years old. I truly need your feedback. My older sister, Sophie, 26F, is supposed to marry David, 26M, and everything seemed perfect between them. They'd been together for years and we all believed they were meant to be. But recently, things have taken a bizarre and unexpected turn, putting their wedding in peril. David has refused to marry my sister because she will not allow me to attend their wedding. Sophie feels David is in love with me. I know it sounds insane, but let me explain. To give you some context, I am not close to my sister or my parents. It's not like anything dramatic occurred to precipitate a fallout, but as I started college, I sort of drifted away from them. In fact, I haven't been home much since moving out for school. Most spring breaks, instead of returning home, I'd travel or visit my grandparents' place. It simply seemed like a better alternative than coping with the embarrassment that would come with being at home. My parents and sister are entirely different from me. We have never really fit together, if that makes sense. They have their own little universe, which I don't really belong to. I've always thought that they didn't understand me and never tried. Growing up, they would all bond over something I didn't care about, and when I mentioned something I was interested in, it was as if I were speaking a different language. They simply listened, nodded, and returned to the topic of their choosing. So, after a while, I stopped trying. What hurts the most, however, is that when I began to distance myself from them, they made no attempt to contact me. They seemed fine with my distancing myself, almost as if they were relieved to have me out of their lives. That stung. You'd think family would notice when one of their own is gradually drifting away, but they didn't appear to. It only reaffirmed what I'd suspected all along, that I didn't really belong with them. I eventually stopped visiting them save for important holidays, birthdays, and other special occasions. But even then, I felt like a visitor in their lives. I would show up, perform the family thing, and then leave. The chat was always pleasant but surface level. There was no warmth or meaningful connection. Sophie and I never had the tight sister bond that many siblings had. She's always been the golden child in the family, the one that followed my parents' wishes, did everything correctly, and fit in wonderfully. I was always the odd one out, the black sheep. It's not that they're awful people, but they can be true bullies in the way they gently undermine me. You know those simple statements that appear benign on the surface but have a deep impact? Yes, that is what I would get. So, over time, I decided it was best to spend as little time with them as possible. Why put myself in a scenario that makes me feel unwelcome and out of place? The truth is, David joined us for Christmas dinner last year, and it was the first time in a long time that I didn't feel absolutely invisible. My family has a habit of making me feel like an alien in my own home, but David did not treat me that way. He was truly friendly to me and spoke to me as if I were a normal human being, rather than the strange black sheep that I normally feel like around my family. At first, I didn't think much about it. I mean, it was only basic decency, right? Sophie, on the other hand, was very concerned by this. It wasn't like David and I were having a deep, private chat. We just talked about various topics like travel, education, amusing things that happened at work, and so on. Sophie, on the other hand, reacted strangely. She kept shooting me chilly looks during dinner, but I tried to ignore them. That was until later in the evening, when she directly addressed me. I'll never forget this. She grabbed me aside and said, "I know what you're doing. You've always been jealous of me, and now you're trying to steal my man." I was taken aback. I mean, take her man? Where exactly did that come from? I laughed it off and told her she was being stupid, but she wouldn't let it go. She kept talking about how David was acting differently around me and how I was being overly friendly with him. I didn't know how to answer. That was an insane accusation. Where exactly was this coming from? Sophie has always been the focus of attention. She's the perfect one, the one my folks love. And I understand, she is their golden kid. But accusing me of attempting to kidnap her fiancé, that was a new low for her. I tried to brush it off, as I often do with her drama. We're not particularly close, so I assumed she was just being paranoid or insecure for some reason. But here's the thing, following that night, things turned weird for all of us. Sophie got even more aloof, something I did not believe was possible. We were never close to begin with, but now it appeared she was purposefully avoiding me. If I tried to talk to her, she'd give me one-word answers or seem as if she wasn't interested. She'd stick close to David at family events, almost as if she was claiming her territory. That was ridiculous. David, on the other hand, behaved as if nothing had happened. He was still courteous, cordial, and normal around me. What really upsets me is how fast my family appeared to agree with Sophie on this. I mean, no one ever said anything to me directly, but there were subtle hints. My mother would give me strange looks whenever Sophie and David were present. My father, who is generally rather impartial, began making more statements about how essential it is for families to support one another and how connections must be respected. It was all quite passive-aggressive. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. I've never been the kind to get involved in someone else's problems, let alone my sister's relationship. I mean, I seldom spoke to Sophie outside of family gatherings, so why would I suddenly become interested in her fiancé? That made no sense. My grandparents informed me a few months later that Sophie was engaged. My own sister didn't even inform me she was getting married. I mean, I wasn't expecting her to send me a bespoke invitation with hearts and glitter, but finding out from my grandparents was like a blow in the gut. You know, the kind that validates your suspicions that your family does not care about you. I guess I've been hoping that, despite the stress and distance, she'll still consider me a part of this significant moment in her life. I thought, hey, we are sisters, right? Even if we aren't close, I am still her family. But that was obviously too much to ask for. I didn't say anything to Sophie when I found out about the engagement. At first, I assumed she was simply preoccupied with wedding planning or had forgotten to inform me. I realize that seems foolish, but for some reason, I was still giving her the benefit of the doubt. I expected she'd call me soon or send me a last-minute invitation in the mail, but the days stretched into weeks, and nothing. Crickets. Sophie unexpectedly called me. I was shocked to see her name pop up on my phone, especially since we hadn't spoken since that strange accusation over the holidays. I responded casually, like if I hadn't been entirely forgotten by my own sister. After a few awkward minutes of small conversation, she dropped the bombshell. "I'm not inviting you to the wedding." I remained motionless for a moment, processing what she had just said. I mean, I wasn't exactly enthusiastic to go, but hearing her say it aloud still hurt. I asked her why, and she gave me the most preposterous reason. "Because David has feelings for you. I don't want you there. It'll be awkward." I had to chuckle out loud. I could not believe what was happening. First of all, David has no feelings for me. Even if he did, I wasn't about to stand up in the middle of the ceremony and declare my everlasting love for him. The entire situation was so ludicrous that I didn't want to dispute. I merely said, "Have a great wedding and a happy marriage," and hung up. I didn't need drama in my life. To be honest, we weren't particularly close, so whether or not I was present on her special day didn't matter. I'd long accepted the idea that Sophie and I lived in completely separate worlds. But I just needed to get this off my chest and maybe get some outside perspective. Am I crazy for thinking this entire situation is insane? Have any of you experienced something similar? Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Update 1. Yesterday was completely hectic, and I need to get everything out while it's still fresh in my head. Sophie's rehearsal dinner devolved into total chaos, and I was somehow drawn into the mix. I was having a perfectly normal Thursday evening, cuddled up with my laptop, working on an assignment, when my phone began to blow up. Initially, I ignored it. I've gotten quite good at it lately, but then I realized I'd missed 7 calls from my father in less than 10 minutes. Now, my father never calls more than once. He's the type who believes that if you don't respond the first time, you're probably busy, and he'll try again later. So, 7 calls? Something was clearly wrong. When I finally answered, his voice was trembling. I'd never heard him sound that way before. "Lily, you need to come to the venue right now," he kept saying, like a broken record. When I asked what was wrong, he simply answered, "It's about David and Sophie. Please just come." The urgency in his voice startled me a little. But here's the thing. After all that had happened, all the turmoil, accusations, and being barred from the wedding, did they really expect me to drop everything and rush to their aid? I told him just that. "Dad, I'm not part of this wedding, remember? Sophie made that pretty clear." His response, "Lily, please, David is refusing to go through with the wedding unless you're there." That stopped me in my tracks. My phone rang again before I could grasp what had just happened. Mom, this time. I switched around, and she was actually crying. "Your sister needs you," she continued saying, as if she had forgotten how they had all treated me over the past few months. It was weird to hear her sob about family devotion and sisterly love when they had been completely okay with excluding me until something went wrong. Then Sophie called. Her voice was choked up and hardly comprehensible. David apparently arrived at the rehearsal supper and promptly inquired as to my whereabouts. When Sophie informed him that I was not invited, he lost it. Not angry, but more quietly disappointed, which was worse. He stood up in front of everyone, friends, the wedding party, both families, and stated he couldn't marry someone who would abuse their own sister in such a way. He claimed I was cruel. Sophie sobbed into the phone, stating he had been observing how we treated each other and couldn't be a part of a family that would abandon someone like that. He stated I was like mom and dad, and he didn't want such harmful conduct in his life. Portion of me, a large portion, to be honest, felt vindicated. Finally, someone saw what I had been going through for years. Someone stepped up and stated it wasn't okay. But Sophie wasn't finished. Between sobbing, she began drawing out an intricate plan for me to arrive at the venue and inform everyone that there had been a misunderstanding. How could I argue that I was the one who opted not to attend the wedding, that it was all my decision? "We can fix this," she repeated. "Just come tell David you didn't want to be at the wedding anyway. Tell him I never excluded you. Please, Lily, I can't lose him." The audacity of it all was incredible. After months of acting as if I were some kind of man-stealing villain, and after her fiancé expressly told me I wasn't allowed at her wedding because he could have feelings for me, it was ridiculous. After making me feel like garbage in my own family, she now wants me to lie to salvage her relationship. I remained mute for a long time, letting her sob on the other end of the call. I then responded in a calm voice, "Sophie, I'm not going to lie for you. You chose to exclude me. You chose to treat me like I didn't matter, and now you're facing the consequences of those choices. That's not my problem to fix. But he'll listen to you." She almost yelled. "He trusts you. Maybe he trusts me because I've never given him a reason not to." I told him. "Maybe he sees something in how you've treated me that makes him question who you really are. Either way, I'm not coming to the venue, and I'm not lying to make you look better." I hung up while she was still protesting, then turned off my phone, made myself a cup of tea, and sat down to really process what had just happened. Over the next few hours, my phone lit up with notifications. When I examined it, there were texts from relatives I hadn't spoken with in years, voicemails from my parents, and missed calls from Sophie's pals. It felt as if the entire family had come together to put pressure on me to clean up Sophie's mess. But, you know what? For the first time in my life, I was confident that I was doing the right thing by keeping away. David had seen through their actions all on his own. He made his decision based on how they treated me, not what I said or did. And honestly, that felt like the most full vindication I could have hoped for. I went to bed last night with my phone turned off and slept better than I had in months. Let them face the consequences of their own conduct. For once, I'm done being the family's scapegoat. I'm done mending other people's messes. This morning, I learned from my grandparents, the only family members I still have contact with, that David is not answering phone calls from Sophie or my parents. Apparently, he has informed his family that the wedding is off for good. Sophie is devastated. My parents are frantically attempting to contain the damage, and I'm just here, finally at peace with my decision to keep out of it all. I realize this is long, but I needed to get it out. Thank you to everyone who commented on my previous post and supported my decision to set boundaries with my family. You were all right. Sometimes it's best to step back and let individuals deal with the repercussions of their own choices. Update 2. My childhood and the reasons I have been so far away from my family for such a long time were topics that many of you wanted to know about. I did not go into it in my initial post since it is a heavy story. However, I believe that now is a good time to unpack some of it, especially in light of all the recent events that have taken place. My condition is social anxiety disorder, and here's the whole deal. Throughout my childhood, I was always aware that I was missing something, but I was never able to articulate what it was that I was missing. On the other hand, my parents were traditionalists who believed that mental illness was nothing more than an excuse for an individual's behavior. Over and over again, they would make comments such as, "You're just being dramatic," or "You need to toughen up." In the event that I was visibly terrified or experiencing a panic attack, they would refer to me as feeble or lethargic, as if I had chosen to respond in that manner. Looking back, I can see that there were a great number of warning signs that I am now aware of. At the age of 15, I was required to give a lengthy presentation for my English class. As someone who suffers from social anxiety, the idea of having to stand in front of 30 students was nothing short of your worst nightmare. The previous night, I was unable to get to sleep well. During the morning, I experienced bodily sickness. We pleaded with my parents to remain at home. The response that I received from my father was, "Life is not going to stop because you are afraid. What's the point of making everything such a huge deal?" In the end, I was the one who suffered a full-blown panic attack in front of the entire class. The shaking in my hands was so severe that I was unable to hold on to my notes. My voice continued to break, and in response, a number of children started laughing. Even though I could feel the room spinning, I was unable to leave. My mother did not offer any words of comfort to me when I returned home. Rather, she just said, "See? Despite all of the drama, you managed to survive it all." Everything was made much more difficult by Sophie, the ideal sister. In addition to being the president of the student body and the captain of the debate team, she was pretty much everything else that I couldn't be because of my fear. She would invite large groups of her friends over, and they would make remarks about how I was the weird sister who never left her room throughout the entire time. There was a time when I overheard Sophie saying to her friends, "Yeah, she's just antisocial. She is under the impression that she is too wonderful to hang around with anyone." Going to college brought about a revolution in my life. I went through a total collapse during the first semester of my college career. The stress of being away from home, adjusting to new social situations, and keeping up with classes while also managing my anxiety became too much for me to bear. When I was in my dorm room, I remember being unable to breathe and having the sensation that I was about to pass away. My roommate, bless her heart, became aware that something was very wrong and came dangerously close to physically dragging me to the campus counseling facility. I was introduced to Dr. Avery, the very first person who genuinely paid attention to what I had to say. My feelings were not ignored by her, nor was I encouraged to become more resilient. Instead, she assisted me in determining what was going on in the situation. Following a few sessions, she suggested an appointment with a psychiatrist in order to receive an accurate diagnosis. When I was first given a diagnosis of social anxiety disorder, it was as if I had finally been able to give a name to the monster that I had been fighting for my entire life. However, contrary to what my family had always maintained, it was not about being dramatic or drawing attention to myself. It was a genuine predicament, and it was treatable in some cases. During the therapeutic sessions, I gained new perspectives. Dr. Avery opened my eyes to the fact that the actions of my friends and family were not only unsupportive. Rather, they were intentionally harmful. It was through her that I learned how to establish boundaries, how to advocate for myself, and how to recognize damaging habits. At that point, I made a conscious decision to put some distance between myself and my family. However, the thing that truly bothers me is that when I attempted to let my parents know about my diagnosis, they completely disregarded it. In all sincerity, my mother expressed her opinion that these doctors are just trying to make money by labeling everything as a disease. When I tried to excuse my antisocial behavior, Sophie rolled her eyes and informed me that I was using a lot of fancy words. During Thanksgiving of the previous year, before all of this wedding-related uncertainty started, I made one more attempt to make them comprehend. An entire speech on social anxiety, complete with research and statistics, was something I had prepared in advance. I was in the middle of a sentence when my father interrupted me and asked, "Lily, when are you going to stop making excuses and start living in the real world?" That's when I realized that they wouldn't alter their behavior. They never made an effort to comprehend the situation. To them, I was always the difficult child, the dramatic one, and the problem that needed to be fixed. This perception was ingrained in their minds. What else is there to say? A peculiar sense of liberation was evoked by that realization. This assisted me in putting an end to my search for their acceptance or comprehension. When I think about it now, I can see how this inclination had a direct impact on the situation around the wedding. Their long-held perception of me as the troublemaker who needs to be controlled and managed consists of a number of factors, including Sophie's quick assumption that I was snatching her fiancé, as well as my parents' quick acceptance of her story without questioning it. Dave was able to see through everything. He took note of the manner in which they dealt with me, how they disregarded my feelings, and how they made me the scapegoat for all it was that they did. And in contrast to the other people in my family's social circle, who simply accepted their own version of reality, he exposed it for what it actually was: behavior that was harmful to the individuals involved. I suppose what I'm trying to convey is that the drama that occurred during the wedding did not take place in a vacuum. It's the outcome of years of family dynamics in which I was consistently depicted as the bad guy, the one who caused problems and needed to be addressed. Perhaps this is the reason why I come away from David's decision feeling so validated. Suddenly, another person was able to comprehend what I had been going through for all of these years. That concludes the backstory that a lot of you have been asking for. It clarifies the reason why I'm not in a hurry to make things better at the moment. Over the course of a significant number of years, I have endeavored to alter the perception that my family has of me, striving to win their acceptance and gaining their comprehension. At this point, I'm finished with it, recognizing that certain individuals will never understand or accept you, even if they are members of your family, is sometimes the most healthy thing you can do for yourself at difficult times. Update 3. Now that it has been a month since everything fell apart, I would like to share the final chapter of this story with you. What began as a stressful situation at the wedding has developed into something I never anticipated. However, I can report that it has at long last come to an end. The decision to call off Sophie's wedding left her in a state of utter devastation. My new phone number was sent around to everyone she knew after she was able to get her hands on it. All of a sudden, I was inundated with hundreds of angry messages from her friends, distant relatives, and even total strangers. A wide range of threats were made, ranging from accusations of guilt to outright intimidation. The vandalism happened after that. In the beginning, Sophie was the one who left eggs on my car. She used to do this to the females she despised in high school. She became more forceful when that did not elicit the response she had hoped for. I have lost count of the number of times that I discovered my car vandalized, my mailbox stuffed with rubbish, or the door to my apartment covered in notes that were not pleasant. When she cut all 4 of my car tires and left a note in her unmistakable handwriting, that was the final straw that broke the camel's back. During this entire ordeal, my parents made the decision to disregard Sophie's conduct. The way that they responded to each occurrence was consistent. Girls will be girls. Or you need to be more understanding of your sister's pain. In spite of the fact that I presented them with film from the cofferdam security camera showing Sophie attempting to break into my flat, they disregarded it as nothing more than her plain desire to communicate. However, I was prepared because of the wonderful community that exists on Reddit, particularly thanks to those individuals who suggested that I record everything and set up surveillance cameras. It was through the assistance of the attorney that you suggested that I came to the realization that this was more than just a family problem. It was criminal harassment and vandalism. We were able to put together a compelling case by utilizing video evidence, photographs, testimonies from witnesses, and hundreds of conversations that contain threats. The moment my attorney submitted the cease and desist letter together with our evidence, Sophie realized that she had gone beyond the bounds of acceptable behavior. The footage from the security camera that showed her attempting to break in was very upsetting. She made an effort to negotiate through her own attorney, offering to pay for the damages if I dropped everything, but I declined her offer. Money was not the issue. Rather, it was about responsibility and the repercussions of one's actions. The legal proceeding was swift, and resulted in a conviction. A criminal harassment charge, a vandalism charge, and an attempted break-and-enter charge were brought against Sophie. A permanent restraining order, a 1-year suspended sentence, and mandatory therapy were all part of the punishment that she received. The judge was particularly harsh due to the fact that her actions had been premeditated and there was a significant amount of proof that her behavior had been becoming worse. I was labeled cruel by my parents for wrecking my sister's life with a few pranks, which was a reaction that was quite inevitable in response to the ruling. When I told them that Sophie had constantly harassed me, trashed my property, and attempted to get into my home, they really replied that I should have moved elsewhere if I felt afraid. This was due to the fact that Sophie had regularly attempted to enter my home. For me, that was the final conversation I intended to have with them. The civil dispute was resolved outside of the courtroom environment. All of the damage that Sophie caused was ordered to be paid for, And she was also required to pay further compensation for the emotional suffering and lost income she caused. As a direct result of her harassment campaign on social media, I lost a number of clients who hired me for freelance work. Furthermore, the settlement included a non-contact rule that applied to our parents. This was an extremely important aspect. As mediators are flying monkeys, they are no longer able to perform their functions. According to my attorney, the speed with which Sophie and my parents reached a settlement was in part owing to the fact that they were concerned about their reputations. It has come to light that they are more concerned with the opinions of their country club buddies than they are with doing what is morally correct. Is typical. Since then, I have relocated to a new apartment that is located in a safe building that is monitored around the clock. The restrictions that have been placed on my social media accounts have been implemented, and my coworkers have shown a great deal of understanding regarding the situation. My contact information has been completely changed. In fact, I was even given a better job offer by someone who had learned about my position and was impressed by the way I handled it. Which of these effects is the most surprising of all of them? For the very first time in my life, I don't feel restricted. The expectations and judgments of my family are not something that I am responsible for bearing. No longer am I the one who is being blamed. I am not the youngster who is too dramatic or the one who is tough. My name is Lily, and I am living my life according to my own terms. I would want to express my gratitude to the Reddit community for your unflinching support. You have truly made a difference in my life. In the courtroom, the advice you provided regarding paperwork and safety procedures had a significant influence. Your words of encouragement allowed me to maintain my strength when I was having doubts about myself, and your descriptions of events that were similar to mine made me realize that I was not alone. For anyone else who is battling with toxic family members, it is important to understand that sharing DNA does not give anyone the right to abuse you. In other instances, the most effective course of action is to simply leave the situation and let the other person deal with the consequences of their actions. It is not about exacting revenge, rather, it is about setting boundaries and demanding respect from others. Despite the fact that my social anxiety is still present, it is decreasing as a result of therapy. As I was growing up, I was subjected to a lot of criticism and gaslighting, and it turns out that a significant portion of it was due to those things. Who would have thought that eliminating persons who are harmful could be such an effective type of treatment? Given that this particular phase of my life has reached its conclusion, I shall no longer provide updates. The things that I am focusing on are my education, my career, and the formation of a new support network consisting of selected members of my family. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who has responded to my story and offered their support. You were instrumental in assisting me in acquiring the courage to leave and the strength to advocate for myself. It has been said that the best way to repay someone is to live a good life. I'd like to add that the best way to bring closure is to realize that you've finally taken a stand for yourself. I have had enough of being that person's victim or scapegoat. I have taken control of my life, and I will never go back to the past. Reddit. Farewell, and many thanks for everything you've shown me.